top pits.
Racing here. Looks like we're going to start racing. Alright, both cars going in. Okay, Berkey, we need to use your earpiece.
Big welcome to Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit and its Extreme Festivals Bumper Edition. We got regional and national championship contenders and categories all mixed up into one massive day of racing. And the first race about to go across the line. Lights out and time to hit it down towards Crowthorne. Starting on pole position, looks like we're looking for a bit of a fun and games here with our classes D and E for BMW Performance Racing Series, the M Performance Racing Series. Down towards turn one, looks like it's going to be a big move coming through there from Andre van Vuuren. Van Vuuren looking good. But further back there, we'll pick up on the likes of Dierwald Smith, who comes around the outside there in the Amtech BMW into Crowthorne for the first time. And bringing our race action to a start here for the very first time of a long day of racing. Yes, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, and if you've just joined us, a big welcome from all around the world to check out what's happening here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit with the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola. Oh, and already action! There we go! Getting real coming out of Yuxcan Barbecue. Van Staden gets a little tap, and the Duratec Batteries BMW is now sideways and definitely facing the wrong way. As they head into Sunset and Clubhouse for the first time, you can see some maneuvers coming through from Michael Grobler. Grobler dropping back slightly from the third place he was in. He's down to fourth, so didn't quite get the start he wanted. But how awesome is this for a start? And it's incredible to see. It's over 60 BMWs here this weekend. Sideways there from the 5IS. Might pick up on the number in the mid back there. Certainly everybody giving it stick right from the word go. They come up to the vehicle for the very first time, and up onto the braking point. You can see a move from Trevor Long has paid off big time. Long has moved himself up completely from where he started, and they're now looking for a possibility of getting into at least that top three. He hangs on at the front end at this point in time, and a little bit out of shape, a little cold. The tarmac's not quite up to race temperature, boys and girls. Remember, we've still got a couple of laps to get the heat into the rubber. Darby Ulifur, who was supposed to start on pole position, looks like he dropped back slightly and hasn't quite got it right there, but watch out for that man. He'll be coming through pretty rapidly as they come to complete the first lap. Remember, it's a 7-lapper here for these guys. They're working on minutes as opposed to laps today to try and fit everybody in, so we'll keep an eye out on how those laps tick off. But that is the first one in anger. Looks like we've got a BM parked on the sideline there as well, one of the cars that didn't quite get out into the circuit for this first heat. Hutting is the man out front and controlling things at the moment, with Van Vuuren closing him down. So we're watching for this backpack because they're starting to come through here thick and fast, including the boss man. Dano de Gavea is up there as well. Remember, he comes off a victory at the last round of this championship in this category. But with a couple more contenders here, it looks like he's dropped back down into about 7th or 8th place there to try and hang on and fend off the attack coming from Eugene Gous and coming out of Sekudu as well. Olerata Sekudu having a fantastic run here at Kyalami this week so far. So remember, we started on Thursday. We had practices on Thursday. Yesterday we had practice and qualifying. And today it's all about racing. It's anything that gets onto track today is going to be in a race format. And this race format always works well, particularly here at the circuit. The vibe on the inside there from, I think it was Gernholz. Gernholz having a look up the inside, trying to find a way past. Watching for that valve doctor machine coming through as well on the back end. The Gavea is in fight right now. Slowly but truly getting into things, but under a little bit of pressure there, as I said, from Gernholz. He had a look heading into the S's, and coming out of Sunset towards Clubhouse, there was another little squeeze. Not quite close enough to get through there just yet on Bernard de Gavea. Lufir has got his own little issues right on his tail as they come through there. You can see he's fighting with Nick Hapst. Hapst having not the start he wanted, but we might be able to catch up with him a bit later on when he comes to join me here in studio and talk about the A, B and C classes a bit later on. But D and E, absolutely amazing to see. We're sitting with 34 cars on track just in class D and E. That's just an amazing effort there being put in. The Liqui Moly BMG car there, the 146 machine. looking pretty tasty as well for now, but a bit further down, I think, than what he'd like to be. It's great to see that they're fighting all the way through there, but Karabo Malamela, remember, finished up his debut in this class at the first round, or the second round of this championship only a couple of weekends ago at Swartkops. He's now in the thick of it, big time. Heinz Mazet, of course, the man from Dunlop. He is in the track taxi this weekend. That's the BMW 330i station wagon. And he gets an opportunity to drive this weekend. Great to have the sort of boss man behind the input from the majority of the classes. In fact, I think every single class here this weekend, besides the big extreme supercars, run on Dunlop rubber. So he's getting a chance this weekend to have a go in the track taxi, which is great to see. Former National Production Car Championship contender himself, and certainly knows what to do. Speaking of knowing what to do, well, getting to the front, we got a change up. At the front, looks like Hutting's got through, or Dearwald Smith has made his way through there on Hutting, so a little change between the two of them. A bit further back there, they come through with Olarata Sakudu slowly but surely starting to make his mark and get a little bit closer to these top three. Top three battle is turning into one huge fight. It's great to see that, man. That's kind of what we want to see with Andre van Vuuren now in the mix as well, as they get up onto the brakes up towards Leeuwkop. Goes around the outside. That's an impressive move there if you've been able to make that mistake, because you remember he'll get the drive down the hill and into the mine shaft and hopefully be able to hang on to that inside line. Still a big fight on there, as you can see, between Blufeer. He's got problems of his own though. The shape of that number 57, Neil Reynolds. Well, Dr. Carr doing a super job to stay up there with that 00 car machine of Davy Olivier. Behind him, slowly but surely coming in there is Josie. So Josie starting to get a little bit closer and get up into that little mix that they're looking at. Vessel Mostert not too far behind them. Craigie Haps just up the road from them, so I think a little bit of work to be done as we see the reverse angle here coming out of Crocodiles. Heading into the right-hander, tricky right-hander. Let's see how far and wide they go up onto the curb, sometimes even into the grass. You can really see somebody's been on the grass this morning because there's a black line through there. Somebody must have run slightly wide. There is Berzé in the track taxi. So that's another lap completed. These two down to the braking point, and a little bit of a change up there as Reynolds goes high and wide into Crowthorne. Darby dives the inside. Closely comes around the outside, tries to go with him. Haps is in there as well, and look out for Neil Reynolds. He's joined the party too, so it's kind of like a five-way fight there between them. I mentioned that Eddie Rodriguez had made a welcome return to circuit racing only a couple of weekends ago at the previous round of the regionals, and that was at Swartkops. It was fantastic to see him back in a race car, but he's also in the mix there as well, sitting just off the back of that pack. It's a great battle between these five cars. Olivier hanging on for now. Reynolds on his tail as they head towards the S's post, right in behind that. Flicking it to the left-hand side, gets slightly unweighted to the right-hand side, and then up a little short squirt up the hill towards Leeuwkop. Triple apex at the top here. So a couple of lines and different angles you can attack this corner at. Gives you an opportunity to either go inside or outside depending on your lane choice heading into the first of those apexes. Certainly looks like it's good drive coming from close. Ooh, someone slowing. It's the 9 car. Oh, that's not good. Problems there, unfortunately, for Mario Hutting. He was up in second place at one point. He's dropped all the way down to 10th or 11th. Wow, how's this chopping and changing? Haps getting a little bit out of shape there, giving close a chance to squeeze through. There might be a problem there on Haps' car. Seems to be slowing a little bit by the looks of it. Dearwald Smith has gone across the line. He's got 3 laps to go. He leads out. And he's got a little bit of a margin there, but I can tell you it's not a huge margin. There you can see the Amtech car, our leading car. How far back is Van Vuuren? There he is. So Van Vuuren starting to smoke those Dunlops coming out of Crowthorne corner. Head through Barbecue and Yuxke. The curve end car getting slightly sideways on a few occasions and under braking locked up slightly as well. Third place at the moment, Paolo Cavalieri. Wow, out of nowhere. Didn't mention him at all so far, but he was tucked in there in that black car, almost like a shadow behind all the rest of the BMWs that were out there. He's now made himself very much into the sort of low light conditions we've got here. It's not quite sunny just yet. It's quite overcast here at Kyalami. So waiting for the sun to pull out and make its appearance for the first time today. Remember, we've got action coming from not only our regional categories but from our national championship categories as well. It is fantastic to have such a huge field of cars here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. Looking forward to all this action. Big welcome to everybody joining us on the live stream as well. I see the Vigaras and the Illenvelds from East London are awake. Good morning, my queen. Looks like we've got a couple of people that have already joined us from our international fans all around the world as well. So a big welcome to everybody east of South Africa. You guys would have been awake a while ago. So of course some of you even on your way to bed, but I know there'll be a lot of people down in Australia and New Zealand that'll be tuning in, trying to catch as much of the action before they got to get a bit of shut-eye. So the action heading into this one is going to be 2 more laps to go. How's this? Here we go. A little bit further back there. The 12 car having a phenomenal bite. Wessel Mostert and Nick Caps. This time side by side as they head down the hill. And as they head down into the bottom end of the mine shaft, you'll watch these cars run very wide and late braking required here. 146 is late on the brakes. That's Karabo Malamela having a look on the inside of a slightly new livery there for Wessel Mostert. But Mostert keeps him at bay, only just. I can tell you, I've been around the circuit with Karabo Malamela in a race car, and he certainly knows what he's doing in a race car, so he's going to be a hard man to keep at bay. In saying that, Malamela's got his own problems, because right on his tail, he's got Claudio Jardim and he's got Tian van Rooyen in the mix as well. Back to the fight that we were watching earlier on. 31 car coming in there is Nicholas Habs. He'll be joining me hopefully a little bit later on for a bit of commentary for classes A, B and C. Malamela has got his hands full here, big time. Come down onto the braking point and into the final corner there. Wessel Mostert getting the drive as we watch the front end of the field again, and that mid-pack battle starting to come through there too. Malamela now under attack from the 4-4 car. I can tell you something, Karabo is not going to have it easy at all, as he's being put under massive pressure there from Claudio Jardim. Corin Ninaba, of course, one of our lady drivers in this mix as well. Got to mention the fact that we've got 2 or 3 ladies involved in the racing today in all forms of the categories. We'll get to them as we get into it, but fantastic to see the Women in Motorsport program working phenomenally well. Slowly but surely these ladies are becoming big threats, particularly in some of the classes which we'll chat about through the day. Some of them even outgunning the boys, showing that they've got what it takes here to run and be part and parcel of the Extreme Festival categories we've got here racing with us today. Heinz Bazay, Roland Hopkins just behind him. It's a nice little fight. Malamela under pressure again from that 4-4 car. Claudio Jardim. Tian van Rooyen also into the mix now as well, as they slowly but surely start to get to grips with these last couple of laps. We've got 1 to go for the leaders. They've already crossed the line and we're heading sort of into that final lap, but you can see we're focusing here on this mid-pack battle. Malamela on the inside. Look at how tight it is there from Tian van Rooyen. Late on the brakes, he's bringing along the track taxi of Heinz Bazay too. Bazay gets slightly better drive out of Crocodiles and heads into the cheetah. Right-hander on the inside. That's Jardim running wide. Forcing a maneuver here, and how's this late braking inside line? Wow, that was close. Amazing stuff. The blue BMW there coming through and trying to squeeze past. Roland Hopkins had a big look there and an opportunity of note. He's got a lap to go. So our leaders are onto their final lap. We'll keep an eye on them, but how tight is it here between these two? Malamela and Jardim going in it. Rodriguez just up the road from them. There is the front end of the field. It's an amazing run here so far. This is about 3/4 of the way through the field. Actually, not the front end just yet. There's the front. Theobald Smith in the Amtech BMW. He's got about 2.5 seconds over second place Paolo Cavalieri, who's moved himself up into second now. So Cavalieri had a bit of a tough start trying to find his way through the field. Michael Krobler still in there as well, and we'll keep an eye out on Andre van Vuuren. I think actually Andre van Vuuren might have moved himself up into second. He has. So van Vuuren in second. Cavalieri looks like he's up to third, and he's dropped Michael Krobler down to fourth. So Class D and Class E combined here for M Performance Racing Series, heading towards Crocodiles for the last time. come out of a fast left-hand sweep, and of course then into a tight right-hander, little kink that heads them to the final corner. And here they come. Gilbert Smith with a comfortable margin in the end in the Amtech BMW, about to come through here for the first victory of the day. He will start our race victories for the combined Extreme Festivals of Nationals and Regionals presented by Coca-Cola Beverages with a victory. So it's the Amtech BMW who wins out over Paolo Cavalieri. Mike Krobler, Andre van Vuuren and Trevor Long, your top 5 in Class D. We're going to watch for the Class E battle still coming to the line. Vessel Mostert, Eddie Rodriguez in with a shot here to possibly wrap things up for them. Reynolds in the Valve Hospital car going across the line now. He'll finish up not quite where he wanted to be. I'm sure that he would like to be a little bit higher up than that. Here we go into the breaking point and some maneuvering. Oh, here we go. Tiaan van Rooyen coming to the line, and as they cross the line, it's Vessel Mostert who hangs on for the win in Class E. Eddie Rodriguez will be in second place. Claudio Jardim managed to squeeze through and get ahead of Tiaan van Rooyen. And looks like he dropped Karabo Malamela behind him as well, with Bose bringing up the tail end there from a Class E point of view. But that wraps up our first heat of racing for the day here. And man, have we got a program of note for today. There is non-stop action right the way through the day, starting with this incredible first race from the M Performance Racing Series, Classes D and E. They'll head up to the top pits, as you can see. Sharing the top and bottom pits here amongst all of our categories, because there are just so many cars here this weekend, and great to see people starting to pull in on the sidelines as well and take up positions at their favorite spots here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. Michael Krobler backing his car underneath the portable shade of his. You can see Khosi coming in as well. Behind him, Nick Hapst. Nice run from all these cars to get through, and relatively unscathed actually, other than the little spin we saw right at the start of the race. Everybody else seemed to get through and was able to finish things up with slightly less damage than normal in a race of this nature. We normally have a lot more sort of wing mirror bashing and bumping and barging, but they kept it relatively clean, which is quite nice to see for a change. So once again, it was Dewald Smith, Paolo Cavalieri, Michael Krobler, Andre van Vuuren and Trevor Long, your top 5 in Class D. Class E wrapped up there by Vessel Mostert, Eddie Rodriguez, Claudio Jardim, Tiaan van Rooyen and Karabo Malamela were your top 5 in Class E for the first heat here of BMW M Performance Racing Series at Kyalami. They, of course, have had probably a little bit more time on this track than most other categories, because they do the BMW M Fest, and they were also involved in the Festival of Motoring. But certainly with 60 cars, or just over 60 cars actually entered for the weekend in the 5 classes, arguably our biggest field. Another big field, of course, coming up very soon will be Pharaoh Energia 111 Sports GTs and saloon cars. And they'll be making their way to the circuit now, and we'll be catching up, of course, and sending a shout out to a couple of people as they roll out for their first heat. So rolling out for their first heat of the day. Fantastic to see such a big field from this category as well. And a massive shout out to the man who, of course, put all the money behind the series for this year in Pharaoh Energia, Luigi Pharaoh. And I believe he's sitting with a whole bunch of friends in Namibia, having a little morning braai. Or if it is too early for the braai, maybe they're just getting a bit of breakfast. But a big shout out there to Rocco and Luigi and all the Pharaoh Energia supporters in Namibia, watching our first heat of 111 GD Sports and Saloons. Just a reminder that the 111 side of things, of course, is how this category came to be, and that's due to the fact that these cars are not allowed to do faster times than 1 minute 11 deads around Swartkops, so they adjust according to each circuit that we go and race at. That time to sort of be within a percentage of what the 111 1 minute 11 second bracket will be at Swartkops. So there will be a couple of cars that will be probably watched a bit closer than others to ensure that they don't do any of the breakouts that they would have been sort of accustomed to had they been racing at Swartkops International Raceway today as opposed to Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. Know what their adjusted times are, of course, so they'll be playing with that. Back of the pack there, of course, is a man from my hometown. Good to see him there having some fun games, and he'll be having a great time there, will Keith and Mikey's, and he's of course driving in that TRC truck repair centre car, and mum and dad on the sideline, of course, will be shouting out loud, I'm sure, for Keithan's progress. We're going to watch for the progress of a couple of cars coming through this field as well, because we've got some championship rivalries in this class that, of course, have been raging for the last couple of seasons, and certainly going to be looking for a chance to resume those here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. We come under starters' orders as they roll around and past us just into the kink, and now under starters' orders because the safety car has pulled into pit lane. It's going to be, looks like, by the looks of things, is that Mark de Toy who is on pole position? It looks like it might be. It says Vota, but I don't think Vota Rus is in a BMW Z4. George Economides, Chris Scarba, Tyron Pillay, and we'll watch out for the whole field as they head down there with a change of surface flag being shown at the main straightaway. So something must have happened on the out lap or the final lap of the BMWs that's cost a little bit of problems there. But under braking they go for the first time down towards turn one, and Philip Meyer, we're going to try and go around the outside there in the Porsche to try and hang on. You can see some chopping and changing in that mid-pack as they come through there. Miguel Diaz also getting a great start, but it's Economides who leads out as they head down in towards Yuxka and Barbecue for the first time. Vota's dropped back slightly, but remember Vota is in the 111 class as opposed to the GT class, and that's the cool thing about how we can pick things up here. Mark de Toy, Philip Meyer and George Economides all fighting for GT honours in Pharaoh Energia's 111's GD side of the Sports and Saloons. And then the 111 Sports and Saloons at this point looks like it's Rob. Wayne Robb leads out, yes, in the Ford Focus. So he's just ahead there of Vota Rus. Vota's just ahead of his stablemate there, Pete Portgieter. And then the rest of the pack coming through here, watching for that Shield Golf. And then Henning just behind that. So Henning and the Shield Golf fighting right from the word go. LaRue putting pressure on as well as they come to the S's for the first time. Lindsay Kleur out of shape. Whoa, that's huge. Backs it into the tyre barrier. And Lindsay Kleur got that one out of shape. Should be able to get going again once he's recovered, and hopefully didn't stall the car. But the back end of that Nathan's Motorsport machine just got out of shape. It's literally a warning to all drivers that the circuit is not quite up to race temperature yet, ladies and gentlemen. Please make sure that you give your tyres a chance to get some heat to them before you start to put the pressure on, and put yourself under a bit of pressure now, because Lindsay's dropped right to the back of the pack, so a bit of work to do there for Lindsay Kleur. Economides has got huge problems in the form of Philip Meyer on his tail. Good to have Philip Meyer back in this pack of cars as well. And Mark de Toy closing things down right behind them. And Z4 trying to get ahead of the Porsche and the very fast Golf 1 that Economides pilots. 227 further back in the pack as well. Great to see little fights happening all the way through this field. And that's kind of what we kind of expect to see when you watch this type of racing. It is action-packed right the way through there. And Marius Mahaba at the back of the pack there in his own little fight. Mal Spur trying to find a way around the outside, as you can see there, fighting for honours in Class C. The Class C battle right now is seeing things starting to heat up a bit. As you can see, the Louis Scholz is in there as well as Tyron Pillay. But the change of surface flag still remains as well as we watch them head down towards Crowthorne. Maneuver up there, you can see it's Louis Scholz that's leading things out at the moment in Class C. Chris Tate in second place. So a bit of manoeuvring to happen up there. Watch out as well for, was that Keegan Nathan? It is Keegan Nathan in the car just ahead of Mal. So Keegan Nathan also starting to put the pressure on right from the word go as they come through here for the first time. And up to the top that we see these cars through this part. And Lindsay Kleur trying to make his way back through the field after that mistake into the S's. Coca-Cola in the house, as you can see in the background there, supplying us with beverages and of course supplying all the fans here as well with some of the good stuff. Our series sponsor, of course, here this year. Great to have them back on motorsport soil. They've been out of the motorsport arena for a while, other than of course a small outing with Team Perfect Circle for a while in the 9 hour. But it's fantastic to see them picking up on a big sponsorship here of the naming rights to Extreme Festival. Spur trying to close down on Tate and on Nathan. Two youngsters up the head of her. Not what she wanted, that's for sure. Behind her, you can see Sebastian Bouliot and looks like Energia coming through the field as well. So, drivers looking to change the situations they're in at this point. Origin Oil, of course, are the new sponsors there for both her and Vota. Fantastic to see them all fighting hard in their new liveries. There's some new livery as well. ACD Velcom Hyundai of Energia also starting to close onto the back end there of Malspur, so she'll have to keep her eyes on the rearview mirror. Never mind attempting to try and attack the front end of the field to catch George Iceland. As they go through there, Maritz Leroux also into the mix there too. Great little battle for Class C here as they cross the line and complete another lap. Now remember, with the regional classes, they're running minute times as opposed to lap times. And the national classes will all have laps as opposed to minutes, but it'll be interesting to see Iceland with a late move there on Lebotsky. Lebotsky wasn't having any of that. He just came straight back at him. Realised that Georgie was going to run a little bit wide, so got a chance to squeeze through there. I apologise, earlier on I mentioned that I'd been Henning in that car, but it's actually George Iceland in that car this weekend. Maritz Leroux behind that, then Chris Smith in the Porsche. Marco Sullivan a little bit further back from the back end of that Porsche than what he'd like to be. I'm sure he'd like to be a little bit closer than this one as we continue this fight between the slightly newer Golf and an old Golf 1. And a very seasoned campaigner in that Shield Golf is Lebotsky. Had a good weekend last weekend at the Historics and Inland Championship. A little bit of a warm-up for this Shield Golf of his. The Shield Racing boys, of course, would have also had of George Smallberger in this pack this weekend. Unfortunately, George's car a bit of an issue on Thursday, so it's George Iceland locks up properly into Leocorp. That's lost him a little bit of an advantage going down the hill into the mine shaft, so a little mistake there from him. Didn't quite work out, but needless to say, it has cost him a little bit of time to try and make that up. Diaz into the house now as well. Great to see a little fight there. He's just behind, by the looks of it, Fisser. Top three heading towards Crowthorne. No changes there. Philip Mayer still hangs on in second place behind that Martini Racing coloured Wealth Avenue Golf 1 of George Economides. And the Z4 of Mark de Toy still in third. So we don't see a change between those three. They head towards the S's, they'll have 2.5 laps to go in this one. So first race is done. BMW M Performance Racing Series, this is the second one of the day, and as I said, a shout out there to Luigi and to Rocco and all the Pharaoh Energia boys and girls that are watching from Namibia. Your class are putting on a really, really spectacular show here for us at Kyalami, and you can see even the crowds on the right hand side there are starting to pull in their masses, which is exactly what Extreme Festival wanted. A big crowd out here. They've gone all out to cater for them. There's There's a nice food area here in the pit lane alongside our commentary booth. Lots to see and do off track as well as on the circuit, so particularly bumper edition of Extreme Festival here at Kyalami. Portkita further back, looking at the Class B fight right now. Go to that. He currently sits in third place. He's got Fasaki by those things. Oh no, Fasa. Is it Fasa or Fasaki? I'm just trying to pick up who that one is. Disco car. So just watching a bit of manoeuvring through the field there. That's actually the Pharaoh Energia car. Yeah, it is. It's the Pharaoh Energia car they're coming through. So some manoeuvres happening in this pack. It is Fasaki. Just wanted to check and see. Make sure that we're not getting them all wrong. So a bit of manoeuvring into this field. Piet Fasaki putting the pressure onto Piet Portkita. Battle of the P's there. So the lap completed. They've got 2 to go for the leading cars. They've already gone through a while ago. And of course, just looking at that BMW on the right-hand side. When I mentioned that earlier on, I thought it might be one of the race cars that was stuck on the sideline. But of course, that's our official pace car for the M Performance Racing Series. That's parked there at the Exeter pit lane. Behind it is the Astron Energy Polo for Polo Cup. You can see Lucas Besaidnout also having a good run there for the Pretoria Noord team. Craig Priestley heads up onto the back straight away for the second last time. Let's go back to this fight. Wouter Roos in a big one. Is that a change-up for the lead? It is. Wouter's at the front there for Class A and got ahead of Wayne Robb. So Wayne Robb and Wouter Roos having a fantastic battle here into the closing stages of race 1 of Pharaoh Energia 111 Sports and Saloons. This is Class A for 111, and Wayne Robb has been bettered now by Wouter as they get into the last lap and a half of race number 1 for today. Volkswagen Golf versus Ford Focus. Those cars, of course, have had some epic battles in the past, and I think we're going to see more of the same here today between the two of them if they keep it up. Look at that, Wouter having to go defensive. Rob showed the wheel and decided to change his lineup here. Maybe he'll get better drive coming out of Crocodiles, but Wouter saw him coming and just shifted across to avoid an attempt to get on his inside. Didn't quite work out, but maybe that was setting things up here for the last lap. We're about to start that one for Class A in 111s. The GT class have already gone through. They're on their way and headed into that last lap. The change of surface flag remains stationary at the start line. Change up for second as the toys got through now in Maya. Is that the sun coming out for the first time today? It is. Heading towards sunset. It's sunrise at the moment as they go past the old Sunset Boma. And I believe Toyota Gazoo Racing have taken that for this weekend, so hope they're going to enjoy all the race action that they're going to provide a bit later on. But it doesn't look like anybody's going to have an answer here, as the fastest lap was actually put in on that last lap by George Economides. And needless to say, it's not a bad plan to put that fast lap in, because if you look at Mark Totoy, he could potentially be on the fastest lap of the race so far, trying to close things down here on this last lap. So he heads to the top of Leeuwkop, not too far behind that Wealth Avenue BMW. Wealth Avenue Golf, I beg your pardon. He has got a BMW as well, that's why I get it mixed up every now and again. Trans Africa Racing versus the Wealth Avenue Golf. Turbocharged Golf is very fast. Watch this as well, as Wouter hangs on in the Golf to keep the Origin Oil machine ahead of Wayne Robb's Ford Focus. The 225 car is in a fight of nature, looking to try and get through on the number 1 car. Look at these two as well. Mark Totoy is certainly up for the challenge here. He is going to have a go into the final corner, there's no doubt about it. He's close enough to have a go. They're coming up on back markers, but I think those back markers might just be able to survive and not be lapped by the top 2. Here they come to the line. George Economides goes defensive, compromises his drive slightly, and as they come to the line, the flag's out. Economides wins, just ahead of Mark Totoy. Good spot there for Philip Mayer to come through for third. Now we wait for Vota. We've got problems there. Is that Iceland? I think it might be George Iceland who's parked on the sideline there. Yes, it is. But is it going to be the Golf or the Ford to the line? Defensive driving coming from Vota. Just compromise his drive slightly out of the final turn as well. He runs wide to get as much drive as he can heading to the line, and it looks like he's going to hang on, and is. So Voti wins out Class A in Triple Ones, beating Wayne Robb. Lindsay Kleur has recovered nicely. He's got up into third place for the Class A competitors. Further back, watching now to see what's going to happen with Class C. Louis Scholz still controlling things in Class C. He's ahead now, and Mal Spur right now looking for a chance to maybe get up there and get past him. Christopher Tate has got ahead of Mal though, so there has been a couple of changes there on that last lap. Here comes Louis, I think. Yes, it is. There he goes. Car Care Clinic machine is going to get the victory. And as they head towards the line, it's going to be pretty close here for second place in Class C. The Bees have gone through there. We'll get on to their results now as we watch these cars come through to wrap up their first heat. Checkered flag is out. So it is Louis Scholz ahead of Mal Spur and Sebastian Bulliart for Class C honours. Class B, of course, it was Iceland. But I think he was parked on the sideline, so I'm not quite sure if he actually finished the race or not. That might have gone to Miguel Diaz and Wayne Nabotsky and Chris Smith. Class X, we saw go through as well. Piet Versaki took that one ahead of Johan van Heerden and Anthony Bulliart. And then Rob Clark wins Class D. Ishmael Beloy won out the Super Hatch class, of course, who are combined with this category. Didn't mention them at all, unfortunately, didn't get a chance to. But remember, we do have Super Hatch in there with Leon Bredenkamp taking the T2 class in Super Hatch. But a great start to the day there for our Triple One GD Sports and Saloons. Lawrence is down in pit lane. He's going to pack up with one of our drivers. Looks like he's caught up with Jagger Robertson to find out what his plans are for today.
On the third row of the grid, so I'm excited for race one.
It's a bit chilly and pit lane, overcast. What are you expecting in the races today?
Yeah, no, it's definitely very cold. I enjoy the cold, so I'm pretty excited for it. I think it's going to be a very good race. You know, the top five are extremely close, and I honestly do believe we're going to have some action-packed racing in the SAT.
Good luck, Jagger.
Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Sorted. We just caught up with Jagger Robertson, who's racing in the SATC class. We've of course got national and regional racing here at Kyalami. It's a bit overcast, but we're expecting a big crowd and some really exciting racing today. Stay tuned.
That is affirmative. Control for all that Thursday.
Race, guys.
Sam, second place on the grid. What's your game plan for race one?
Well, we don't have any warm-up, so it's going to be very slippery. So I'm going to do my best, you know. The guys, we're going to do what we can and just have fun, be safe, and race hard, like we always do. Thanks to the team, to Robbie, John T, all the guys back at the shop, and all my friends and family who support me always. Thank you so much.
It's good, everything is good.
How's it looking for you? How much you expecting today to be like?
The race. No, anything can happen. We don't know. I'll see. I can see after 3 laps. I will know.
I'm starting
first. Hands on, starting first in class. Race one, how are you feeling? What's the game plan?
I'm starting first in Class B. It'll be my first race out in Kyalami. I'm ready to kill it.
Wait. So, Ryan, starting from pole, how are you feeling today?
Feeling pretty good. I mean, the car felt good yesterday, and I think we have a lot more. But there's going to be some tough competition with Sav in second place, so I'm looking forward to a good dice. But I mean, there's good cloud coverage, so the track should be pretty cool. So the car's going to be working optimally. So looking forward to it.
Well, that, as you can see, is the reason why we have a small delay in our start of the next heat of racing, which is the M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C. We just got a couple of cars that needed to be extricated, and we're catching up with a couple of drivers in the top and bottom pits. We saw an interview there with Jagger Robertson, and of course my good friend Temba Kamalo is down in the main pit building. Ivan the Terrible is up at the top pits, and he's catching up with a couple of the drivers. But as soon as we've got track clearance here, we will be up and running and back into the day's racing with the second heat from M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C. Have got a very action-packed day ahead of us, so these little small delays of course are going to just make things a little bit tighter at the end of the day. I know that there was a change in program from our original schedule to a new one for today, so we'll get that up for you of course at some point during the morning, so you can have a look and see and have a squiz at the expected time of arrival for your favorite classes onto the circuit. As I'm chatting to you though, I do see people are waking up all around the world. We've already had some comments flying in from New Zealand and from Australia, so fantastic to have you guys and girls joining us all the way from down under. And of course as we move slightly west, we got people that are picking up from other parts of the country, as here in South Africa we've seen East London is awake, but St Helena Bay is also just woken up. Big welcome to the man from Tiny's Pitbox. Emil and Linda are in the house and supporting of course their favourite drivers. Let's go down into pit lane. Looks like we've caught up with a couple more drivers there and see what their plans are for the day.
We're here with Kian Spies, who's taking part in the MSA4 Demonstration. Kian, can you tell us a bit more about the MSA4 class and what you guys are getting up to on track today?
Absolutely, yeah. So these are the replacements for the Formula 1600s that we were all racing last year. Basically a completely new car, a new Volkswagen 3-cylinder engine, Dunlop F4 tyres, Halo, survival cell. I mean, the cars are pretty incredible. We're doing 154s, 155s around here, but they're absolutely a pleasure to drive.
And how different do these cars feel compared to the ones you guys were driving before?
Decent bit. So we have paddle shift now, so they're a little bit more, I want to say, user-friendly in that sense. But they're fast. I mean, these things move, so it's a lot of driver skill to keep them under control. But like I said, an absolute pleasure to drive.
Thank you, Kian. Have fun out there.
100%. Thank you so much.
Cars rolling out now for classes A, B and C, the big bangers of M Performance Racing Series. And if we look at the field here, we're sitting on 22 cars in total for classes A, B and C. Add that to the 55 cars that were out earlier on. And you can see, the 35 cars are big one that were out earlier on. You see it's just under 60 cars that have actually qualified and are still on track by the time we go racing here for the first time today in the 3-day weekender that we've had so far, as this bumper Extreme Festival weekend kicks off and gets into full flight. Big welcome back to Sab Gutteri and Bob Neal, Leon Lopesha, Paolo Fedetto and Ryan Nyker will be the front 10 runners for Class A. Renier Smith, Andreas Meyer and Anton Pommersheim will be fighting for honours in Class B. And keep an eye out on Anant Naidu and Benny Late for potentially wrapping things up in the Class C side of things. So there is some arch rivalries and some long-standing rivalries involved in this particular class as well. Look out for the little 2-litre milk bottle there of the German, Andreas Meyer. Nicknamed it the 2-litre because he's gone from his Big Bang engine that he had there a while ago when he bought that car and gone to a little 2-litre turbo now. And certainly is a man who puts thorn amongst the roses in the majority of the races that he gets involved in. That is the BMW M Performance Racing safety car that I mistook earlier on for one of the race cars, and you can understand why, because they put it into race livery. Awesome effort there from M Performance and BMW for giving us a really spectacular looking pace car. It's the same one I think they use at the M Festival, so great to have them as part and parcel of this one, and of course getting a chance now to lead things out. The lights go out on that car and it's over to the likes of Sab Gutteri, Bob Neal. He'll be looking to come through the field and stay there with Leon Lopscher and Ryan Naka, and keep an eye out on, of course, Fabio Fedetto in that Class A battle as well. Behind them they'll be lining up and eager to go as these 22 cars make their way around the final turn here at Ingwe Corner. You come out of a cheetah and you go into a leopard. That's what it's all about. Crocodile, cheetah, leopard. Ingwe being, of course, the native name for what a leopard is known as. There they come. Still see overcast conditions here, but the sun is starting to burn through slightly as the heat picks up, and we are under racing down towards turn 1 for the first heat of M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C. Lap times are going to drop dramatically. There's a little bit more rubber on the circuit now. It won't be as green. It won't be as cold either. How nice does that number 49 car of Bob Neal's look? New livery on that. A little bit of bright yellow in there. Always throws in a kind of Valentino Rossi-esque style to the car. And it's almost very similar to sort of the colours that Rossi runs in his BMW. So I think Bob Neal has decided not a bad one, considering the fact that that's quite an awesome shot we had there. Just literally the camera over the wall and cars flying past it, giving a little bit of a blurred vision of how quick these BMWs actually are as they head towards Clubhouse Corner. You can see also starting to sort things out there in Class B as well. There's a little fight is going to rage all the way through. You may even see some of the Class B competitors getting in amongst those Class A runners. Fedetto at this stage tucked in behind Bob Neal, using a little bit of ground as well to Ryan Naka by the looks of things. So a bit of chopping and changing there at the front end of Class A. Number 1 car, of course, out there as well to watch out for is Renier Smith, leading Class B. But one problem that he's got is the Class B field this weekend is a lot less than what it has been in the past. So remember, with this class, it works on the number of competitors in the category, and that will determine whether you score full points or half points. And I think with only 3 Class B competitors here this weekend, the likes of Pommersheim, Renier Smith and Andreas Meyer might be caught out with that rule, and they may not score full set of points here for the weekend at Kyalami. So it's the first lap in anger done. That is the second one completed, and right now Ryan Naka is showing them a clean pair of 4 wheels ahead of Sab Gutteri. As I said, fantastic to have Sab back in that Sab Speed BMW. It's then Leon Lopscher. Used to seeing him normally with the number 1 plate, but he's gone back to the number 66, his normal race number, after losing that number 1 plate to Renier Smith in the overall championship last year. He's got a hard-charging Bob Neal, and that fight we've seen on numerous occasions. Usually is quite a close one all the way through. Dunlop shot as well, these cars. Of course, Dunlop supporting basically almost every single category here this weekend. As they come through, you can see pushing hard towards the S's. It's a matter of just a bit of gap starting to open up now. Micah's got a comfortable margin over Sad. Leon and Bob are probably the closest of the top end of the field as they continue their fight for Class A honours. But have a look at Pommersheim starting to close things down onto the back end of Fedetto. He's bringing Energia and Andreas Meyer along for the ride. Slightly longer track, longer straights, etc., etc. Those Class B cars tend to spread out a bit more. Zwartkops, they're a little bit more evenly matched. They're a little bit closer in terms of the action that's provided. They get up close and personal, especially amongst the sort of midfield competitors, as the two classes start to combine and merge as they would on a normal race day. Back in the pack here as well, watching out for a little bit further back there. Pele. Is that the German slowing? It is. I was going to say, I was about to pick up on the fact that I didn't see the German in that Class B battle, and he seems to drop back. Oh, big diesel smoke coming out of one of the cars there. Black smoke pillowing out of the back of that car. So we thought the German had some problems. It looks like Gary Martins, I think, has dropped to the back. He had some problems there, so it hasn't quite worked out for the diesel-powered machine. Nice little battle here as well. 79 machine having some fun for the front end of Class C. Nishal Singh keeping out Hein van der Merwe, but van der Merwe is all over the back of him and looking for a way past. He's got good slipstream into Sunset. If he carries that corner speed through Sunset, there's a chance he might have a go and look into Clubhouse Corner. Watching Renier Smith closing onto the back end of the Class A competitors. You can see it's not too far behind that number 92. And Fedetta could have problems of his own. In fact, beg your pardon, not Renier. No, it is Renier. Renier's moved up there nicely. I'm sure the timing monitor's not picking up on Renier there, but it certainly looks like it's him. Thomas in the mix further back. You can see they're all coming through here. On it, Naidu, the man who was on pole in Class C, dropped back slightly in that Class C battle. The German continues to circulate. He knows he's got to stay out there to try and score points in Class B, and even a third place in Class B would be better than a DNF. So might just be nursing that car around. Also some new livery. We saw it on the Hyundai earlier on from Leonard Archer, but it looks like his BMW's got some new livery on it as well here for this round from ACD Valcom. Helped out, of course, by Lee Thompson Racing. As they come across the line, I just want to double check this as they go through. So as they go through there, you can see it is Ryan Naka who leads out. That's Nicky Dix in the curve end BMW, putting pressure onto three cars ahead of him. Four-way fight there amongst the M Performance Racing Series Class C competitors. Grobler also in a bit of a fight as well. Pommersheim has closed down, and Renier Smith is being slowly but surely caught by him. Fedetto's lost out slowly but surely as well. And they're going into the second half of this race. Hein van der Merwe now has moved up ahead for the Class C lead, ahead of Nishal Singh. He's found a way past. Behind them it's Nick Naidu and then Stefan Schneiders. Here is the number one car, and Renier Smith at this point in time looking to try and find a way through there on Pommersheim. Got ahead of Fedetta. I think they might be getting Fedetta and Pommersheim mixed up there because it's 92 and 992. But certainly Renier has got through on Fabio Fedetta in the 92 car, although it looks like he's still got a chance there to try and find a way through on him now. Bob Neal also losing out now to a bigger gap being opened up by Leon Loebscher. As I say that, Loebscher makes a small mistake into Crocodiles. Across the line and 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go here for our leader, doing an incredible job out front here for Ryan Naka Racing and OMP. And just cruising along at the moment in that fast developments produced BMW. He of course will also be doing some international duties of his own throughout the season as well, so just getting some valuable seat time and also some valuable championship points in the bag here too. Kalman Mining M BMW slowly but surely closing things down as well on Leon Loebscher. We watch for Class B's leader, he's already gone through, but Class C is Hein van der Merwe. That's that black and yellow BM we see right now ahead of Nishal Singh. Nick Knight is still in the third spot, but a long way back, as you can see there from the top two. He only comes around the the kink. A few seconds behind. Fedetto, is that the number? Yeah, Renier Smith is through on Fedetto, but we saw that earlier on. Fedetto now trying to come back at Renier. Renier setting his sights on Pommersheim up the road. 992, that's the Pommersheim car right there. The Eagle Granite car of Anton Pommersheim is the next car that potentially that number 1 car of Renier Smith wants to try and close down and maybe get away through. If he moves up there, he moves himself up into the top 5 overall. Quite sure he's got enough time to do that though. We'll keep an eye on that gap closing down between Pommersheim and Renier Smith, your Class B leader. As they head down the mine shaft now. See, this is that's the BMW that was battling earlier on. That's of course the gas monkey BMW, and powered by diesel. Gary Martin's car not working as well as what we'd like to see it, so that is for sure. We saw a big plume of smoke come out of it. Oh, speaking of plumes of smoke, oh, that's not good. Stefan Schneider's on the side of the road with a lot of smoke coming out of that car. One of that's in the engine bay. He's fortunately been able to get off the circuit and hopefully as close to a marshal point as possible to assist the marshals in helping him get that car out of harm's way and possibly have a fire put out by the looks of things. Naka goes into the S's. Smooth as silk here from Ryan Naka. Really has not put a wheel wrong all race long. Getting up ahead, and you can see the smoke is at the top end of Leeuwkop, so I think that's where that Schneider's... Oh, and there's a bit of oil. There's a bit of oil there as well. You can see Ryan Naka got caught out by the oil. Hopefully that change of surface flag will come out for the rest of the drivers heading up that way pretty shortly. Naka definitely got caught out by it. You can see his car getting a little squirrely under braking as he just came across the oil that had been dropped by... I think it was Schneider's car that would have had that problem at the top of the hill at Leeuwkop. 18 machine coming through there and starting to just tick the laps off one by one, getting closer to the end of the race. And of course that 18 car of Arnold Naidu at the moment in the 5th place. Oh, hello. Well, that changed up dramatically. Beg your pardon on not catching that one, but my lap monitor and my timing monitor said there were still 2 laps to go and we've got a checkered flag. So a flag came out a little earlier than what was expected. Ryan Naka takes the win. Sav Gateri will get 2nd place for Class A, and Lopesha should still hang on for 3rd in the number 66. There he is, Lopesha heading to the line. He'll finish up in 3rd place, beating Bob Neal and Fabio Fedetto to the line for Class A honours. There is Bob Neal. He dropped back slightly. I wonder if a couple of these cars got caught out with that oil at the top of the hill, because they definitely looked like there was going to be an issue with oil from the car that went off at Leeuwkop. Naka, we actually had him in camera as he slipped and slided through there. Fedetto coming to the line to take up a top 5 honour, but he's actually been outgunned by Pommersheim and by Renier Smith in Class B. So Fabio will still get a top 5 overall for Class A, but he finishes a bit further back down through the field in the overall standings. Class B's winner, there you go, is Anton Pommersheim, and there we got Class C's crossing the line as we speak, with Hein van der Merwe taking the victory there ahead of Nishal Singh. Schneider's, I don't think is going to finish this one, so it's going to move Nick Naidu up into 3rd place for Class C and wrap up our 2nd heat of the BMW class. It's the first one for classes A, B and C, but our 2nd heat of M Performance Racing Series so far, and this is the way we do things from Extreme Festival bumper version at Kyalami. It's nationals and regionals combined here this weekend, and we certainly hope you're enjoying all the action here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit so far. Let's go up to the top pit though and catch up with Ivan the Terrible. Looks like he's caught up with one of our top contenders in the DOE Formula V's with Peter Hills.
Peter, how are you feeling about race 1?
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm 3rd on the grid,
and it's very tight racing up in the front there. Times are so close, so it's going to be a good battle.
Looks like the Hills boys have come fighting. That Mangazi Racing team have got a really strong outfit, and if they're at the front end of any field at any racetrack, they're going to be a tough team to beat. Peter Hills certainly looking forward to the challenge that's about to unfold with our next race on track. The first bit of single-seater action we're going to see for the weekend coming from DOE Formula V's, powered and partnered by CIM Lubrifuel and all their associate sponsors. And from Peter Hills, let's go from a multiple champion to the reigning champion. Lionel Janssen is up in the top pits with Ivan.
Lendl, pole position, race 1. What's your game plan?
I don't really know, to be honest, because you can never really predict these things. So we'll just adapt to what happens ahead of us.
That's what they're all looking for. That number 1 plate. It's always a good thing, but it's always a very tough thing to hang on to. And Lionel Janssen, since taking that, has been enjoying some good starts to his defence of the crown. So of course on the field that are behind him though, and it's an impressive field of Formula V's. 22 of them in total have come to battle once again here at Kyalami, and there have been some absolutely epic battles in the past in Formula V's. I remember coming here for my very first time to Kyalami, not as a commentator, purely as a spectator. And one of the most spectacular races we saw came from the sort of 1989 class, or the class of Formula V 1989. So of course, the man who does a lot of work behind the scenes for this class as well, Theo Mark, does an amazing job in terms of the promotion and marketing. Sean van der Linde for Truck City Boksburg will be looking to push hard to be in there as well. There are a couple of contenders that have also picked up on some brand new sponsors as we go down that list there. And one of them, of course, coming into the back end of the field there, as we'll try and pick up on him, is Clinton Kane. And amazing to see that with the effort that's being put in by our live stream team and the marketing and promotion that goes into leading into this type of race action. The likes of DC Tyres Benoni, truck and earth moving tyre specialist, have come and joined the party, and joined an awesome little team there with Clinton Kane. You can see just on the left hand side there, Kane there too, but Truck City Boksburg of course will be the other van der Linde. So it's a fight amongst the logistics companies, or at least suppliers to the logistics companies by the looks of things there. So DC Tyres Benoni, a big welcome to you guys. Geyser, always a top contender in Formula V, and certainly loves getting involved in a little scrap if he can. We saw him in quite a good one last weekend actually, as Formula M and Monoposto combined into a bit of a fight of note. Brandon Hills, that far back? That's a concern for me. Is he supposed to be that far back? Not usually the case for the number 33, but if he is that far back, there is a bit of work to do. 33 Premium Lager. Yeah, that's his favourite. He's looking forward to a couple of those a bit later on, I'm sure. We've also got, of course, an incredible fight amongst the two championships that run here. We've got National Championship, and we've got, of course, a Association Championship. There is the reason also for the slight delay here. We did have Schneider's car go off at Leeuwkop, and as I said, a couple of cars looks like they did get caught out by the oil there slightly. So incredible job yet again from our Kyalami Marshalling Association to get the track cleared as quickly as possible. And it looks like that oil's gone a long way. It looks like the engine blew up the hill. Oh, sorry. I thought we were catching up there with Sean van der Linde, but he's just giving us the thumbs up. He's in the Truck City Boksburg car. And Reynard, of course, his youngster, is a bit further back there in the second of those cars. We saw both of them in one of the shots earlier on. Frantic work being done here by our team from Kyalami Marshals to try and put some cement dust and some of that oil soaking up material that's required. We're going down to Watts, by the things. Let's go and catch up with Carl Watt quickly, down in the top pit lane.
Carl, second place, race 1. What you got to do to get in front, man?
Oh, I'm going to try my best just to get off the line. Unfortunately, there's a lot of like tow all the way to turn 1, so I'm going to have to try my best, see what we can do to keep the guys behind us, but it's going to be quite difficult. But hey, all I can do is my best, so let's see what happens.
If you've just joined us, that's where we are, Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. It's the bumper weekend of both national and regional categories combined. We have a small break in proceedings if you have just joined us, and it's due to the fact that one of the BMWs unfortunately spilled its guts going up towards Leeuwkop, and it's leaving our marshalling team with a little bit of a clean-up work to do. As you can see, they're frantically working there with cement dust and Dryzit Environmental to try and pick up all the fluids that were dropped by the car that went off at Leeuwkop. A couple of cars, as you can see from the braking markers and from the black marks, were caught out by it. But needless to say, this incredible team from Kyalami and from the Kyalami Marshal Association will try and get this sorted as quickly as possible. Looks like we're heading back to Ivan, back in the top pits. Let's see who he's found now.
MD, race 1, track's a little cold. What's your plan, eh?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit cold going out there, not a lot of warm-up, so I think it's going to be a bit of temp and bowling, but yeah, slipstream and see where we end up today.
He's running MX2 class. I don't know, we were doing motocross this weekend. I know there is motocross this weekend, but I didn't know we were doing it. But nice to see that MX2 car there, and of course I'm sure eager to get into the fray here as soon as we get track clearance. You can see the sun is really trying hard to burst through these clouds, but the clouds are hanging on for now. It's overcast, it's pretty cool outside. It's almost ideal conditions for racing. If we had a little bit of sun just to heat the track surface up a bit more would help. That's how far the oil has gone. That's a good 600 meters of oil there, so it's a lot of effort being put in by the marshalling team and the Kyalami cleanup team to get it. James Carter's waiting to have a chat to us as well. Ivan's managed to catch him. Let's see what his plans are.
James, massive field. What's your plan to get through traffic?
My plan is to have a good start, just make my way through them and just catch up with the group and stick with the others. And we'll see where we'll go from there.
Sounds like JC's good to go. Let's see what his plans are once that flag drops or the lights go out. Alongside him we saw Marcel Blichnout, and just behind him Clinton Kane, as I mentioned, with a brand new sponsor joining his team for the year. Nice to see these guys getting opportunities like that, and it all comes from, of course, what we try and do here on our live stream feed is to provide a platform to leverage a sponsorship if you can pick one up. They're not easy to come by these days, I can tell you. A lot of guys battling out there with the current economic conditions, but it's fantastic to see that they are still willing to put some money behind some of these drivers, and even the mid-pack drivers starting to pick up some new sponsors because of the effort being put in. Down in the bottom pits, looks like Temba's managed to catch up with Tate Bishop. Let's see what his plans are for the day and what he's going to be up to for this bumper edition.
We're here with number 94, Tate Bishop from the Super Cup. Tate, ready for racing today? How did qualifying go yesterday?
Yeah, so I mean, yesterday wasn't necessarily the ideal day for us. In FP3 we had a gearbox failure, and we had to put in a brand new box. And for majority of the qualifying session, the car just wasn't it. I was going down the front straight and not even reaching 6th gear. So by the time that the car had actually broken through and become alive, I guess the tyres were way past their peak, and I just wasn't able to put in a lap nearly as good as Jono's. It was a really, really good lap from him. Really, really impressed, considering they didn't have the best of outings at Kyalami. So race pace is kind of where we have that little bit of an advantage. So I'm feeling confident towards the race. I wasn't able to show my true pace in qualifying yesterday. So Yeah, I mean, starting P3, there's still a lot that we can do from there. Just got to try and make sure that Jono doesn't break a gap that isn't catchable within the first few laps. Really, really confident overall, and I think it's going to be a good day.
We've got the cool autumn conditions. Tate, I'm curious, does your car perform better in the heat? Are you waiting for the sun to come out, or are you happy with how things are at the moment?
Yeah, well, I mean, these Super Cups typically do overheat when the heat comes down, so kind of just hoping that the cool conditions do stay for a little while longer, because it makes racing a bit easier. When you're in the dirty air, the cars get overheated really, really quickly, and it cuts the boost of the car to try and save the turbo and whatnot. So, just really hoping that this cool conditions, sort of stay how they are, so that it makes good racing.
Of course, the sun will come out as you're speaking. Good luck today, Tate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve.
Perfect. Timber.
As you can see, the sun coming out. Tate Bishop hoping for cooler conditions. We are getting ready. Super Cup racing coming up later today. Stay tuned and enjoy the action.
So here we go, back into race action, hopefully. I think there's still a couple of marshals still out on the circuit up at Leeuwkop, just finalising the clearing up of a bit of an oil spill from the previous heat. But as soon as we have got track clearance, of course, we're going to go and also collect one of the Class C competitors stuck on, it looks like down in Crocodiles by the looks of things. So they'll have to pull that car out of harm's way before we can get going as well. But I think they were all concentrating their efforts on clearing the circuit's debris and a little bit of oil that had been dropped up towards Leeuwkop. That'll be certainly something that our marshalling and race control team would have radioed to the top pits to warn the Formula V drivers that there was a bit of an issue with a spill heading into Leeuwkop. I think they tried to tow that car and couldn't get it out of harm's way, so they've had to send the roll back there to help extricate that vehicle. So we'll have a little bit more time to sort of kill here before we get under full race conditions again. Looks like Sean Hepburn's friends have joined us there, the AA, to come and help us get that car back on track and out of harm's way. Just looking over my shoulder here, and of course now we're looking over the shoulder there of one of the drivers. There you have our revised program. Thanks, Paulie. I know you're searching frantically for it. There have been about 4 or 5 versions of it, so we just want to make sure we got the right one. But that is how we are going to be running for today. Next up, and we're pretty much still on time. It's only 5 minutes out. DOE Formula V, partnered by CIM Fuel and Lubricants, is supposed to start at 9:15. We're about 6 minutes delayed on that one. After that, Dunlop V8 Supercars, ATE Volkswagen Challenge. We've got a demonstration from MSA4, and Mr. Ian Schofield, I think, is supposed to be joining me as well to chat through the whole progress and the exciting, of course, debut here this weekend of MSA4. Astron Energy Polo Cup Race 1, the South African Touring Cars and Super Cup. We just chatted to Tate Bishop about what his plans are in terms of that. Extreme Supercars, maybe we also want to find, Paulie, if you can, if Temba can try and find Keegan Campos to chat to him, because he's moved up, remember, from Super Cup into the touring car class for this weekend in the BMW. It'd be interesting to see what his plans are for the day, joining the touring car class for the first time. Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop are in the house as well. And finally, Gazoo Racing SA Cup, including the 86 League, the Yaris Challenge, and our media team, all fighting for honours in Gazoo Racing SA Cup. That's the categories we're going to go through, and we're going to go through them twice today. As you can see, the national classes have all got lap allocations to them. All of our regional categories have got time limit allocations to them, and we're going to try and stick to that as much as possible here today. We are running slightly behind at the moment, but that's due to the fact that we had a lot of debris dropped by a BMW at the top of the circuit at Leeuwkop, which is almost cleared, and a quick extrication of a vehicle into Crocodiles as well. There you can see the grid. Lionel Janssen and Carl Watt will line up alongside each other on the front row ahead of the Hills boys. Peter and Vaughan, Gert van den Berg and Theo van Mark will make up the third row. MD Bester and Sean van der Linde will be there on the fourth row and looking to try and come through rapidly. Look out for Johan Goos and Dane Stewart. they'll make their way through rapidly as well if they can. We spoke to James Carter. He seems pretty fired up as he lines up alongside Marcel Bluchnoot, Jaco Smit and Mile Stewart, Reynard van der Linde, and of course Clinton Kane with his brand new sponsor will be making up the top 16. There are 22 cars in total about to go to battle for DOE Formula V's as soon as we've got a clear track, which we almost have. That's interesting. They sent the rollback there and then removed the rollback and decided just to tow the BM in the long run. So that's what they tried to do initially and then eventually got it right. But it is, of course, a massive team behind the scenes that work together with all of our drivers and now trying to get that big rollback out of harm's way on some pretty slippery surface there. We've had a lot of rain here in Johannesburg over the last couple of days, and so what's that, an 8-ton rollback truck making its way up the side of an embankment with some slippery surface to play with. That could have ended up pretty interesting as well, but good driving there from our rollback driver to get that truck out of harm's way, and it looks like we're almost good to go. As soon as we get that BMW out of the circuit and into the thick of it, there's going to be some fantastic fun and games. Remember as well, if you are here at the track and watching us on the live stream, which I hope you are, because that's part and parcel of the live stream coverage that we do here, is that if you are at a particular part of the circuit that doesn't have a full view, fortunately you can jump onto the live stream and see exactly what's happening around the track at the other vantage points that you can't see. But more importantly is also keep an eye out if you're heading towards the drift area on the skid pan. Big Jim and his team are on the drifting arena. That is the skid pan here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit, and you can go and enjoy yourselves and actually get into the cars with them. So part of the off-track entertainment is provided by, of course, the XS Drift team of Big Jim McFarlane and his team. They're down there with a couple of rides in the drift cars if you want to go and enjoy that, if you've got a little bit of time to kill during the day. When you've got this type of scenario, you want to maybe go and get an opportunity to do that. Looks like that car is giving a little bit more hassles than what was expected. And I think the reason being they're having so much trouble with it is if you are off track at some point today, at any point, like we saw with that rollback, the surfaces on the outside of the track are still pretty sodden with water after all the rain we've had over the last couple of days here in Johannesburg. So you definitely don't want to go off track and get into the kitty litter, and you certainly don't want to get onto the grass because it'll make it exceptionally difficult for you to get your car out of harm's way, which is why we're having a bit of a battle there with that BMW. I can see our pit lane presenter there, Temba Kamalo, is getting some fan love from our comments flowing on both mine and on the Extreme Festival's coverage of this. So it's great to have him down in pit lane and part of the team here this weekend. And of course we've got Ivan the Terrible up at the top pits. So two sets of pit lane presenters to cover all of the range that we're covering today. Just a change up in terms of how we are doing this, and of course it's the progress that's happening all the time with our live stream coverage. We're looking to just up the game every single time we go racing, bringing in various aspects and different viewpoints. A couple of drivers and riders that are giving us their look and feel as to how things go. That grey tower on the right hand side is of course the old Goodyear tower that used to be part and parcel of the live stream or the live PA commentary, where yours truly started his commentary career 28 years ago. In fact, I was just on the lower part of the T section there. That used to be a commentary booth for Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. It's now of course all closed up and is used for branding for the various events that they have here at the Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. But we of course are just below that tower, so that's where we've set up our 2 wheels and up to 60 seconds Planet Margate live stream production. That's what we're doing today, and eventually we got cars on track, so we'll literally be going straight to the start line with the Formula V's to start this first heat of DOE Formula V powered by lubricant fuels, and looking forward to big action as always. They always provide phenomenal action, and of course they run on a time limit as opposed to a lap limit, So we'll be keeping an eye out on that last lap. Hopefully not get caught out with a couple of laps to go. Once again, Daniel Janssen will be the man front end of the field, looking to try and keep his number one plate and the lead in the championship. Look through there, Johan Goos, he runs a slightly different chassis to everybody else out there as well. The number 27 car, he's got almost a halo type device over the cockpit of the car. And I think it's the Forenza chassis that he runs, as opposed to the normal Rays and other chassis that they run here in Formula V. But it's just a slightly different format of Formula Vs. But most of these guys are, of course, the normal option. And they'll all be looking forward to, of course, battling here at Kyalami. It's been a while since Formula V has had an opportunity to go full flight. Last time was last year here at the bumper edition of the combination of Extreme Festival's national and regional categories. Also nice to see the development aspect of the Kyalami marshals. You can see a couple of rookie style marshals there, shadowing the standard option qualified marshals, and of course growing the field of members to that Kyalami Marshalling Association. They work, of course, now side by side and in conjunction with the Swartkops marshalling team. They're actually based at Swartkops these days, as opposed to where they used to be based here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit as their HQ. But quite excited about those ladies by the looks of things for their first time out and probably in race action. But it is super to see that there is a development of new marshals happening and bringing them to the forefront at national championship and regional championship level racing is always a good thing. Exposing them to how things have got to be done. We have a green flag at the back. You can see that just on the right hand side of the shot, and the lights will go on. As soon as they go out, we go racing. The start line procedure has begun. That was the 1 minute board. It goes to 30 seconds, 5 seconds, lights on and lights off. And Formula Vs will make their way down to Crowthorne for the first time. Marshall's clearing that area. There is the 5 second board. Stand by for lights on. Okay, that was the 30 second board. Sorry, Greg. That happens so quickly you don't even know. It's never ever actually 30 seconds or actually 5 seconds. Great start coming from, looks like Kat van der Berg there. And he came from about the third row of the grid and he just spun out and started to go to the inside of the wall, and of course it'll be the inside of turn 1 Crowthorne. But have a look at that. Is that 7 cars abreast in Formula V? Pretty much down towards Crowthorne. Enough room out there for them all to play, and what a start from the champion. He leads out. Not a great start from somebody running wide, and a nose cone goes flying as well. Looks like we got a nose cone coming off one of the cars. Oh man, that is a massive moment. Going in, the wheels touched, and I kind of mentioned it earlier on. Oh, can you believe that? I think that's Marcel Blichnoot who's stuck in the kiddie litter after that one, and possibly going to be a need for a safety car, even a red flag here. We've got double yellows coming out of the first part of Yuxka and Barbecue, but one of the cars there, hands up, I thought so. Red flag had to come out for that one. I didn't quite see who it was though. I think it might have been, I'm just going to go through the fields here, but I think it may have possibly been Carl Watt. No, there's Carl. Carl's there. It's the second blue car. So it's MD. I think it's MD Bester that ended up literally flying through the air. Man, is that going to make a great meme for later on in our social media. We haven't seen a Formula V upside down at Kyalami. 100%, but what an amazing bit of action there to start things out. Hopefully the driver's okay. We will get to that as soon as we have confirmation that he is. But that is a frantic start to Formula V. As they came out of Yuxka, that's where the action picked up. But of course it was a phenomenal start coming from this man. Leonard Janssen getting off the line and leading things down towards turn 1. But it was literally 7 cars abreast. Can you believe that? It was a huge moment. Theo van Mark managed to survive it. Looks like Blicknote also hung on there by the looks of things. He comes through. That's Marcel Blicknote. There you can see, as I mentioned earlier on, fantastic to see the crowds here in their droves. There's lots of them. And they've come in right from the word go early on in the day to get the good vantage spots up on the usual places that you'd find them. There's a great vantage area coming out of the back straight, heading towards Sunset and Clubhouse. And of course, out of Clubhouse towards the S's, there's a whole bunch of people there as well, which is awesome to see. Hopefully they're watching us on the live stream too. If they've got their smart devices and they are watching us, give us a wave. You're on our live stream. We can see you up there. There is no PA system here at Kyalami, so they won't hear me on the PA. That's the top pits. That's, of course, where we've got BMW M Performance Racing Series, ATE Volkswagen Challenge, a couple of the competitors that are in the Pharaoh Energia 111 GT Sports and Saloons, and, of course, our Dunlop V8 Supercars. A couple of people still in jackets and blankets there, so the wind is pretty chilly outside. I got to tell you, it's not warm, but it certainly isn't as hot as what we've had on the previous occasions. Of course, at Kyalami, at Killarney, I beg your pardon, where the temperatures got into the high 30s. So much better conditions in terms of cars and the engines, and that means that'll produce good power for the cars and usually great action. They will resume their grid positions, because we didn't even complete lap 1 of this race before we already had frantic action coming out of Yuxkay and Barbecue. A couple of guys getting their breakfasts all sorted out. There we go, 25 to 10, and it's time for a bit of bakey eggs. Our medical team are on standby in case they are required, but it doesn't look like they've been sent down there. I think the doctor's car would have certainly gone down to where the incident took place. And that's just a really awesome sight to see. Cars on the far banking there. Of course, underneath all the portable shades in front of us are the race cars and race teams, but the cars just above them there. And even by the looks of things, up in some of the corporate suites in Kyalami Industrial Park have decided to join us there. As I said, Mom's still under the blanket there. Couple of hoodies still on. So on that side of the track, it's a little bit cool. I'm not quite sure if Marc Marquez or Liverpool are playing today. Ferrari are certainly in the house later on, but not here. Ferrari, of course, will going to be fighting hard overseas. And Marc Marquez doing the same thing. Qatar is Marc Marquez. It is the car there. And there's the driver. So everything is okay. Great to see that. Fortunately surviving a massive moment there for the two cars. One of them is the 18 machine, so I mistook that for Gert van der Berg, but it actually was the 18 car of Dane Stewart, who was unfortunately caught out with that one and ended up in the kitty litter. And if I'm not mistaken, it certainly was the second of the blue cars there from Mangaza Racing. So MD Bester is the man who ended up with a bit of a hectic maneuver. Let's have a look at it. Have a look at this going in here. Watch for the two cars. MD actually caused that issue himself. He clipped the inside curb and it just unsettled the car, and he ended up flying upside down right in front of Stewart, and then of course on his roll cage through the kitty litter. So that was a massive moment. Paulie, if we can have a look at it one more time, if possible, just to see the inside curb initially. Watch the blue car on the inside of that turn as we're seeing the fans there. No, 100%. Look at him. He's already on the inside curb there. That unsettles the car. He then touches. That's one of the other Mangaza Racing cars. I think that might have been the 11 car there, Vaughan Hills. He touches the back wheel of Vaughan Hills, which of course then sends the car flying into the air, and he stays on his roof, or what would be the roof of the car, on that roll cage, and sends Stewart into the kitty litter. Both drivers okay, as we saw them walking away a little few seconds ago, but certainly not the way that MD Bester wanted to start his race at Kyalami. You kind of need to keep it on the black stuff and on the wheels, buddy. But, of course, he did unsettle the car himself by just clipping that inside curb. As he came across, his teammate was in the way, and his front right hit the back left, and locking wheels in single-seaters, we've seen it so many times in the past, can end up with situations like that. And as nasty as it looked, fortunately the driver is okay, and with the doctor's thumbs up there, looks like MD might be able to get that car back into pit lane, and if they work like I know Mangaza Racing can do, that car might still be able to be repairable and return to race 2 later on this afternoon. Looks like they're going to just use the doctor's car to extricate the car at the same time. It's not a bad idea. It is a 4-wheel drive. So let's just get that car out of harm's way and get it straight across to the top pits, where, of course, the Formula Vs are also pitted. That's our reserve driver there for MD. There's some damage to the front swing arms. It looks like there might be. That's where the wheel touched. That front right is where he touched the back left of his teammate. And let's see, once it's onto the flat stuff, is it drivable? It certainly looks like it is. That might be repairable. We'll see what Mangaza Racing can pull out of their racing stable hat, and maybe some zip ties and some duct tape, and we might have that car back by the time we go to race 2 later on. There'll be a quick sweep of the rubble that was brought on as he was brought across there by the rescue vehicle, but once that's all done, we will be back and ready to go. Also, a massive shout out there, of course, to the Ayetu team. You can see their security guards on the sideline there. They're always involved here at Kyalami as part of the jock that runs an event like this on the day. And Phil Prinsloo and his team, of course, are synonymous with their ability to do the security jobs that keep people in the right places at the right time and make a racetrack safe. Okay, we've got Jaden Gerson by the looks of things down in the pit lane. So while we've got a bit of time to kill, let's catch up with Jaden and see what he's going to be doing here later on in his Pharaoh Energia car.
Jaden, tell us about the season so far and what you're expecting from Kyalami today.
The season has been going quite good. We won both races at Swartkops in the first event. What I'm expecting for Kyalami is, just to bag the points. I know Wayne Masters was quite fast around this track, but if I can get a good start and get ahead of him, I'll keep him busy for the whole race and then hopefully get a P1.
Any special setup on the car for Kyalami?
No, I'm just a driver, I wouldn't know, but Lee Thompson Racing gave me quite a good setup for the car. We are fast, so I'm happy with the car.
So the V's have been sent on their way. That'll be on a warm-up lap, I'm sure, just to get a bit of heat back into the rubber. And if that's that case, are they going to be able to get past the Kyalami Bucky that was parked just on the exit of... I think they're being sent back to pit lane. Yep, they're going back into pit lane. So does that mean they'll come up a bit later? I'm not quite sure. We'll have to try and get some confirmation on that via race control. But Formula V's are being waved back into the pit boxes, and their first race has come to an end. So I'm sure they're going to try and shuffle the program around again. Paulie, we'll have to keep an eye on that one to see if we get a revised program and when Formula V's will be coming out. And the reason why they're going back, if you haven't seen it already, is this. There you go. As I said, in the late 80s and 90s, there were plenty times that you saw cars in that kind of scenario here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. But today it was MD Bester who was flying through the sky upside down, landed on his roof and slid across into out of harm's way of the rest of the pack of those 22 cars of DOE Formula V's that were frantically powering through to try and get into the first part of the day's racing here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. It has brought the Formula V's to a preliminary close, but I'm sure they'll be out a bit later on. They've got to try and get their 2 heats in if they can. But to sort of get the day rolling, it looks like they're moving straight onto our Dunlop V8 Supercars. And you can see as well the sun just battling to get through the cloud cover here. A bit of shade and a bit of sun at the same time. Not quite sure where you want to be. Most of these drivers would appreciate a bit of sun just to get a bit of heat into the tarmac surface and allow the tires to work a bit better. It's very difficult to try and get heat into the rubber when you've got an overcast and cold track. Up in the top pits, Ivan looks like he's caught up with Mr. Kutsia. Let's go and find out and see what he's up to for today.
Coming through the S's, I had a bit of understeer, and then it hooked up and snapped into oversteer, and I ended up in the barriers. And at Kyalami, there's no second chances. I think I had one lap to get a lap in, and that was my hot lap when I hit the barrier. So unfortunately, I'm starting 6th, but I believe I can come back from there.
And how are you going to make up some places there? Because you're not high up on the grid?
Not the greatest starting position, but hopefully on the start I'll get a decent start, make up 1 or 2 positions, and then just try and get into the train and then just fight my way through the pack.
Mitch, of course, will be part of Lee Thompson Racing's efforts in the ATE Volkswagen Challenge, but he's also got to run down to the main pit area and try and assist his son Ethan, who has come off a really awesome weekend in Cape Town at the opening round, where he took a victory in the Astron Energy Polo Cup. So a busy day in the saddle there for Mitch. And as the sun starts to come out here in a bit more areas around the circuit, it's right on time for the Rolling Thunder of Dunlop V8 Supercars. To see how they line up here, it's Warren Lombard, who will be alongside Thomas Reeb, his arch rival. Ben Morganroot on the second row alongside Terry Wolford. The 98 car there of Sam Dahl will be lining up just behind them. And Aki Kampan in there too, along with Alan Ryan. And keep an eye out on Richard Fuller as well. I don't see Wayne Spicer, although he's on the list. No, there he is. He is there. Wayne Spicer in the mix as well. Doing the change up, of course, from 2 wheels to 4. Usual contender. That is the grid. Lombard and Reeb, Wolford and Fuller, Morganroot and Dahl, Kampan and Ryan, and then Steve Herbst and Wayne Spicer bringing up the tail end of the field. And of course, as I said, Wayne Spicer making the change up from Superbike Racing into V8 Supercars. And down towards turn 1 they go. Lombard getting the drop on everybody there as the lights went out. Terry Wolford gets around the outside and brings his Ford Falcon right underneath the Mustang. So it's a Mustang, Falcon and Lumina into turn 1. Then it's another Mustang followed by a Falcon. Morganroot ahead of Sam Dahl. Kept on putting the pressure onto the back end there of Sam Dahl as they head through Barbecue and Yuxcape for the first time. These big bangers heading up to the back straight. Basically go from 0 to 140 kilometers an hour in first gear in these cars. So gearing is crucial at this circuit, particularly with the slightly longer straights and the higher speeds that are attained. But they are going to be loving life here back at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. And Terry Wolford looks like he's certainly enjoying every aspect of the track right now as he attempts to find a way through on Warren Lombard. Lombard changing up the colours of his car ever so slightly. We saw that at the first round. Gone very much the Gulf Racing style colours of that famous racing team. But of course runs in Pep Boys Automotive and Gavin Wilkins Racing colours. Terry Wolford for Fox and Schick, but also in some new livery. That bright yellow machine of his heads down there. It's being knocked out by, of course, Wolford Racing. And then it's another Gavin Wilkins assisted machinery in the hands of the Cafe 9 Automotive Chevy Lumina of the exceptionally hard-charging Thomas Reeb. Pulled slightly away there from Ben Morganroot. Well, actually, that's Aki Kampan in Morganroot's car. Beg your pardon. Or is that Morganroot just not being picked? No, that's definitely Ben Morganroot. Morganroot ahead of Aki Kampan. I think on the first pass they didn't pick up Ben's car, but they'll probably pick it up now as he crosses the line. Change of surface flag still being waved. As they cross the line, there we go. There is a little shuffle. And in fact, in Morganroot's car, it's actually Richard Fuller. looking at the helmet earlier on, I thought, hang on a second, that's definitely not going Ben behind the wheel of the car. Although it does say Ben Morganhout on the list. So I don't know if Morganhout's car made it out here for the first heat. Or are we just not picking up on it and getting the wrong car? Maybe the transponder's not picking up. I would assume the Ben Morganhout Auto Orange Mustang is Ben Morganhout. The 66 Mustang is certainly in the hands of Aki Kampan. And he's just up the road there from Steve Herbst. Wayne Spicer just behind them. So Ben is sitting fourth, although he's not being picked up as Ben Morganhout. It's Fuller from Sam Dahl. And Ryan fighting there with Aki Kampan. Steve Haps just behind them. Top coat car just ahead there of Kampan. Haps dropping back slightly in the Corvette. But remember, there are also two classes in this one. We've got actually there are three classes. There's GT1, GT2 and GTX. And the X class, of course, is being led out by Ben Morganhout. GT1's the front end of the field. GT2s basically are similar cars. The only difference is that they run on old rubber as opposed to new rubber. So it just cuts the costs down slightly for those drivers running in GT2. They don't have to find budget to spend on new rubber all the time. They can pilot some of the tires that these guys would actually pass down to them. That's how it works out. 78 is definitely Ben Morganhout. So looks like that transponder is not picking up on his car, but he definitely sits in fourth place on the road. And the only car in Class X here today. Oh yeah, definitely Ben. From the helmet you can see Ben Morganhout at the wheel of that car, so doing a super job there for fourth place. And hanging on, trying to close that gap down a bit on the tailpiece of Terry Wolford and of Thomas Reed. Lombard's opening up a little bit of a margin. He's starting to get away slightly. And that's the gap he's got over Wolford. So the Mustang leads over the Falcon. Lumina over a Mustang. That's the first four cars. So we've got 3 full-powered cars and 1 Chevy. These cars are the absolute element here at Kyalami. A little bit of extra room, a little bit of the longer straights. This incredible mine shaft area, of course, where these big V8s come into their own. They'll be third gear flat through this part of the circuit, using the wings and slicks and the downforce that's generated by them to try and keep these cars at bay and then get them under enough control to make a turn, like Wolford couldn't quite get right there, but managed to still keep it on the black stuff. Wolford, of course, squeezing that car to its limit so that he can try and bridge the gap to Warren Lombard in the lead. Fuller pulling slightly away now from Sam Dahl. Do love the fact that Fuller has found some nice pace in this car this weekend. The pot around machine that he's decided to pilot. He's certainly not potting around, that is for sure. He's got some pace. Not quite the pace that these four have got, but enough to get away from Dahl. Down into Sunset Corner now, those first four cars. Love that shot as it just disappears over that little horizon before they dip into Sunset Corner. Kampan's ahead now. Got ahead of the 7-7 of Alan Ryan. So running in numerical order right now is the 7 car. That PPG and Prime Instrumentation Corvette makes its way through. Currently sitting in the 3rd spot. And those 3 cars actually fighting for GT2 honours. So this is the GT2 battle. Kampan fighting there with Alan Ryan. Behind him, this machine. Chevy Corvette. One of our longest standing competitors, of course, in the new format of V8 Supercars. And a problem there for the 7-7 car. Alan Ryan slowing. So up to 2nd place. We see a move gifted to him by the demise of the 77 car. 7 moves up. So if we took a blackjack version of that, it didn't quite work out for the double 7. It worked out nicely for the single 7 car. Is that 1 or 2 laps to go? We'll hopefully get a reverse angle. Can't quite see if it's the 1 or 2, but according to the timing monitor, it's 2 laps to go for the Dunlop V8 Supercars. Terry Wolford might have closed the gap down slightly there on Warren Lombard. If Lombard will be having a little bit of late race fade here. Hopefully not. We definitely can't afford to lose some valuable championship points with a win on the cards here. Oh, there's a spinner. Certainly not what Wayne Spicer was hoping to do. It looks like that might be down at Crocodiles. So Spicer still learning the ropes there. A big change up from riding superbikes and racing superbikes in the ZX10R Masters Cup and in Thunderbikes as well on a few occasions. Spicer buying himself a V8 and deciding to change the leathers for some overalls. So with these cars headed down to that area, hopefully Spicer's car is out the way. We'll expect to see at least yellow flags waving frantically to warn the drivers of the stricken car down here in this part of the circuit. I think they might have got it out the way. Here they come. Yeah, it's moved fortunately just in time. So Lombard with a corner and a lap to go, if our timing monitor is right this time, as he comes up towards Ingwe corner. Last lap board, there we go. It's the slightly smaller one. So we've got it right this time. On to the final lap for Warren Lombard ahead of that N4 auto body machine. Looks like that chic Falcon is just looking to pounce on that Mustang. Oh, a big look there from Wolford on the inside, coming out of Barbecue and Yuxke. Now onto the straight towards Sunset. Will he try and hang on to some better corner speed than what Warren Lombard's got through that turn? We'll soon find out. Here they come towards Clubhouse. Wolford might hang on for now. Sure, he's trying hard. Terry Wolford off the track completely there onto the rumble strips. That's how hard he's pushing to stay with Warren Lombard and give himself a chance to maybe just dive up the inside and spoil the day for Lombard as he looks to take the first win. Lombard very late in the brakes into Leocock. Oh, Wolford spun out. Wolford has spun out all on his own, so trying that hard to catch Warren Lombard, and with that left wheel stuck in the kitty litter, I don't think that car is going to move. That has moved, of course, Thomas Reeb up into second, Fuller up into third. So a little change up there as they're coming up on the back marker. That's Spicer that they're closing things down on. I think Wayne Spicer might survive here to still do another full lap in anger, but Warren Lombard is going to get the first victory. Wolford was trying hard, but he tried a little bit too hard going into Leocock, and the flag comes out. It's Lombard for race 1 win for Pep Boys Automotive and Gavin Wilkins Racing, beating Cafe 9 Automotive and Gavin Wilkins Racing prepared car there of Thomas Reeb to second. Richard Fuller is going to come through there in the pot around Ford to win out the third place in GT1. Sam Dahl takes fourth. Looks like it's going to be Aki Kampon possibly for the win in the GT2s. We'll try and get back to them if we can. GT2 battle was Aki Kampon versus Alan Ryan and Steve Herbst. Here they come. Kampon's able to pull them. He's actually pulled a massive margin. And of course we saw, unfortunately, Alan Ryan pull to the side of the track. So it will be Kampon from Herbst for our top 2 in what is going to be the first heat of Dunlop V8 Supercars. There it is, unofficial results. Warren Lombard, Thomas Reeb and Ben Morgan reach your top 3. Fuller in 4th place Sam Dahl ahead of the winner of Class GT2, Aki Kampan. Steve Haps, and looks like Terry Wilford will still be classified in 8th place, and Wayne Spicer might just overtake him there. Yeah, once Spicer crosses the line, he'll move to 8th. Terry Wilford will drop down to 9th, although with the amount of laps he completed, he might still be classified, even though it was on the last lap he had the problem. So we'll get confirmation of that a bit later on. But that is Dunlop V8 Supercars wrapped up for their first heat, and that was a pretty eventful, actually, outing there for them. A couple of cars having some problems and some great little battles in the field as well for V8 Supercars. But we stand by now for the next part of the day's proceedings, and of course now I think we start moving into the first part of our national championship categories for the racing here in the combined national and regional championships of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa.
Wayne, starting from pole, couldn't ask for better, right?
Yeah, it's a good start for the day. We just got to convert that pole to a win now. So we got young Jaden here chasing me. So we hopefully will have a nice little battle.
Elna, starting from 4th, it's a big field. What's your plan today?
Well, just try and keep up with the guys in front initially, and for the rest just try and drive a clean race, that's all.
So down in pit lane, we're going to catch up with a couple of our Polo Cup contenders. Let's go and catch up with Anthony Lessing.
We're here with the man who can go fast on 4 wheels and 2 wheels, Anthony Lessing. P3 in qualifying, P6 in Super Bowl, only half a second off. How did quali go for you?
Quali went well. Managed to get a good lap in, second lap, managed to put a time down. And then there was red flags. We came in, went out again, realised the tyres had gone off, we're not going to do the same time again. Came in, managed to get into Super Bowl. Unfortunately, my Super Bowl lap was a bit over exuberant, first time in Super Bowl. Went out and locked up into turn 2, and that was the Super Bowl lap done for me. But we're still starting 6th for my first time out, back in 4 wheels again. I'm happy.
We've seen you've got podium pace, Anthony. What's your plan to get to the front?
Sure, good question. I think try and stay out of the mess in the first few laps, and just slot in and try and work from there. Try not win the race in the first 2 laps, first 2-3 laps, and we'll see how it goes from there.
Thank you. Good luck, Anthony.
Thank you very much.
Likey. So to this game.
So let's head up to the top pits and catch up now with one of our ATE Volkswagen Challenge contenders. And of course the man with the number 1 plate, Mr. Stuart Mack.
Stuart, a full field. How are you looking today?
Looking very good. We're put it on pole for class, so best place to start. Which are qualifying race different things, so we'll see what happens in the race.
Nicole, quite a full field today. What's your plan today?
Yeah, hopefully just get it off the line nice and quickly and make it through the first 3 corners without any damage, and then we'll see how the race goes from there. Yeah, nice clean racing hopefully.
Have a look at that shot right there. Michael Pharaoh back on track. Literally 365 days ago, that young man ended up in a massive accident coming out of Cheetah's Corner. His car clipping the curb, sending him straight onto the outside wall and smashing his one leg completely, doing some back damage and some neck damage, but has done a full 365 one-year recovery, has done everything right according to what the doctors have asked him to do, and eventually got sign off to climb back into his race car and make a welcome return there to join his brother Dimmy in the ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Also another big field of cars coming to play here for classes A, B, C, 25 of them in total. All looking to try and steal as many valuable championship points as they can here, because this championship literally went down to the wire in 2024. And it looks like it's going to be more of the same as they head to the line. Wayne Masters looks like he's going to be leading things out here from his point of view. A car diving into pit lane. That's certainly not what that car's plans were. As he heads into the pit lane area, it's one of the categories that are actually down in the main pit building as opposed to the top pit area. So Volkswagen Challenge coming to the line now. Remember, there's usually a staggered start here for them. Class A will go first, Class B about 10 seconds later, and Class C about 10 seconds after that. So we'll keep an eye out on all three of those starts. We already heard from the likes of Mitch Kutsia what his plans were. As they come through at the back of the pack, you can see the Class C competitors there of Nathan Skuman and Nolan Skuman. The two Skuman boys about to go to break. Welcome back, Michael. I like that. That's really cool. Nicely done. And I think that's pretty apt, considering that we saw potentially one of the most scary crashes I've ever seen through the kink. And that's a nice touch there from the marshals to say welcome back to the young man who had a massive moment in his racing career. It has not thrown him. It has not chased him away. He's back in the race car and looking forward to going to battle yet again here at Kyalami, one of his most awesome and favourite circuits. Good morning to Luke Selby. Pops is in the house as well. And it looks like Eden Miles has just joined us as well, as we're about to get underway for ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Our lady's doing a super job down there at the start line. From the marshalling point of view, will get us under starters orders. You can see there are, by the looks of things, 4 Class A competitors, a couple more Class Bs, and quite a few Class Cs, as opposed to what we normally see. But we're now under starters orders, and as soon as those lights go out, we go racing. Trying to keep up with all the action, of course, in each of the 3 classes here of Volkswagen Challenge, to try and bring you everything that might transpire out on the black stuff. Here we go, the start line procedure starts. Probably be the 2-minute board to the 1-minute board. Let's see if I get this one right. Maybe I do. 30-second board. Here you go. 5-second board. Listen for those revs to pick up. Watch for the lights to go on. There they go. Lights off. And Class A will get it away. They're starting them all at the same time. Thought they might stagger the starts, but they started them all on one start, just with the staggered grid. And everybody now heads down towards turn 1. Crowthorne corner for the first time. Masters side by side there with Jaden Hussen. Jaden Hussen trying to come around the outside by the looks of things and find a way to squeeze through there. But what a start there from Walker. Walker the Stalker up into second place in the Melavella and Garmin machine. What a start there from Ian Walker. Getting off the line like a rocket ship. Tucks in behind Masters, but he's got pressure coming from the Pharaoh Energia car there of Jaden Hussen. Hussen has got his own pressure coming from Alna Cruiser by the looks of things. She's not too far behind the back end of that one. And in that pack is Mike Barbaglia as well. Mike B with a busy day in the saddle. He's going to have to do duties not only in the Volkswagen Challenge, but also, of course, in the Polo Cup. Same thing for the Performance Masters machine of Wayne Masters. He's got 2 cars to pilot today. So 4 races here at Kyalami, getting value for money. And Barbaglia is all over Walker. Paybar versus Melovello. And it's on. Trying to close down on that Pharaoh Energia car of Goosen. ATE Brakes car out there in 5th place at the moment, or 6th place at the moment by the looks of things for Alna Cruiser. Cruiser at this point just dropping back ever so slightly as they get to the top of the hill, and Leeuwkop. They go into a bit of shade at the top here at Leeuwkop. There's a bit of cloud cover at the top of the hill there. And Barbaglia is all over the back and hounding Walker the Stalker. Ian Walker under massive pressure there from Mike Barbaglia as they head down the mine shaft for the first time. Come flying through there now into the Crocodile's corner for the first time. That camera quite dark. It just shows a slightly difference in the light conditions here. But into the sunshine down into Crocodiles, and Wayne Masters is making hay while the sun shines. He is disappearing at the front end, getting away from Jaden Goosen. Stable mates there, of course, the 2 of them. With Stalker behind that, then Barbaglia. The Paybar car doing a super job to fend off the intentions coming from Alma Cruiser as they cross the line for the first time in anger. And they sort things out there in Class A. Class A, as I said, led out by Masters. We've got to wait a little bit more before we saw Dieval Tehran by the looks of things, who could be leading things out there in Class B with Chris Davison. 2 of them fighting hard for the honours in the Bravo class. Mac at the front end of Bravo as well, leads at the moment as they cross the line, so he's ahead now of Aldrich. Tehran's dropped down to 4th, so Dieval Tehran behind, as you can see there, Chris Davison as they come into Barbecue and Yukske. Just a bit of a changing there between them as they come hauling through for the first time, and all good in the hood for so far. And a nice little run here from them as Mac is starting to put the pressure on and closing onto the back end actually of some of the Class A competitors. As always, I love the fact you've got Generator Services Incorporated on the side of on the back end of Chris Davison's car. Remember, his favorite car is actually an Opel Kadett Superboss GSI, and he always finds a way to ensure he can get the GSI logo, there it is, onto the back end of a Volkswagen product. If Mike Rose sees that, he'll probably be cringing as it comes past him, watching a Polo with a GSI badge on the side of it. But that's Colonel Mustard for you. He loves it, or Colonel Custers as we like to call him, because of course of his affiliation to yellow race cars. Nice little beast front to that as well. I like the mouth on the front of that car as well. Tehran giving him a run for his money though. Able to run all over the back end there of that GSI car of Chris Davison. Love the beast mouth on the front of that car, as I said, as they go down and look at that. Yeah, there we go. The sun is now out. We are in full flight, and hopefully going to be sunny the whole day long. Don't want any of the wet stuff coming out of the sky for this day. We want to try and keep it cool, calm and collected, but dry conditions and a bit of sunshine on the track is ideal right now, because we do need a bit of heat in the rubber and a bit of heat in the surface. Watching the battle there for Mitch Kutsia in 3rd in Class C. I just picked up on him behind Michael Zafiro into the top 2. Can you imagine the return of Michael Zafiro if he puts it onto the podium at least, possibly even for the win, because he's not too far behind Bryce Pillay. Zafiro in the blue car. You can see him coming into shot now. There's Pillay. There is Zafiro. And pushing through there nicely, as well as Adrian De Beer, who's got ahead now of Mitch Kutsia. Car Care Clinic GSI machine of Davison goes into Crowthorne. We pick up on the rest of the cars just behind them of Jonathan Koenig and of course Martin De Beer. And I've got to say, Jono Koenig, your wheels, bro, are stunning. Got to walk through the pit lane yesterday, and I've got to pick up on a couple of the cars who've got some livery changes, and Jono Koenig has done something special. It's got like a speckled effect on his race wheels, and it looks absolutely awesome. Bryce Pillay, dude, I don't want to give you any worries about it, but I think your days might be numbered, buddy. There is certainly a very fired up young man on your tail, and what a turnaround it would be if we get Michael Zafiro to come through leading Class C at the end of the day's proceedings, because that's exactly what he's looking to try and do here and find a way through on Pillay ahead of him. So the M-Design 364 machine under pressure there from the Insurus car, and got to course, meet up with Feathen at Alan John Fenter's big announcement for the Isle of Man TT on Tuesday. Fez was there and saying to me that Michael is back in the car. Dimmy's still in the car, but it's going to be a welcome return here to Kyalami, to Michael Zafiro, and he's now looking to try and get up and possibly look for the win. He goes on the brakes late and locks up right behind Pillay. So it doesn't look like he's shooken whatsoever from that massive crash we saw in 2024 here at the bumper event last year. Almost flat there, just a light lift as they went through the bottom end of the mine shaft and through the sweep. Under brakes, they come into Crocodiles, and he loses a little bit of ground there, does Michael. But he sets things up heading towards the final corner. Maybe going to have a look into that last turn to outbrake Bryce Pillay for the lead of Class C. Class A's have gone through, so have Class B's. This is the top two in Class C headed to the line. Michael Zafiro running slightly wide. A little bit of understeer there from him. Adrian De Beer would have seen that, but he also had a bit of understeer. Just running a little bit too hot into that last corner. Just forcing the car to have to turn and brake, and putting pressure onto those Dunlops a little bit as well, to those two drivers. Behind that, it is Koenig, ahead of Mitch Kutsia, Philip Cruiser, Nolan, and Justin Khoa, who is the meat in the sandwich there between the two Skumon boys. Wayne Masters, though, comfortable at the front end and actually just set the fastest lap. So Masters just set the fastest lap of the race down into a 2:08 in his Performance Masters ATE Volkswagen Challenge Polo. He heads up towards Leerkop with Jaden Goosen dropping down to about a second behind him in that Pharaoh Energia and AA certified pre-owned Lee Thompson Racing prepared car. So Performance Masters versus Lee Thompson Racing, those two cars fighting hard as they're getting into the closing stages now of race 1 of ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Walker still in the third spot. Pamela Villa Cycles, Garmin and Oakley car hanging in for third place ahead of Alna Cruiser. Pobagli has dropped down in the fifth. Here's a epic fight. Mitch Kutsia in the middle of it, trying to find a way through there on Koenig, and Dimi Zafiro in there as well, giving him an absolute run for his money. I think if my timing monitor's right, Porty, and I'm hoping that mine is compared to what yours says, it says that Michael might have taken the lead of Class C and got ahead of Bryce Pillay. We'll have to get confirmation of that if we see the cars on track. But we're watching the third place battle right now unfold. In fact, the fourth place battle, I beg your pardon, because De Beer's just up the road from them. So it's Koenig versus Kutsia and Cruiser in there as well. Joining the party is Nolan Skumon, not too far behind there. And all fighting for honours here for just off the podium of Class C. As exciting as we see in the top classes as well, because of the size of the field. The Northern Bolton tool machine there of Koenig with Kutsia on his tail, and Dimi Zafiro in the second in the insurers cars putting the pressure on. No, he hasn't got quite past, not yet. Zafiro still there in second, tucked in behind Bryce Pillay. Pillay has got also another car to concern himself about, the red one of Adrian De Beer, who's closed the gap down pretty rapidly with 2 laps to go. So still 2 circulations of this, about 10 Ks of race action still to come your way. Nicky Lombard having a fantastic run also in that mid-pack. As we watch Chris Davison, who's lost out to Tehran now. Tehran's ahead of him. And slowly but surely being caught by John O'Koenig. And it's Lombard behind that. And is that De Beer? I think it's De Beer just behind them as well. Yeah, Martin De Beer. So there are a couple of changes that have happened. Stuart Mack comfortable in that AutoZone machine of his, prepped by Nathan's Motorsport ahead of Francis Aldrich, and leading Class B by a decent margin. Aldrich also with an equally decent margin over third place in Class B, and Nicole Lombard. So Nicole Lombard in the mix there a little bit with our top competitors. Wayne Masters, Jaden Goosen and Ian Walker, your top 3. That's Aldrich, who sits in second in Class B ahead of Dierval Tehran. Davidson is in the 4th spot now after losing that position to Dierval Tehran, I beg your pardon. And Bryce Pillay and Michael Zafiro at this point in time still hanging on for the fight for Class C ahead of Adrian De Beer. That one's not done yet. They come under braking. That's Tehran and Davidson. There is Masters into turn 1 for the last time. He's onto the final lap. The Performance Masters machine just performing to perfection. Ahead of Lee Thompson Racing's prepped machine of Jaden Hussen, running under Pharaoh Energia colours. And doing a super job of it there for second, but you can see he's got to find a little bit extra pace there in the second heat if he wants to stay with Wayne Masters. Third place going through the shot there is the Stalker, Ian Walker, in the Melavelo and Garmin sponsored car. Still hanging on for top 3 honours, and that'll be a really awesome manoeuvre from him. He hasn't had a top 3 finish in a long time. He's had a real tough end to last year, and looking to try and change that luck this season, moving himself up into Class A. So it's Masters up towards Leeuwkop. Certainly in control of things right now as he comes into Leeuwkop's triple apex. There's going to be any issues there on that car, and that should be an easy victory in the end here for him, keeping off the young contender in the form of Jaden Hussen and of course Ian Walker. As they come down to Crocodiles, well, he comes down to Crocodiles on his own. You can't really see Masters up the road there, but Masters certainly on his way to the flag. Here he comes into Ingwe for the last time. Checkered flag will be on standby. And Wayne Masters runs off the circuit slightly. Long lap penalty if he's in MotoGP, but we'll figure this one. Checkered flag comes out, and it's Wayne Masters for the win. Can he do that later on in the Astron Energy Polo Cup and catch John Kruger, who's on pole position in their Masters side of the championship? This is Class B's AutoZone and Nathan's Motorsport machine of Stuart Mack, headed to the checkered flag. He's going to hang on ahead of Aldrich and Dieval Tehran. And I think Tehran is going to hang on just ahead there of Chris Davison in the GSI Polo. Class B comes to the line. And that's the way you do it. Stuart Mack basically flag to flag. No one really got ahead of him in the Class B battle. This is Class C now. Things have changed up. Oh, Adrian De Beers got through on Zafirio. So De Beers moved through, and it's going to spoil the day slightly there for Michael. This is where it all went wrong last year. He's kept it all right this year, but not enough to take the victory. Bryce Pillay is going to hang on for the win for Class C. De Beers under pressure. Zafirio is going to try and slip him to the line. He's in the slipstream. Will he pull out in time to get through? No, he's not going to have enough run to the line there. He has to finish up in third place, but what a welcome there to Michael Zafirio back into ATE Volkswagen Challenge. What a great start there from them. Wayne Masters, Jaden Hussen and Ian Walker are your top 3 in Class A, with Babaglia in the paybar car ahead of our sponsors car, Elmer Cruiser, in 5. Stuart Mack wins out Class B ahead of Aldrich and Dieval Tehran, with Chris Davidson and Nicole Lombard coming through there for the top 5. And then Bryce Pillay beats out Adrian De Beer, Michael Zafirio, Stuart Koenig, and a good effort there as well for the top 5 out of Dimi Zafirio. So the two Zafirio brothers in the top 5 for Class C in the Insure Risk cars. What a start there, and a great effort to see Michael back on track after that massive moment. Eden Miles is in the house. I hope you've enjoyed all the racing so far, and it looks like Motormouth joined us as well. Thanks for that, Brendan Kelly. So Port Elizabeth has just woken up now, hey? 10:30. What a way to go. What a nice way to start your Saturday. You get up at 10:30 and you turn on your smart device and you get to hear the soothing sounds of Extreme Festival from Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. We'll be back shortly with action on track as we start to head into the thick of it. Is it going to be Formula V first? We're waiting to see if that's going to be the case, because they were pulled off after a big incident. One of the biggest we've seen in Formula Vs for a long time. Both drivers okay, fortunately, but a bit of work to do for MD Vesta to get his car ready for heat number 2, if that's the case. Otherwise, we may be heading into the first part of our national side of this bumper weekend. Well, it is single-seaters, but it's not the single-seaters we thought were going to be going out there. What we're seeing, of course, is, and coming to join me in the commentary booth to talk us through this, is what would have been the start of the new category of racing in South Africa, known as MSA4. Unfortunately, there's been a couple of little teething issues. I mean, they literally rolled these cars out on Wednesday afternoon for the very first time to do a test session in some tricky conditions at Swartkops in the rain. But welcome to South African tarmac for the first time, MSA4. And alongside me, of course, is my Lieutenant Colonel, retired from the Air Force, of course, but a fighter pilot of note in single-seaters, Mr. Alan Meyer. Al, nice to see all 14 cars out on track, but with those teething problems, unfortunately, this is just a demo of what is potentially a big what is to come in MSA4.
Greg, good morning. Yes, and thank you very much for the opportunity for me to sit here. Absolute privilege for me to be here.
No, it's on. It's just.
Talk about them. It was taken on by Investchem with Ian at the head. And all the years I've always said, when Ian is involved with something, it'll happen. And here we are. The cars are circulating. Unfortunately, maybe not racing with that, but they're on the circuit. As you rightly said, 14 of these cars were built. 14 of January they started with the assembly of these cars, and 14 of them have been built. And they turned the wheels for the first time last week at Swartkop for a test session. And I arrived there in the rain, and it looked like Formula One. It looked like a Formula One test session. It was absolutely magic to see these cars.
If you get a chance, and I know some of the people are watching on our smart devices around the circuit, do yourselves a favor, come down to the main pit building and come and have a look at the absolutely incredible amount of effort that have been put into. I mean, these cars are purpose-built single-seaters. They are on a very similar vein to what is Formula 4 or F4 in the European Championship side of things, but also bringing in a nice collaboration between Investchem and Volkswagen as the engine suppliers. So there is, of course, always going to be teething problems into a new category, and it looks like a little bit more of teething problems for one of the cars stuck on the sideline there, unfortunately.
Hopefully they haven't pulled the Alan Meyer and not put enough petrol in. But anyway, Greg,
I know that guy, hey?
You know him. Greg, absolutely from the ground up, these cars completely new. I assume you knew that the old cars, you could give your old car as a donor, but only the wishbones. From the suspension, from the floor tray, all the way up to the top, to the halo, which is a new innovation on cars in South Africa. And it's not just a halo gutter pipe from builders, it's proper. It's an absolutely purpose-built halo. It's 18 kilograms of proper steel. And if you look at that car of Grosjean that went through the barrier, the Formula 1 car, absolutely exactly the same. The cars, about 2 years in the designing phase, designed at WCT or Achim Bergman set with the input from Ian. The reason going with the space frame cars in South Africa, we don't really have the facilities to repair carbon fiber. I know at the stage there was carbon fiber cars offered, but we don't have that facility. So they went space frame, chrome moly piping, which was cut and bent overseas in Germany, laser cut. The gearboxes are the same as the old cars. Obviously the wings and that stay the same as the old cars. The bodywork, the halo. Obviously there's side panels, carbon fiber side panels next to the driver for protection.
Yeah, the bodywork is slightly different. They've kind of modified it a little bit and given it a bit more of an aerodynamic look and feel to the slightly wider Formula 1600s that we saw in the past.
Yes.
But of course that's sort of based on what we're seeing internationally as well, Al.
Yes.
And I think the other thing is you mentioned chromoly. There's a couple of the guys that prepare these cars, and that looks like a bit of a part that went flying. I don't know if that was from one of the cars, from that car particularly, or maybe from a car that was passed a bit later.
Possibly,
well, there's another thing that's gone
something
flying off there. Not quite sure what's going flying off the car. But going back to the point I was going to make, some of the guys that are involved in the preparation of these cars come from a flying background, so you'll know all about the technology that goes into aerodynamics. But there's a certain gentleman involved in the preparation of these cars that used to do a bit of bicycle racing with BMXs that have chromoly frames, so he'll know exactly what we're talking about when it comes to chromoly, eh?
I'm sure 100%. And obviously, not obviously, but the cars built by WCT who also build the off-road Dakar vehicles.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, those things have to be strong and withstand days of abuse through the veld. So the cars are very, very strong. These cars are very strong.
So what are you telling me? If they go off track like they sometimes do at East London, they might survive a bit easier.
They will survive. Yeah, they'll come back. They might have a few scratches, but they'll come back. As I said, obviously the wheels also went to a single nut, not 4 nuts anymore, a single nut, and the rims are now shod with Dunlop tyres. Dunlop is now the supplier for tyres for MSA4.
For the entire Extreme Festival, actually.
Well, I heard.
Literally, the entire Extreme Festival. Other than the bikes, but they are working on a plan to try and get ZX10s to maybe end a long-standing relationship. But of course, it's an amazing effort that gets put in by Dunlop. Now, speaking of effort that gets put in, not only do you have to build these cars, you've got to go and find people to pilot them. And there is a whole array of names on this list that even you didn't know about. You were going, I've got to go and find out about these drivers before I come and chat here.
And you, Slim Jan, said you can read on the screen. Yeah,
they are.
When I left home this morning, I thought, I don't need glasses.
You don't need glasses. Look at the screen we have to deal with. I mean, what is that? It's like a 9 font on a
It's a
computer.
who's who. I thought I was at a freaking karting event here.
Exactly.
The kids from karting have actually gone bazooka about these cars. And when I walk in the pits there, now I do feel old. Now, honestly, I feel old.
No, you feel old.
And but older than me is Rick Morris, and he came out especially to drive one of these cars, which is
listen, that's a man who's been synonymous with a long-standing relationship and friendship, of course, with Ian Schofield. Is Rick Morris. His son also, of course, piloted one of these
many years
ago. Not the current format, but of course, Formula Fords.
Those years, Formula Ford,
yeah,
the kid, and then also the ZTEX, and the Duritex. And obviously, Formula Ford is based on. Formula Ford was always based on having a level playing field for everybody. And now we've gone home to the MSA4 cars, and unfortunately they picked up a problem with the laptop that they can't give all the cars the same kind of power, and to not upset some people and have some cars running away. It has been decided now until this problem sorted, which will be done by PE, which is the next race.
Yeah.
They decided not to let the cars but give a demo just to show the people what is possible in South Africa.
To be honest with you, it's not a bad plan, because I mean, if we launch this officially, it was launched officially, of course, a couple of weekends ago, but then we saw the test run at Zwartkops. We're seeing a demonstration run here at Kyalami. But to have the first official race at the home of Volkswagen is not a bad plan, actually. Was that kind of like a behind-the-scenes little plan we chatted, with Mike and Ian and yourself?
Put Mike Rowe in the hot seat. But all jokes. No, 100%. And I mean, Volkswagen, we know the long-standing relationship with motorsport, and absolutely fantastic now that they're supplying the power units for these cars. And
what are the actual power units? It's a 1400 turbo, hey?
It's a 1 litre.
Oh, the 1 litre turbo.
It's a 1 litre,
the 1 litre
cylinder turbocharged engine, and on full song, they actually, I don't know if you've stood long next to the circuit. Yeah, they absolutely sound absolutely magic.
No, they
do.
really
sound nice, these cars, and it's a completely new era for the kids to be in a turbocharged single-seater. I mean, Formula 1 uses a 1600 engine
exactly.
in any case. So,
you know what I'm saying?
What's the problem here now?
A 1 litre turbo doesn't provide too much less than that. And we look at the cars as well. I mean, you're watching Adrian Nell having a little bit of fun there with Liam Palome. You've got Karabo Malamela, of course, who's a long-standing competitor in Formula 1600s and part of the Investchem team. You're part of that team as well, so you'll know the potential that Karabo's got. He was raving about this. I mean, I got to see him at Festival of Motoring, and then he kind of slipped the top secret information my way, which I kind of held on to for a while. Kelly also mentioned it on a few occasions. But the nice thing about it was when the development and the actual technical side of building these cars was being done. There were a couple of little videos that came my way via a certain WhatsApp channel. I'm not going to mention names, but I was just blown away with how Stewie and his team literally go nut and bolt, as you said, from the floor up, and there is no, holding back on checking everything. I mean, it's microns, it's millimeters, everything is checked to perfection so that the cars are absolutely identical.
Absolutely, the craftsmanship and design and everything that is behind these cars everything around it, absolutely professional, like you can't believe, like it could be Formula One. I mean, I know Stuart Thompson for many, many years, and he would rebuild the old Formula 4 Ken car, and I think it would look nicer than when it came out the factory.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Absolutely fantastic. What they've done at WCT was fantastic. The last few weeks, literally the last few weeks, everybody who was somebody in Formula 1600 before was there working on the car.
I saw, as I said, some of the videos I saw, your former champion, your last champion, was there, bolting things together, helping them put the cars in,
Jagger was
putting
there,
stickers there.
Building his own car. Jagger was there building, Renzo there. Everybody, even Ian brought his big mate, old Bruce, who was here, the original Z-Tex in those years, brought his mate Bruce over from the UK, who brought 2 guys with him, building cars. And Bruce is still here now. He's apparently, the guy in the UK is screaming blue murder to get him back, but he's here to make sure these cars will run properly. So Brian Kruger, his whole team was here. The guys from Renzo's car, Cornell, De Villiers, they were everywhere. Who's who was working there, like a production.
And it didn't matter. It didn't matter if it was their car or the competitor's car or their rival's car. They all had a job to do, and they literally went from car to car and did that.
They were busy. If you think about it, you get teams, they build 1 or 2 cars, maybe 3 maximum. Yeah, they put a series together. 14 cars were put together and are running.
It's unbelievable.
And I'm speechless when I talk about this. It's mind-boggling what they did to get these cars running, whether they're racing or not. Absolutely fantastic. Some of the drivers, and I watched the times yesterday, and we had Michael Besaidnout, who was like a tenth of a second quicker than Casey, and he's just taken to this car like a duck to water.
Yeah.
Some of the other kids have climbed there. There's some Piwe. We've been running her in Libre to get some seat time in her Kent car. I couldn't believe when I saw this lady climbing this car at Swartkop, pull off there, didn't even stall it around. It looked like it was built for her. The people have taken to these cars like ducks to water. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
And you speak from experience. I mean, the amount of times that you have to jump in and out of different race cars on a race day, and the look and feel and the whole sort of geometry of the car changes when you're getting from a single seater maybe into a Chevron, etc., etc. These majority of them have come out of karting, and some of them not even with gears. They've had to learn how to use the gears, how to use the gearboxes, what those gears can produce, and they give them the ability to sort of get the lap times in that they're going to do.
Fortunately, the cars are very similar to some of the cars with the pedal shift.
Yes.
The cars are running the Hoonan gearboxes we used before, which was sequential, but they're all pedal shift now. That was one thing that was also carried over from the old car in some cases.
There we go.
The steering wheels. I saw some of the steering wheels were obviously with the pedal shifts.
and they've still got their old little stickers on to say what they need to do. This button must push this button and go to this part of the grid. Yeah, you're on number 17 or number 1.
And that's where the karting youngsters come from. And that's what they do. And they've, like I say, when I walked to the pits there, I really felt old when I saw all these kids around these cars. And hopefully one day we might have a turn to drive one. I'm looking forward to that. Ian, I'm hinting. But
Ian, if you recall, at one stage there was a possibility of the big fat guy next to Al also climbing into one of these just to have a go. It's the only car in the country currently that I haven't had a chance to drive in. I even got into a Formula Volkswagen. They took the seat out. I sat on the floorboard. So if we have to take the seat out, I'm prepared to sit on the floorboard if necessary, Al. You got a connection there. I'll leave it to you.
I'll bring mine. but yeah, and here we are again. If you think back a few years when they ran, and we got a Volkswagen sticker on the front of cars and proper race cars. These are proper.
You've got
really
one of those, haven't you?
singles.
You've got an old Formula GTR.
No.
Well, Formula Volkswagen, I should say.
I run a
Formula Volkswagen. Yeah, you've got a Volkswagen that you run.
And as you said, you climb out that Chevron and climbing that car, it's like that thing wants to kill you. A single-seater, to me, a single-seater. I mean, I've been in single-seaters all my life since I started, and there's the checkered flag. A single-seater is a proper race car.
Yeah.
A car with open wheels is a race car to me. We saw earlier on in the
you watch the
race
V's
where that thing flipped. If
you
those wheels
see what
touch,
happens.
the cars are upside
And we've
down.
seen it in Formula 1600 as well. I mean, we had a big moment at Cochabamba a couple of seasons ago. So,
but absolutely great to see they turning wheels on Kyalami. I mean, what a moment now for this MSA4 series. To be
I
at
see you got a
Kyalami.
bit of goosies there. I like that. I like that, Al. That's nice.
So,
Ian Schofield and WCT, an amazing effort there, guys. Well done. Proper good effort from you guys. We hope you have many years of serious success with MSA4. The big thing about that, of course, which Alan and I didn't touch on, of course, is this is a training ground. It's a South African National Championship. It's a training ground, though, and it certainly will open up doors to cars that are available in the European Championships, where there are similarly based cars on F4, F3, F2, and hey, we might have an F1 driver lying in this little field of drivers as well there, Al.
And hopefully maybe a lady, because there's 3 ladies in there now. There's an Anastasia, there's Anna, and some Piwe.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's a big push now to get a lady to Formula 1. So let's hold thumbs. You never know. Anything
Right.
could
Well,
happen.
speaking of
Anything
ladies,
could
we're
happen.
going from ladies in single-seaters to ladies in Polo Cup. Down in pit lane, Temba's caught up with Tyler Robinson, and she's standing by to tell us what her plans are from pole position on the Astron Energy Polo Cup.
Tyler Robinson, pole position for race 1. What's your plan to stay in front?
Just to keep calm, put my head down, and drive smoothly.
Awesome stuff. Good luck, Tyler. Thank you.
Right up close and personal with Tyler is Rory Atkinson, who will be looking to try and put her under a bit of pressure. Let's catch up and see what his plans are.
Rory Atkinson, number 2, P2. What's the plan to get to P1, Rory?
Hey, just get off the line as best as I can and then just play a very calm, strategic race as we forge ahead to try and get the win.
There's a big group quite close behind you. How are you going to keep the guys behind as well?
Just focus ahead, go as fast as possible and let them do their race.
Good luck, Rory. Send it.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
Have a look at that as well. For the first time in our live stream, we are going to be going on board with Mo Kurodia, and we'll be able to go to that during the race as well. So stand by for a little bit of change up in the innovation that we've brought along. And Mo Kurodia, I think, will be looking forward to bringing us some of the action that you can see. He's got Atkinson and Roshan Goodman just up ahead of him. So expect to see a big battle from Mo Kurodia's point of view, and we might see it from on board all the way through this first heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup. Let's catch up with Mo himself.
Mo Kurodia going for back-to-back wins. How are you feeling before race 1, Mo?
I'm feeling quite good, a little nervous, but quite confident in the car.
Awesome, thank you, Mo. Good luck.
Anthony Lessing, well, he's looking forward to a big battle in the Insurus car there of his, and of course as we make our way down You can see Scholl Engineering, the electrical engineering car there of his brother Carl Visser, part of the Team Red Racing stable. He's coming from 7th place on the grid there from the number 77, so he's got a little bit of work to do to try and get himself back up into that top 3. He's certainly looking forward to the challenge, though, I'm sure, of fighting it out here for the first heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup. And he'll be, of course, fighting just ahead of a whole bunch of very, very hot contenders. One being our other lady driver, Lonica Martins. There she is on the left-hand side, number 88, behind number 77. So Lonica ahead of Srin Rajpal. Srin Rajpal and his teammate Hannes Skippers coming out of the Motorworks team, looking for a chance. So Lonica Martins there, auto body repairs, and looking forward to a big battle. She'll be looking to try and squeeze through there for Denmark Steel, her sponsor. She's got to catch Ethan Kutsia, who's coming off a win only a couple of weekends ago. So definitely a man to watch out for coming through that front pack. But keep an eye out on the Dubcorp car, and of course on the DDS car, the Dainfern Dental Services machine. They, of course, as I said, are prepped there by the Works Motorsport team. Dion Holiday will be looking forward to seeing his boys move their way up through the pack. As we go further back through that pack, you pick up on Judd Berthold as well, who's out there for Astron Energy, and of course he's also fighting for honours there to be part of the Volkswagen Motorsport team after winning his Rookie Cup season last year. Gull Wing and DDS on the side of this car sees our doctor in the house. There he is, the Dainfern Dental man, looking for a chance to be up at the front end as well, ahead of Charles Smallberg as we roll out. We go on board with Mokarodia as we roll out of pit lane for the first heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup. Also, just a heads up, I know a lot of people are watching us around the circuit, and I believe, Paulie, we are linked into the PA system down in pit lane. So those people that are listening on the PA system, please remember that we do have an internet delay, which we have no control over whatsoever. So yes, you might be watching Volkswagen Challenge, and on track while you're watching Volkswagen Challenge is the MSA4 class. So the internet delay we can do nothing about, and we didn't even know we were being put and patched into the PA system. I'm not quite sure why that was happening, but if there is the delay, there is absolutely nothing we can do about syncing them to be in sync with what's actually happening on track, because we don't have a direct feed from the commentary booth here to the PA system. So unfortunately that sync will be out all day long. And that's because of an internet delay that we as a production house, or any production house doing a live stream, have no control over. looks like we're also picking up on our onboard camera from Mocha Rodia. But a big welcome to a couple of fans from all around the world. Josh in the house, giving us a little bit of input from the US of A. I think you're in, Josh Wolford, and giving me a bit of hell about the fact that he thought his dad's wheels, which he stole from his dad Ray, were better looking than Mr. Koenig's wheels. But yeah, I do hear you, Joshy. I'm not going to knock the fact that I didn't like your wheels, but your wheels are very, very nice. But you do need to come and have a look at John Koenig's wheels. He's done a really nice job on them. Also, keep an eye out on this battle, because Kyalami Exhausts are in the house with the Silver Dream Racer. That is, of course, Mr. Singh himself, getting a little practice start ahead and trying to stay ahead there of the Production X car of Divya Naidu. Piazza Musa, listen to me now. Pierluigi Mussolini, I beg your pardon, will bring up the rear end of our Cup class. And then we go to John Kruger and Wayne Masters ahead of Derek Smallberger. Those are the usual contenders in the Masters category. But joining in this weekend is a fired-up Mike Barbaglia and Elio Mussolini, who will be looking for a chance to maybe up his game slightly and be in the front end of the pack of the Masters class. That's your front row that we will look at from Mocha Rodeo's point of view. It's Tyler Robinson who starts from pole position for the first time alongside Rory Atkinson. Atkinson looking to try and fire that industry petroleum, I beg your pardon, I get my words right there. Car of his, possibly into turn 1 first. We're under starters orders. Astron Energy Polo Cup Heat 1 is lined up and ready to go. It's Tyler Robinson in the AF Fans and Team Red Racing Universal Motorsport Polo out front, leading the boys. Roshan Goodman, her teammates in third, ahead of Mocha Rodeo from Lee Thompson Racing and Fast 5 Motorsport. Ethan Kutsia also out of Lee Thompson Racing and Ethan Kutsia Racing behind his teammate Anthony Lessing, looking for a chance to come through there for Insure Risk. He's just seen the two Zafira boys do an amazing job in Class C in ATE Volkswagen Challenge, and now wants to possibly move himself up into at least a podium contention. We are now into the start procedures. The boards are starting to go out, and hopefully we time this right for the lights. Lonica Martins will be coming along with her teammate, another two out of Team Red Racing. That'll be starting from the third and fourth row. And Shrin Rajpal and Hannes Skippers, the two teammates, will look to try and catch this pack as they head down towards turn 1. Atkinson got slightly better drive off the line there than Tyler Robinson, but Tyler's going to try and hang on to that inside line. Here comes Mocha Rodia trying to split the two of them as they head towards turn 1. Tyler will be late on the brakes. Atkinson goes around the outside. Mo goes even wider around the outside of Atkinson. 3 cars out of turn 1. And eventually they have to just slot in and follow each other line astern. Little touch there between the two top cars, but it is the pole lady who leads things out. A little touch there from Mocha Rodia. Ethan Kutsia feeling the effects of that touch as they go through and now head into, there it is. How's that? Perfectly timed to see that touch of Mocha Rodia's on Ethan Kutsia as they come out of Yuxka and Barbecue heading towards Sunset. An amazing little run here, and look at how tight it is between them as they come out of Sunset now, heading towards Clubhouse Corner. It is Tyler Robinson leading things out over Rory Atkinson. She's fending off the attack there from all the hot contenders behind her. Look at how they're fanning out in the background as well, watching Nishal Singh try and find a way through there for the Kyalami Exhaust team as he pushes through in that mid-pack. Trying to find a way through on who's holding that second pack up at this stage. It looks like it might be Judd Berthold and Shrin Rajpal that are at each other's throats. We go on board through the S's for the first time. Kutsia just up the road there from his stablemate out of Lee Thompson Racing as they head to Leeuwkop and to the top for the first time. Oh, and a big touch. Big moment there. Was that Roshan Goodman, I think, coming together, with Hannes Skippers. The two of them having a big moment as they came out of the second apex of Leeuwkop and almost got out of shape. Both very lucky to hang on to those cars and keep them at bay. Here comes Lessing along for the ride. Anthony Lessing is on a move and starting to put the pressure onto the two Lee Thompson Racing boys there of Karodia and Kutsia, or Kutsia and Karodia as it stands. They come under braking now for the first time and into Ingwe Corner to complete the first lap in anger, and Tyler Robinson has hung on to keep off all of the usual contenders behind her. She hangs on to the lead as she crosses the line. Behind that, they come streaming through, watching for Visser making up some maneuvers. Carl Visser's made up a couple of positions from his 7th place start. He's up into, 6th place. He's got ahead. Coming along for the ride is Berthold. Berthold tucked in just ahead of Srin Rajpal. And in fact, it's the 2 Berthold brothers. Bjorn Berthold not too far behind. And looking to try and close things down there. Hopefully get his brother to help him out. So Astron Energy Volkswagen Motorsport, it's Judd Berthold. This is Inani and Team Red Racing Machine of Bjorn Berthold. 2 cars back behind that Dubco car of Srin Rajpal. Amazing start here. Look at that. Just a steam train of Polos heading towards Sunset Corner. The Masters battle also starting to heat up there a little bit as well. Just picking up in the background. It looks like John Kruger's hung on to the front end of the Masters for now. But how much longer can he hang on for that little battle? Not going to be an easy thing to do, that is for sure. Masters at this stage. Kruger ahead of Wayne Masters, Smallberger and Bob Aglia. See, this is Bjorn Berthold. This is a Yannick car just up the road. And hanging on to keep out Roshan Goodman. Goodman's dropped a long way back. He had an absolute nightmare of a start there. Remember, he was 3rd on the grid. And now fighting there with Hannes Skippers for top 10 honours. Skippers in the 11th spot after that little shake and bake moment he had coming out of Leokup on the last pass. Fanning out under braking, and Tyler just holds that inside line. Goes defensive to keep out Rory Atkinson's firm attack. Trying to find a way through there. Naidu coming to the party as well now into the back end of his fellow Polo Cup drivers. Fighting it with Nirav Singh and with Bevan Masters. Bevan Masters, by the looks of things, might have taken... Oh no, he's not in the Masters category. He's in the Cup class. He's not in the Masters class, I don't think, because he's fighting there with Pierluigi Mussolini. So Bevan Masters, his first outing in Polo Cup this season. Tyler comes across, just brings the AF fans and Team Red car across the line ahead and over the nose there of Rory Atkinson, but Atkinson is under a bit of pressure. Oh, and so is Kutsia. Karodia dives up the inside into the first of the barbecues and dives through to overtake his stablemate. He has a move as well, coming the return of Roshan Goodman, looking to try and get back up ahead and into the top 10 ahead of Dr. Hunter Skippers. Smallberger's behind that, then it's Singh, then Naidu coming through there as well, pushing hard. As you can see, the CPS warehouse car, Bevan Masters. We've got almost 8 cars fighting for the lead. Tyler Robinson is still hanging on for a potential first victory and would become, if she does get it right, the second lady ever to win a Polo Cup class. We've seen, of course, Tasman Pepper, her coach, take victories on numerous occasions in the Cup class as well as in the Masters category. And Elna Cruiser, of course, has also taken a victory in the Masters class. But in the Cup class, only one lady has ever won an overall Cup class race, and that was Tasman Pepper. She, of course, is the coach to the lady driver that leads out this pack of cars at the moment. So big effort being put in here by Tyler to fend off the attack coming from Rory Atkinson, and now Mo Karodia joining that party. He's got ahead of Ethan Kutsia. Kutsia's got problems of his own coming in the form of Anthony Lessing. Also a man who's jumped ship from motorcycles to polos. And him and his dad were actually involved in a very serious motor accident only a couple of weeks ago. And we know that he was not badly injured, but there were some injuries to him. He had to get sign-off to come and race, which he did. And he's now doing an amazing job of being in the hunt at the top end of the field. A little bit of late braking coming from Berthold there. Loses ground once again to Rajpal. Rajpal and Judd Berthold fighting there with Carl Visser. Across the line, it was literally wing mirror to wing mirror there between Anthony Lessing and Ethan Kutsia. Problems at the back end for Lonica. Lonica Martin slowing up. She's got a problem on that car. So the Team Red machine, the second lady out of Team Red Racing, has had some problems. And in fact, what's happening here with Mo Karodia joining the party and putting the pressure on and using the curbs to put the pressure on as well onto the back end of Rory Atkinson, it's allowing a little bit of breathing room. And when I say a little bit of breathing room, it's less than half a bumper length of breathing room that's been given there. Berthold makes a small mistake. People having to go right, left and onto the dirt as well to try and avoid him as he missed a gear coming out of the Barbecue and Yuxkai complex. Very lucky to be avoided by a couple of cars that were coming through there pretty rapidly. But Bjorn Berthold was just missed there by Srin Rajpal and by Roshan Goodman. Two of them having to take a little bit of evasive action to avoid the car that slowed up dramatically right in their path, coming onto the short back straight. Atkinson still applying the pressure, but he's got a pressure of his own coming from Karodia. About to join the party there, Ethan could see he's once again closed that gap down onto the back end of his teammate. Carl Visser also trying to get onto that and just bridge that gap. Not easy to do when you're on your own. It's a lot easier when you've got two cars to work with to close a gap down, but if you're all on your own, Sim, it makes it just that much more difficult to close down on a gap. You've got to hope that the cars in front start to slow each other down. Hannes Skippers and Rajpal have got through now. So have Smallberger on Roshan Goodman. Then it's Judd Berthold. Behind Judd Berthold, pressure being applied there. Coming through the pack as well. Looks like Milan Emsley about to join that party too. Haven't seen much of him in this first one. Look at that. It's about half a car length that Tyler's got as she comes across the line to complete another lap. It'll be 4 to go. Halfway stage reach. Can she hang on for another 4 laps? Further back, we pick up on the Masters for the first time in the Masters class. As exciting as what we're seeing in the Cup class. John Kruger still hangs on just ahead of the Performance Masters machine of Wayne Masters. You can see them just in the background there, fanning out. Coming up onto the back end, and is that closing things down on the 33 car there of Mussolini? Yeah. Pierluigi about to be caught by John Kruger. That FSS machine of Pierluigi Mussolini's could possibly be outgunned here by the Haverton Team Red racing car as they head up towards the exit point. He goes on the inside curb, perfectly done there from Kruger. Puts a car between himself and his closest rival, Wayne Masters. Masters going to try and come through on Mussolini as well. He might be able to get through. He's got through. He goes around the outside and will hang on to that outside line heading into Sunset. That'll allow him to not lose any ground there. Perfectly timed from the Performance Masters car there of Wayne Masters. Rush Paul tucked in behind his stablemate from Works Motorsport. Two of them trying to work together now to try and bridge that gap. Look at how they're sliding those Dunlops into the S's. Getting out of shape now. They can see the tyres are starting to take a bit of strain. The Berthold boys are evenly matched. Smallberger's with them. Coming up towards Leopold. Singh under a bit of pressure as well. Judd hangs on. Squeezing through as Charles Smallberger on Bjorn. Bjorn gets forced wide as well by Roshan. Roshan Goodman coming back alongside his teammate out of Team Red Racing. Slightly different livery on those cars, but both of them coming out of that Universal Motorsport Racing team. They head down now into the breaking point for Crocodiles. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 cars. 9 cars currently fighting for 9th place. That's just unbelievable. That's what Polo Cup is all about. The 29th year of racing. We go into a massive celebration, I'm sure, next year of 30-year anniversary of Polo Cups in South Africa. But the 29th version is not too shabby. Having started down in Cape Town with 3 spectacular races, we've now got 2 here at Kyalami Grand Prix, and we're into the second half now, big time. 3 laps to go. And still a lot more action to come your way. There go the Masters. 3rd place still in the hands there. By the looks of things in the Masters class, it's Derek Smallberger and Mike Barbaglia. I think, in fact, Barbaglia, no, he hasn't. I was about to say Barbaglia might have just got through there, but it's Mussolini's car that I was getting caught out with there. Pierluigi now being caught by Derek Smallberger and Mike Barbaglia. Could be losing ground and may even fall into the clutches of his dad. Might be a Mussolini battle there. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Kruger is just literally eating up that Cup class as he gets to the back of them now. He's coming up on the back end of the Kyalami exhaust car there of Nirav Singh. I think he actually might have got through on him. We'll wait and see as they go through and disappear onto that little horizon that forms just before they dip into Sunset Corner. And no, he hasn't quite got through there. But here's a move. Masters on the inside and Karodia off. Our cameraman has gone off. So Mo Karodia making a mistake on the circuit. That's in the S's. He comes up out of the S's now, and here comes Berthold. Judd Berthold about to go past him. Rajpal's gone through. So has Hannes Skippers. So Karodia has dropped back dramatically here. Tries to keep off and fend off the attack there coming from the Rookie Cup champion. Judd Berthold stepping up into Polo Cup now after winning that championship last year. Is now feeling the effects of how things can go when you've got a man returning to the track and not worried about whether or not you're in the battle or not. He needs to try and get up as high as he can now after that mistake. Berthold comes up the inside, uses the curb, little touch. That's some plastics rubbing there and some plastics flying as Berthold tried to come back at Mo Karodia. Karodia kept him honest. Watch the battle just behind though, this little fight. This is an attempt from John Kruger and to come up in amongst Charles Smallberger, Roshan Goodman, and in that pack as well. You can see it's just non-stop action there with the usual contenders in that mid-pack, and they are having an absolute blast. Divya Naidu is in the pack there as well. So it's not done yet. There are still 2 more laps of action to come. That's Karodia and Berthold. Then you've got Roshan Goodman and Bjorn Berthold, 2 teammates. Divya Naidu with Milan Emsley, a 3rd teammate to that Team Red Racing Machine. Nirav Singh, and in that mid-pack battle as well come the 2 leading masters. John Kruger trying to find a way through, trying to open up a door there. I think he might have done one through Yukska into Barbecue, or Barbecue into Yukska I should say. So yeah, a little change up there for John Kruger. Might have given himself a bit more breathing room on the Performance Masters car of the 2nd place master, Wayne Masters. So we can see how that works out. Here they come. Yeah, Divya Naidu just up ahead there. But Kruger has been outgunned. Wayne Masters has moved up. Bevan Masters opening up a door here possibly for him. The 2 brothers might work together here. CPS Warehouse versus the Performance Masters cars. And how sideways do you want to be, Bjorn Berthold? It's a front-wheel drive car, buddy. You've got to do the drive through the front wheels. The back end stepped out there big time on Bjorn, but he managed to catch it, and he still hung on. He keeps out his teammate Roshan Goodman. Charles Smallberg around the outside. Divya Naidu right on his tail. And about to join the party there is Milan Emsley, who's bringing Nirav Singh and the 2 Masters leaders to join this absolutely incredible battle for what is going to be 9th place still on track. It was 9 cars, it's now probably 11 or 12 cars fighting for 9th place. That's how we do it in Polo Cup. 3 abreast into Cheetah Corner, might end up in tears. We'll have to tuck in Linus turn now. They come down towards Ingwe, the final corner. Leaders are onto their last lap. These guys and girls are about to start their final lap as they head across the line and down towards turn 1. Yes, incredibly, things have stayed in the hands of Tyler Robinson, and she's been able to manage it from the front end to stay ahead now of Ethan Kutsia. And in 3rd place, it's Lessing. Rory Atkinson has dropped down to 4th. So Kutsia and Lessing fighting hard have actually helped each other out, and they found a way through there on Rory Atkinson. There must have been some kind of an issue between Atkinson and Mo Karodia, which we didn't pick up, which is why Karodia went off track, and possibly why Rory Atkinson has dropped down to 4th. What that's done is given a breathing room of note there, and more than enough breathing room for Tyler Robinson to hang on and become the 2nd only lady in Polo Cup history to take a victory in the Cup class. This will be an absolutely amazing day here for race action and race fans, because this is the 2nd time ever we're going to see a lady driver take a victory in Polo Cup. It's going to be awesome stuff. Tyler Robinson hanging on for an opportunity here to take a victory here for Team Red Racing and AF fans. Her mom and dad are going to be on the sideline. They're going to be going frantic. A little bit of smoke out of those tyres. Oh, it's not done yet. The flag is not out. So hang tight. It's almost time to see some history in the making. Not quite yet though. She's got to get through 4 more corners. One of them is Crocodiles. She's come through the kink. That's the 3rd last one now at Crocodiles. It's a little sweep to the left-hand side and then into the right-hand kink at Cheetah. Perfectly done, perfectly timed, and it's going to be a victory here for the 2nd time ever in Polo Cup history to Tyler Robinson. She takes it from pole position and hangs on for a flag-to-flag victory and makes history in Polo Cup for the 2nd time ever that a lady has taken a victory here in the Polo Cup class. She's worked hard for it. Speaking of working hard, they're not done yet here further back in the pack. The Performance Masters cars hang on. It's going to be Wayne Masters for the Masters victory. Derek Smallberger coming around the outside trying to beat John Kruger to the line. Who's going to have what it takes here? Wayne Masters wins out. And it's Derek Smallberger and Mike Barbaglia who outgun John Kruger. How's that for a turnaround? At the end of the race, Smallberger comes through. So does Mike Barbaglia in the paybar car to take third place. And Gavin Ross just unable to beat John Kruger to the line. Kruger hangs on for the fourth place in the Masters category, but loses out big time there in the last corner to both Derek Smallberger and Mike Barbaglia. Wow. So have we just seen history in the making? Yes, we have. For the second time ever in Polo Cup, a lady driver has taken the overall victory in the Cup class. Tyler Robinson take a bow, taking the victory there and winning things out for AF fans and Universal Motorsport. An amazing effort there from the Team Red Racing lady to win out over Ethan Kutsia in the Ethan Kutsia and Lee Thompson racing machine. Lessing comes through there for Insure Risk to take the top three and beats out Rory Atkinson for Industry Petroleum. And Shaw Engineering's Carl Fisser finishes up in fifth ahead of the Dubcore and Works Motorsport machine of Shrin Raspol. Great effort there as well. Further back as we saw massive battles amongst the younger competitors. Lonica Martins, I'm sure, will be looking to turn her luck around and come back and possibly support her fellow teammate in Tyler Robinson. She unfortunately will not be classified further down there after the 6 laps of action that she lost out on. But Wayne Masters taking the victory in the Masters, beating out Derek Smallberger, Mike Barbaglia, John Kruger and Gavin Ross are your top 5 in the Masters. As we wrap up an incredible day and a start to the day there for the Astron Energy Polo Cup. Well, we definitely saw some great action in the Astron Energy Polo Cup, and now we expect to see even more as the South African touring cars make their way onto the circuit for their first heat, and of course combined with the Super Cup class. A couple of new faces and some old returning faces at the front end of this field, because we're expecting to see, as the skyline there of Midrand in the background is where we are in Johannesburg. Midrand is kind of exactly what it is, the midpoint between Johannesburg and Pretoria, and that's where we find the Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit, and where we come to play this weekend for the combined Extreme Festival National and Regionals. One thing you will notice when we get a shot of the cars again, particularly at the front end in the touring car class, is a slightly different version of a BMW. It's got Campos Transport all over the side of it, and yes, that is Keegan Campos at the wheel as they go to battle for the first time. Campos on the inside line, in fact, coming across the line there to start the race, and just behind that, Machotsi will bring Charles Visser to the line. The two teammates from Volkswagen Motorsport will be the pole and front row for the Super Cup class. It's Keegan Campos around the outside, trying to find a way through there, running a little bit wide up onto the South African flag styled curbing here at Kyalami. But Gazoo Racing 1, 2, 3 as they head up into the top end of the exit of Yipscan Barbecue and onto the back straight. Campos putting a wheel onto the dirt as he came on the exit. Looking at the Super Cup class, Tate Bishop in the mid-pack there, tucked in behind, is that Dylan Praji? Yes, it is. But leading things out at this point in time is Machotsi. Machotsi's got his teammate Fissa on his tail. The Zimbabwean is up into third place, with Praji finding a little bit of pace there on the start and getting up into the top 3 overall as they come flying through for the first time. Michael van Rooyen leads things out. He's the man to try and beat in this front end battle, but he'll be fighting hard there with his two stablemates out of Gazoo Racing in the form of Natium Samanga, who makes a welcome return into the Corolla Gazoo Racing team, and he of course is now partnering up there with Sawud Variawa, looking for a chance to make it a 1, 2, 3 there for Gazoo Racing. Zimbabwean under a bit of pressure there from by the looks of things as they came through there. Is that Nico Zafiris? Yes, a new man to the class in Nico Zafiris is also starting to put some pressure onto the front end, literally from the word go. Change up between the top 2 in Gazoo Racing. It's now Sawud Variawa ahead of Michael van Rooyen. Is that Van der Walt who's maybe moved up into the 3 spot, or Jagger? I'm not quite sure if it's which one of the two. I think it is Julian Van der Walt. Yes, it is Van der Walt. No, it's not. It's Jagger. Jagger Robertson, who's moved himself up into the 3 spot there for the front end of the touring car battle, as we watch the mid-pack and front end of Super Cup make its way down to the final turn. Nico Zafiris has climbed into this car and is absolutely loving being at the wheel of a Super Cup Polo. He's ahead of Tate Bishop. He's ahead there of the 24 car of Nicky Vistanis, and a nice little manoeuvring happening there between the two of them. But it's Variawa and Van Rooyen getting away from the pack. Jagger Robertson now, his fellow GTI mounted driver Julian Van der Walt, trying to find a way through there on Nati to make it Gazoo Racing 1, 2, and then GTI's 3, 4 if he can, as they look to come down towards Clubhouse Corner. Jagger Robertson trying to just squeeze on a little bit extra power where he can. Van der Walt looking for an opportunity possibly to come into the S's and squeeze out Nati. He's gone inside. He's going to have to hold the outside line there on Nati for the exit of the S's, which will put him onto the inside line for Leeuwkop. If he's good enough on the brakes, he might be able to get through, and he's done that perfectly. So moves the GTI up into 4th place there. So WCT and that car move up into the 4th spot behind the sister car, just up the road there, with Jagger Robertson behind the wheel. So Nati dropping back into the clutches now of Campos. Remember, this is the first time that Keegan Campos would have been at the wheel of this car when he climbed into it on Thursday for practice. So hasn't had a lot of time to sort of get the setup 100% right. And speaking of getting set up right, well, his teammate just in the background there unbelievably spins out. Schofield spinning out just in the bottom of our camera, and the second BMW unfortunately has ended up the wrong way around on the circuit, and Super Cup are about to join him. Hopefully he's not in the way, and Schofield got that Sapphire car going again, But if not, we're going to have a pack of Super Cup cars hounding him as he got it all wrong coming out of Crocodiles. And they come down towards turn 1. Have they all avoided it? Looks like they have. Yes, they have. Mahotsi from Fissa, the 2 Volkswagen Motorsport machines, getting away now from the Zimbabwean, from Starling Auto Zimbabwe, in Dylan Praji in 3rd. Nice move there from Tate Bishop, has moved him up into 4th place. He did battle a little bit, he said, with setup, and looks like they've got that machine all sorted out now down at Lee Thompson Racing for the angry racing car of Tate Bishop. Zephyrus is just ahead and pushing hard to stay ahead of Vostanis. Then it's Davy van der Merwe, the lone pilot in the Gazoo Racing stabled starlet in this class. There he is on cue. Tucked in behind him is Mohammed Wali, who actually qualified in 5th place in his first outing. The young Carter, who's now stepped up and decided that saloon car racing might be the way he's looking to take his career. Mohammed Wali, of course, a multiple South African champion in karting, and fantastic to have him now part and parcel of this stable of cars. And Wally under a bit of pressure at this stage coming from Jason Usmore, your Polo Cup champion from last year. So welcome to the usual contenders and of course new contenders in this category, because remember, not only is Mohammed Wali learning the car, but Jason Loosemore is also still learning that car. Dean Fenter just tucked in behind that. As we see Wally on the inside, defending, keeping Loosemore at bay. Jason Loosemore looking to try and get up the road. He'd like to be a little bit higher up there, and possibly with his 2 stablemates, these 2, at the front end of the Super Cup class. Mahotsi getting away now from Visser. Visser not really having any chance to close that gap down now that Jonathan's opened it up. The gap has stayed relatively the same between the top 2 here in touring cars. Saud Variawa and Michael van Rooyen behind him. Michael van Rooyen also looking to try and find a way to get past here on the back end of Saud Variawa's machine. Jagger Robertson still hangs on to 3rd. Van der Vat still 4. And it looks like Campos looking into Sunset Corner to get through on Natyam Samanga. Watch in the background. We're going to wait for that BMW to come through. Does he get through? Oh, we just missed out. We stayed with Jagger. I think we might see the opportunity of getting through. He's got through. There it is. So Campos Transport on a BMW now. Comes through in the hands of Keegan Campos. And hanging on for that right now. Siyabonga Monkankwana, of course, also making his debut a little bit further back there in the Investchem Chemical Logistics Corolla. That's the sedan version, the blue and white one there. There it is. With Siyabonga Monkankwana at the wheel. Certainly knows how to pilot a car around here. Does Sia also had a chance to drive with him at the Festival of Motoring. So we'll be trying to push that Corolla of his to be at least 1 position higher up ahead of Natyam Samanga in the Gazoo Racing version, but that's the Corolla hatch that he pilots. On a side note, he's our lone master out there in the Team Perfect Circle and Batters Wine Polo Super Cup GTI. So he'll be unfortunately the only one scoring in the Masters class here this weekend, as no one else has come to join the party. But of course, Besaid Note is using this more importantly for seat time. He felt a little bit rusty after not being in the race car all of the second half of last season, and of course with the big event at Samola coming up in the very near future, he's using it as a chance to get back the race vision and of course his eye into the racing lines that need to be used when you're going up a hill fast. Praji got it a little bit wrong there, so Dylan Praji could be in a bit of trouble because he's slowly but surely being caught now by Tate Bishop and Nicholas Zephyrus after a small mistake of some understeer down into Crocodiles. So let's see whether or not the Zimbabwean can hang on for a potential podium here. That would be an awesome day's racing for him to start out the first heat with a podium. Campos, now that he's got through on the 2 Corollas, have started to get away, and he's setting his sights on Van der Vat, who's not too far up the road from him. Julian Van der Vat may just have to be concerned about potential late race pace coming from Keegan Campos. It's the championship car, of course, of Robert Volk that Campos is behind the wheel of at the moment. And getting a chance to step up into that car is certainly one that he would have been reveling in. As I said, though, he only climbed into the car though on Thursday morning's first practice session, so has only had Thursday and Friday, and it's very limited time that they've got to prep cars here at Kyalami because of the size of the program and the amount of categories you've got to try and get through today. So a valiant effort being put in there by Keegan, and certainly showing potential in that car. Have we got a change up? Has Prodigy been outgunned? Yes, he has. Prodigy's dropped down to 4th place. Tate Bishop has got through on him. Zephyrus and Vistanis closing down on him. Now trying to put the pressure onto the back end of Dylan Prodigy, the man from Bulawayo. Davi van der Merwe, I should say, still also fending off the attack, coming just behind that in the Toyota Starlet. So that Starlet hanging on for dear life at the moment, because he's got Mohammed Wali all over the back end of him looking for a way through. But we watch Tate Bishop, Dylan Prodigy, Nico Zephyrus and Nicky Vistanis all fighting for that 3rd place on the podium. 1 and 2 have got away. They're comfortably and evenly spread between the 2 Volkswagen Motorsport boys. It's Jonathan Mkhotsi, Charles Visser. And Charles, of course, running under the Charles Engineering colours as well as Volkswagen Motorsport branding. Astron Energia on the side of the car as he heads up towards Yuxke and Barbecue behind his stablemate Jonathan Mkhotsi for Genuine Parts from Volkswagen, the number 1 plate from last year. And so far the season has started exceptionally well for a potential retaining of that number 1 plate. Great outing down in Cape Town from Mkhotsi, and looking for more of the same here at Kyalami. Run here as well from 2 Gazoo Racing Corollas. I don't think we're going to see a change up there between the 2 of them. It looks like Sawood has got enough in hand to keep Michael at bay. So Michael van Rooyen may have to settle for second with 2 to go. 2 laps to go there for Sawood Variawa, Michael van Rooyen, and 3rd placed Jagger Robertson. Jagger, of course, in the Golf GTI 8. These 2 in Corolla GR hatchbacks. Zephyrus, Vistanis, Bishop and Prodigy. A bit of a gap that's opened up between the 4 of them now, so it's not as close as what it was a little earlier on, but I'm sure in St Helena Bay they are shouting pretty loud at the moment for their man. They're sitting on the 3rd spot of the podium at the moment. Don't think there's enough time for Tate to close down on Visser or Mkhotsi, but Visser certainly has bridged the gap slightly there between himself and Jonathan Mkhotsi, but Mkhotsi may have rolled off slightly in terms of the pace that he's doing. What are we looking at? 56s from him. Yeah, they've definitely slowed up. They're able to do 54s in qualifying. They were doing 55s earlier on, so they are just taking it a little bit more easy, trying to maybe preserve a bit of rubber for race number 2. Prodigy just fending off anybody's intentions from behind. He wasn't able to keep Tate Bishop out, but he's certainly not going to allow Zephyrus or Vistanis through. Carriol also coming through the back end of the field there. Looks like Mohammed Wali has got through on the Toyota Starlet from Gazoo Racing of Davi van der Merwe. We're going to start the final lap. Sawood Variawa will be in front as we start it. His teammate Michael van Rooyen behind that. And then Jagger Robertson ahead of his stablemate Julian van der Watt. Sawood Variawa didn't quite have the start to the season he wanted, having missed the first round. But now that he's back, he'll be looking to try and get as many points as possible, get himself back into contention for potentially getting that number 1 plate back again that he lost. And of course, he's also concentrating all of his racing efforts here on the circuit as part and parcel of the training he's doing to get himself ready for another attack at arguably one of the hardest races in the world, the Dakar Rally, where he forms an integral part of the new Gazoo Racing stable that pilot the cars around the deserts of Saudi Arabia. Yellow flag into Leeuwkop. I'm not quite sure why. Let's see what the issue is there. It might just be a slow car. An issue somewhere. Definitely a problem for a car on the side of the circuit at some point. It didn't affect the two Gazoo Racing Corollas. They just eased off slightly, seeing the yellow flag, but they wouldn't have stopped pushing once they got past. And now as they head towards the line, Saad Variawa has got this one in the bag. It's highly unlikely you're going to see any mistakes from this young man after the seasons we've seen with him behind the wheel of a Corolla as part of the Gazoo Racing stable. And as he comes out of Ingwe corner and heads to the flag, he'll be the first one to cross the line to receive the first victory here for the South African Touring Car Championship. Van Rooyen, his teammate, comes through for second, and it's Jagger Robertson, first of the GTI 8s, that'll get the top three. Mahotsi also up into that yellow flag, so no overtaking up towards Leeuwkop for whatever reason. We can't see the car that is causing the problem. I would assume it's basically maybe underneath our camera point here, because that yellow flag has not been withdrawn as the cars made their way to the top of the hill. Mahotsi's done the same thing as what we saw Saad Variawa do, just open up a little bit of a margin between himself and his teammate, and then just control that gap all race long. No matter what Charles Visser did, Mahotsi had an answer. No matter what Visser did, Tate Bishop had no answer. He had to get through some traffic, but he's still going to end up in the top three overall for the Super Cup class. They come to the line. Jonathan Mahotsi is a happy man. He'll take that victory over Charles Visser, securing some more valuable championship points to try and retain that number one plate. Good effort there as well, coming from Zimbabwe's Dylan Praji. He'll finish up in fourth place ahead of Nico Zafiris. Good first outing for him in this class, winning things out over Nicky Vistanis. And behind that, Darby managed to keep out Cara Hill, who got through, and Jason Usmore did as well, to drop Muhammad Wali down into what is about 7th or 8th place in the Super Cup class. So congratulations to all of our drivers there, and of course to the wins for Saad Variawa and Jonathan Mahotsi.
Bradley Liebenberg, pole position in the GT3s. How are you feeling before race 1?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be the first time I'm driving a GT3 in Extreme Festival around here, so yeah. I've done a few laps around here in the SA series, but yeah, that's a lot longer races, should I say. But yeah, looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a tough race. It's getting quite hot. Yeah, also the balance of performance that they've done for the race. I'm a little bit of a disadvantage carrying quite a lot of weight, but yeah. It is what it is. Let's go racing and see how it goes.
With that weight in mind, Bradley, who are you expecting to be fighting you the hardest for that P1?
I definitely think Ryan Nyker behind in the Merc and Jonathan Detroit in the Lamborghini, they're going to be close, but yeah, I think I have what it takes to hold them off. As I say, it's racing, we never know, but I look forward to it.
Great stuff. Good luck, Bradley Liebenberg.
Pretty self-explanatory there. While we have a small delay, Nati and Zamanga's car having to be extricated from the circuit with the help of our and also, yeah, look at that front right. That's a little bit of a different setup to a race car than what he'd like to have, I'm sure. Or that is it the back left, I think. The back left of that car not looking the way it should. I think after maybe a little off-track excursion there for Nati. But hopefully he'll be able to get that sorted out and back on track for race 2 later on. Looks like it's time to bring the big guns out. We saw the Dunlop V8 supercars out there. They're the big bangers, but these certainly are the big gunners of the Extreme Festival. It's Extreme Supercars, driven by Dunlop, making their way out into the circuit for their first heat of the day. And it's going to be a big fight expected at the front end, because there are a couple of contenders that showed promise, as we see our onboard footage as well coming from, I think that was from Action Jackson's car, if I'm not mistaken, further back in the pack there. But awesome to see an opportunity. Yeah, Marius Jackson, there we go. MJR, Audi R8, giving us some onboard footage as he comes past the top pits and into Sunset Corner. Brad Lienberg, Ryan Nike, Jonathan Dutoy, and Gianni Giannacara are going to go to battle for GD3 honours today. Class A will be left in the hands of Chris Budnick, Damien Hammond, Paul Hill, Action Jackson that we just saw there, and Ricky Giannacara. And then Sam Hammond will be piloting along with Ant Blunden for Class B. Uli Sana, Stefan Schneiders, and Jimbo Giannacara will be fighting for Class C honours in the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. That's what it looks like on the Triple Apex coming out of Leeuwkop. And let's see if we stay with him down the mine shaft. He's not going to be flat through here on this warm-up lap, but he certainly will have to get on the brakes at the bottom, because that's where they've slowed them up and brought them under control. Gianni Giannacara, GNH Transport, Sparco, McLaren in fourth place on the grid, behind Jonathan Dutoy in the Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3. It's Ryan Nike and Brad Liebenberg who are alongside each other on the front row. Nike, of course, in the AMG Mercedes-Benz, and Liebenberg in the Turnmion and Sparco Audi R8 GT3. And you can see it's Hammond and Budnick ahead of Giannacara, Jackson, Sam Hammond, Uli Sana. At the rear end of the field there's Ricky Giannacara, and then Jimbo, last car down the hill. So, safety car rolls off. And Blunden at the back of the pack there as well, also of course in the second of the McLarens out of GNH Transport. But as they come around to take up their positions for the race start, Brad Liebenberg will dictate the pace. He's going to try and hold them, I'm sure, as long as possible. Try and catch them on that acceleration, because they may not accelerate along the straightaway. They've got to hold pace until the lights go out, and then they can give it everything they got. And it looks like he got that time to perfection. Oh, Budnick pulls to the sideline. The V12 Viper has given up the ghost right on the start line. But down towards turn one we go, and it's Brad Liebenberg on the inside. On the inside of him was the Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini Huracan. A little opportunity there that presented itself to Jonathan Dutoy, but he decided to just give a bit of room there to Ryan Nike to come through in the AMG. So we've got GT3s 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Looks like Hammond's moved up one position and slotted himself up one spot higher. Start there from Damien Hammond. And of course, will be in the Liqui-Moly sponsored Lamborghini. Now GT3s 1, 2 and 3 heading to the S's. It's definitely Hammond into the 4 spot in that Class A Lamborghini of his. Looks like he might have found a way through there. And Gianni Giannacara, he seems to be battling a little bit on the start. There is Hammond. The brakes. 35 car. Paul Hill. Gianni behind him. Giannacara trying to find a way through. Can't just get past that very evenly matched Audi R8 of Paul Hill's. Gap opening up already from Brad Liebenberg's point of view. Could potentially see some very good lap times being put in here by Brad Liebenberg. On board with Action Jackson as we head towards the breaking point. He's on the back end of Hill. In fact, that's on the back end of Hammond. Sam Hammond coming under a bit of pressure there from Marius Jackson in the MJR Audi. Remember, his is the GT4 spec, it's not the GT3 spec Audi, so slight differential in terms of power. There you see a move. Gianni Giannacora up the inside of Paul Hill, finds a way through, and moves himself back up into Energia with a chance of closing things down there on Damien Hammond. Jackson has got through on Sam Hammond. Nice move there from him to get past the second of those Lamborghini Gallardo Trofeos. The looks of it behind that was Ricky Giannacora. Ricky Giannacora there in the Trocadini and UNH Transport sponsored AMG Mercedes-Benz. Parmesan Audi just losing out there slightly to Gigi as they head towards the S's. Nice run here from Jackson though. Really nice run from Marius Jackson, our onboard cameraman. Loving life in that little Lamborghini of his. Pulling away from Gianni Giannacora, Paul Hill and Jackson. As Jackson now sets his sights possibly to close down on the slightly higher spec'd Audi of Paul Hill up the road from him. A two-way battle here between these two Audis within the next couple of laps. Brad Liebenberg still has 6 laps to go and has just put in the fastest lap of the race of a 1:46.2. Another lap completed here for Marius Jackson as we were on board with him and crossing the line. This is the Liqui Lamborghini into turn 1, Crowthorne corner. And Damien Hammond just cruising through here in that Lambo. Behind him, but not on the same kind of pace as that Lamborghini was. And it's interesting to think that that Lamborghini up the road from him used to be Gianni's and Ricky's, so I'm not quite sure which one Damien Hammond climbed into, but the Giannacora boys were the original owners, of course, of those Lamborghini Gallardo Trofeos. Top 3 evenly matched, but no one showing their cards just yet. Ryan Naka not too far off the back end, only about a second off the back of Brad Liebenberg now. But he is being closed down pretty rapidly by Jonathan du Toit. Du Toit is looking hungry, and that AMG might be on the menu. Ron Marker got dual duties this weekend as well, piloting a Mercedes-Benz in the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop, and piloting a very fast BMW in Class A of the M Performance Racing Series. So showing quite a big allegiance to both of the German brands is Ryan Naka right now. MJR Motorsport Audi closing things down on that Primogen Audi of Paul Hill. Back on board with him. Gianni into the pits. Gianni Giannacora into the pits in the McLaren. Must be some kind of an issue on that car. He's having issues with spark plug problems on that car yesterday and the day before. Maybe a similar thing has happened on that one now. Watching that Hurricane close things down into the back end of the AMG. Very, very much closer here now from du Toit's point of view. It's only about a car and a half away from the back end of the AMG ahead of him. Absolutely soaking that pressure up with no worries at all at this stage. Quite happy to run the pace he's running. Not really having to go defensive on du Toit just yet, but du Toit is definitely getting a lot closer. Let's see whether or not he's able to make a move maybe into Crocodiles or into the final corner. That's what he'll be trying to set things up for. The drive down the mineshaft. He goes the inside apex, so he's gone a late apex to get that drive. Same thing here from Paul Hill's point of view. He's had to go inside to try and get better drive to stay away from Marius Action Jackson. Little battle here between Nika and Dutoy is working into the hands perfectly of Brad Liebenberg. Bad Brad out front, controlling things and not really having to worry about upping his pace more than what he needs to. He's settled down into the sort of high 46s here. Ricky Jonakora starting to close onto the back end of Sam Hammond. Ricky, of course, in Class B, Sam Hammond in Class C. He's leading. Sorry, Ricky in Class A, I beg your pardon, and Sam Hammond in Class B. So Hammond leading the Class B field. Ricky Jonakora at the moment down in 4th place in Class A. But overall standings are also important to these drivers. They like a good battle if they get one. Looks like we might get a good battle here between the two Audis in the very near future. At the pace that Marius Jackson is closing things down there on Paul Hill. Out of Sunset they come. Two Audis in full flight. Is there a chance here? It certainly looks like there might be one, eh? Marius Jackson has definitely closed that gap up rapidly. That GT4 spec Audi is closing in on the GT3 spec one ahead of it. And Hill's days might be numbered here. Back up on top of the hill. Not quite there yet, but certainly showed a wheel as they went into the braking point for the top end of the circuit. Nice run there as well from the 511. Of course, that Porsche this weekend being piloted by Jimbo Jonakora, as always. Enjoying his day in the sun here as part of Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Long time, of course, in the relationship between the Jonakora boys and Extreme Supercars. Initially was as the headline sponsors, but when they decided to step out, Dunlop stepped in and took over the mantle. Looks like Budnick got the Viper going again, because I just saw it go through shot. Yeah, there is the Viper just up ahead and up the road. So just Budnick able to get that car going again, but he was about 2 or 3 laps down, I'd say, unless he just dropped to the back of the pack. And then that just sorts out whatever issue. Maybe went into limp mode, had to stop it and restart it. Sometimes that's what happens with the electronics of these cars. So I would assume it's that kind of an issue, because he's hasn't lost that too much ground actually. Ryan Naka certainly has lost ground to Dutoy. You can see Dutoy now within half a car length. He's certainly looking for a chance to pounce, and he'll need to, because we're into 2.5 laps to go. Ryan Naka is feeling the pressure from Jonathan Dutoy. Dutoy applying the pressure as they come up on the back marker there. That's Jimbo Jonakora that just holds his line and lets the quicker cars through. Come up onto Ingrid corner one more time and start the penultimate lap. And this time it looks like it might be Ryan Naka. He was quickest. No, they're evenly matched there. But Ryan Naka on the last pass was the quickest of the 3 cars at the lead of the race. Paul Hill's got a bit of a maneuver up as well. He's turned the wick up slightly there to get away from Action Jackson. MJR, Marius Jackson Racing Audi, falling into the clutches ever so slightly. The Viper coming through the field as well. And 2 and 3. Well, they've actually closed up on the back end of Brad as well. Brad has rolled out slightly, but he can't afford to roll out much more than that, because Ryan Naka will make him pay. Oh, that's a great move. Budnick on the inside of Jackson slides that V12 Viper up the inside, and the Snake has a go and gets through there on some Vorsprung Technique, looking for a chance to do it again, return the favor, and get one back at the 2 Audi drivers after they got past him on the start line when he had a bit of an issue. Looks like the bucketless man has got that car sorted out now. Can he now find a way through, possibly on good friend off the track there, Paul Hill. Rival on it, of course. No love lost amongst these drivers when they're in the hot seat. There's quite a bit of camaraderie amongst all the drivers in the pit lane. But it's going to definitely be a... Well, look at this. Paul Hill going defensive there, realizing that Budnick's coming. He's looking in his rearview mirrors going, that's not sort of purple and reddish Audi, that's a white Viper on my tail. Can't allow that car through. Because that would be for position. It's going to be Damien Hammond, of course, to take Class A's win. Paul Hill at this stage is in second. If Budnick gets through, he moves himself into second place for Class A after that slow down moment at the start of the race. And as they start their final lap, that battle is for second place in Class A. We go on board with fourth place here. We're going to change up on the top three. No, they stay the same. So Brad Liebenberg hangs on for now. And it did come with a bit of help from Ryan Naka having to fend off the attack from Jonathan Dutoy. Dutoy still hasn't given up. He gets a good drive down the mine shaft. If he carries good corner speed, he might... No, he's not close enough. Thought he might have a go from there, but he's a little bit too far back to put a nose in there on that Lamborghini Huracan of his. Onto the AMG ahead of it. This could potentially be one though. Yeah, into the final turn. Naka goes defensive, puts the car in the middle of the track. No, 1, 2, 3 are going to stay the same. Brad Liebenberg, Turn Me On Sparko Audi takes the victory ahead of Ryan Naka in the Ryan Naka Racing AMG. A good effort there from Jonathan Dutoy to finish up in the 3 spot for GT3s. Gianni Giannacara had to go back in the pit lane, has not come back out again. So he'll lose out on that 4th place. But this one's not done just yet. Jackson and Hill. Budnick has got through on Hill, so he's moved himself up into 2nd place behind Damien Hammond, who would have just crossed the line now in that Lamborghini Gallardo Trofeo. Good recovery there from Chris Budnick. Didn't give up despite having to go onto the side of the track and reboot the system on the car. So that's how they're going to finish up. It's Liebenberg, Naka and Dutoy, your top 3 ahead of Damien Hammond, Chris Budnick and Paul Hill, your top 3 in Class A. Then further back, it's Sam Hammond and Blunden that are 1 and 2 in Class B. And Udi Sana has hung on to win out over Jimbo Giannacaro for Class C in the Extreme Supercars. There are the unofficial results on the left-hand side, as you can see them. Liebenberg, Naka and Jonathan Dutoy, your top 3 overall, as well as in the GT3 class. Damien Hammond, Budnick, Paul Hill, Marius Jackson and Ricky Giannacaro, your top 5 there in the Class A. Class B went to Sam Hammond ahead of Uli Sana, who took the victory, of course, in Class C. Right, we're going to go down into the pits and catch up now with one of our Toyota Gazoo Racing contenders, Ken Swartz.
Ken Swartz, pole position in the 86 Cup. Close gap behind with Jason Kutsia and Kanya Ngainya. How are you feeling before race 1, Kent?
Feeling good. It's my first time on pole in main circuit. It's going to be a very tough race, but hopefully we can pull through.
What's your plan to stay in front?
Obviously, I'm going to defend the first few corners. That's my plan, and we're just going to take it from there.
Thank you very much. Good luck, Kent. Nabil Abdul, pole position in the Yaris Cup. How are you feeling before race 1?
A little bit nervous. I'm trying to avoid what happened down in Kyalami, but I'm going to try and keep the lead down into Crowthorne and chase down the 86s and build a gap between me and Mario behind me. We know the Corollas are quicker down here on the straights, so I'm hoping I can build a bit of a buffer zone. But otherwise, feeling strong, feeling good.
Thank you, Nabil. Enjoy the action live on Supersport. Mario de Souza, pole position in the Dealer Cup. I hear you're a GP fan. How are you feeling before the race?
I'm loving MotoGP. Yeah, I'm very good. Nabil did a great job as far as the qualifying is concerned. I'm very happy to be on pole for the Dealer Challenge. It's an iconic circuit, fantastic to drive. It's a real driver circuit. So keeping fingers crossed, we want to keep our noses clean and have a draw.
Fantastic, Mario. Good luck and have fun.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Number 88, Carl Koch in P2 in the Yaris Cup. What's your plan to catch Nabil Abdul out front?
Yeah, hopefully I can get ahead of him on braking somewhere. It's going to be tough, but I'm also hoping that I get a nice tow from Mario and we can run him down together. I need to keep Puti behind me as well, so let's see what happens.
See you at the brakes at turn 1. Good luck, Carl Koch.
GR Cup, driven by Netstar. Toyota Gazoo Racing are in the house here at Kyalami. And as always, expect some big battles in each of the respective classes. We start things out, of course, at the top end of the field with the little GR86s. It's a 4-cylinder boxer engine, 2.4 naturally aspirated machine. It's got a paddle shift auto box on the inside and 180 kilowatts of rear wheel drive for our top contenders in the junior class and development class of this category, including Ken Swartz and Jason Kutsia, Kanya Ngwenya, Justin Rogers, Brandon van der Walt, Jordan Moodley, and Vidiswa Makanyana, who of course will be fighting for the 86 side of this. Then we move into a combined Toyota Corolla GR and Yaris GR Cup, which basically are our dealer team contenders, our drivers from the dealers, as well as members of the media who are combined in the category that score separately but race together in these spec, of course, of the Yaris GR 3-cylinder 1.6 litre turbo, 200 kilowatts, all-wheel drive with a 6-speed manual box. And then the GR Corollas, who are tucked in with them as well, share the similar engine, but it's upgraded to 221 kilowatts, about 12% more than the Yaris's have got, also with a 6-speed manual. And of course they've got the torque split with the GR 4-wheel drive auto system there And of course, that's what they're going to be looking to go to battle with now. So you'll see there'll be a little bit of a gap between the 86s and then the Corollas and Yaris's that are all combined for the race start. And we'll wait to see what Ken Swartz and Jason Kutsia can do at the front end. And then we'll watch out for Kyle Koch and Nabil Abdul. Incredibly, the man from Supersport has put it on pole position in only his third time out in the Gazoo Racing Cup. So GR Cup driven by Netstar, making its way to the line now for the start of their 8-lapper. And we're looking forward to seeing who goes at it here. Drop the hammer time. Ken Swartz and Jason Kutsia exactly the same time as they cross the line there, and absolutely nothing between them. In the second pack come around that final corner. Keep an eye out on them as they head towards the line and start the race. Getting the drop on the field there ever so slightly was Nabil, Kyle Koch, and then Putti Mpanya in there as well. As the 86 is already out of Crowthorne. Looks like Swartz has moved up. Yeah, he's got and stayed ahead of Jason Kutsia. Kutsia tucked in behind that. Then you got Kanya and Gwenya coming through. Times Live man there going wide. Putti having to fend off the intentions from Car Magazine's Kyle Koch as he comes through. Alliteration aside there on that little chirp, but certainly a great start from him. Looking to see the roller Toyota coming through as well as we watch for the maneuvers coming through from Willem and of course Charles Bosch in there as well. Charles Bosch of course running for the Citizen Motoring, but 86 is wide and off track. That's not what you want to do. Two of them in fact, one slightly wider than the other. That I think was Justin Rogers, who ran a bit wide out of fourth place and has now dropped down to the back of the pack. So at the front end of both these classes, things starting to heat up ever so slightly. We got Yaris's and Corollas in the mix, and it's a Yaris that actually leads things out there. Remember, Nabil Abdul, even though he's in the black colours, similar to what all of the Corollas are running, those GR black colours, he's actually in a Yaris. So the Yaris leads out over second place Kyle Koch. And Koch at the moment looks like he might have just lost out there to Lawrence Minnie, who's come into the play there as well. So there's a bit of chopping and changing happening here in amongst that pack of Yaris and Corolla drivers for this first heat of GR Cup. Nabil Abdul, and looks like Koch has dropped down to third place. Keeping an eye out on the rest of the pack coming through there. Auto Traders Lawrence Minnie coming from the back of the pack as well, watching for his progress through as they come to complete the first lap in anger. Across the line, 7 to go for the leaders, and the lead cars of course are all the 86 GRs that have crossed the line now. And how far back is that pack led out by Nabil Abdul in the Yaris? It's not too far, I would say. At this stage though, no change at the front end. Ken Swartz still maintaining a small margin, but there's a change up into Crowthorne as Jason Kutsia comes back at Kanya. Kanya going to try and keep him honest though into barbecue. He does so. Now towards Yuxke, can he find a way through? No, he can't. Kutsia slices through and moves up to second. Kanya down to third. The purple car there is Justin Rogers, and behind Rogers it is Brandon van der Walt and Vatsi. So it was actually Jordan Moodley that ran wide a little bit earlier on, so apologies on that one. Moodley was the car that ran wide out of that corner there at turn 3 and onto the rumble strip. In fact, he went a bit further than the rumble strip, a little bit further, wider than that even. We saw it was actually coming out of this corner, being one out of Clubhouse, not out of Yuxke. And how hard they're pushing those cars. Great to see these youngsters not afraid to throw the cars into the S's there. Rear wheel drive, using all 180 kilowatts available to them to try and get the power through and up the hill. Jordan Moodley will have to watch his rearview mirrors now because Nabil Abdul is coming rapidly through the field there, potentially in with a chance of closing that gap down between the 86s and the second pack of Corollas and Yaris's. It's a great fight. Nice little fight here as well as we watch a bit further back in that pack and pick on the action that's coming through from the 555 car there of Rian Duru, having a nice little battle in the Dealer Cup side of it. Motors Toyota looking good in the hands there of Mario D'Souza. Of course, D'Souza having a fantastic run. He actually leads out the media challenge, or the dealer challenge, I should say. The dealer challenge is in the hands of the Motors Toyota driver there, Mario De Souza. Theo Brits is in second, and then it's Paul de Vos, Marius Klaassen, and Rian de Roux. Spinner there. Ooh, big moment there for the 94 car of Jordan Woodley again. So Woodley having a bit of a nightmare here at Kyalami. He's been off track once, and now spun out right in front of a big pack of Yaris and Corollas. That is Nabil Abdul, incredibly out front ahead of Mario De Souza, who's second in the pack, but leading the dealer team challenge. Kyle Koch is second in the media challenge in the Yaris Cup. And of course that Yaris Cup, he's in the Car Magazine car. Taking that roll over from, of course, hard charger Alex last year. So Car Magazine still represented here in the Corolla and Yaris Media and Dealer Team Challenge. Alex Sheeny had a fantastic season last year. Koch is just continuing the success of that brand. Driver Academy car is a bit further back than what I'd like to be, I'm sure. But we'll keep an eye out on that progress. Coming from Paul de Vos, having to try and make up some ground here through some of drivers that he's not probably used to competing against. There are a couple of new drivers. Remember, Devon Scott drove in Cape Town, so de Vos will be driving here in Kyalami. And he's now seeing that there's a couple of other drivers new to the series that he's not had to contend with, but are some good contenders. De Roux goes through and heads down the mine shaft. Putty for Tom's Life still in the middle of that little sandwich, and he found himself in earlier on, being closed down by the Toyota Driving Academy. And of course they are based at Swartkops, remember. The GR Racing headquarters are at Swartkops International Raceway now, top of the hill, literally alongside the AMG Driving Academy at the old ZOC building. They took that over, and they run their Driver Academy out of that as well. So if you are looking to go and speak to any one of these dealers that are on track at the moment and are looking to buy yourself a GR version of the Corolla or the Toyota brand, you might want to go and take yourselves along and chat to either De Vos or to Devon Scott and chat to them about what they can do to teach you how to use your car to the maximum potential that can get it. Similar to what we're seeing here, what these youngsters are doing, and of course our media and dealer team guys are doing. That's what it's all about. Opportunities given by Toyota South Africa, the GR Cup driven by Netstar, and all their associate sponsors are definitely leveraging this sponsorship to a massive rate of knots, which is great to see. And we saw it earlier on in the Corollas that were fighting in South African touring cars, and then mentioning the fact that some of those drivers go on to bigger and better things in their careers, like the likes of the Dakar Rally, which Gazoo Racing is heavily involved in as well. So the brand itself is becoming a big force to be reckoned with. As Theo Britt starts to put his nose in there for NMI. The NMI machine looking for a chance now. Maybe spoil the day there for the contender he's fighting with. I think that might be with De Vos, which he's closed up on now. Yes, it is. So De Vos has lost out a little bit of ground there to the Yaris. It's incredible to see that at the longer track, the slightly lesser powered cars that are piloted by the Yaris drivers, despite them running the same engines, the Corollas, remember, have got about a 12% additional power output to them, and it's not really giving them the advantage that you would expect with that additional bit of power. Almost on a similar vein to what we see, and we will see tomorrow, of course, at Swartkops with Brunch Run and Thunderbikes, when you've got 600s, 400s and 1000 cc's all combined into one class of motorcycle racing, and the advantage is not really gained too much with the bigger bikes, other than on that straight up towards the Gazoo Racing stable. So that'll be interesting to see. And well, right now it looks like Ken Swartz wants this victory. he's not going to give it up without a fight, and he's certainly fighting hard with Kutsia and Ngwenya right now. His top three pulled a massive margin over the rest of the pack. Coming through nicely is the 19 car there, Marius Klaassen as well, for Roller Toyota. Triple 2 in the hands of Theo Brits. He gets onto that back straight away. It's D'Souza. Second overall, and also now in amongst the back end of the 86 Brigade. Our young development drivers out front have been caught by the pack of Corollas and Yaris's together. Mario Klaassen. Ooh, that was a nice shot. Up into Leerkop, and all three of them looking for a chance to dive on the inside of each other, and every single one of them shutting the door at the same time. So looks as if we're in for an epic finish between these three youngsters if they keep up this kind of rate. They come up onto the breaking point now and into Crocodiles. It's quite tight stuff there between them. Little gaps have opened up now, but car length each there. It might have just been because they were so evenly matched coming out of Leerkop corner. All of them having to back out of a potential overtaking maneuver that they were attempting, but I don't think Mr. Ngwenya realized that he was going to be attempting a pass at the same time that Jason Kutsia was going to attempt a pass. Citizen is Charles Bosch, a little bit further back in the pack there, but need to stay still, having an awesome time out there for the Citizen motoring side of the journalistic world. You won't find a bigger smile in the house than that man when he climbs out of a race car, particularly when he's had a chance to have a bit of a dice, which he's having at the moment with Lawrence Binney, by the looks of things there from Auto Trader. And he really is having a great little fight, that is for sure. Further up the road, it's still the 21 car of Paul de Vos in second, and there's not really an answer for him on Mario D'Souza's pace, who's a long way up the road there for the Dealer Cup. To Clubhouse comes the second pack of 86s, who have been caught and passed now by Kyle Koch from Car Magazine. Putty is also trying to fend off some late race pace. Speaking of late race pace, here we go. Jason Kutsia getting that inside line sorted and looking to try and capitalize on it as he goes down the hill towards the sweep at the bottom of the mine shaft, but no. Lead car saw him coming and just shut the door. So Ken Swartz was well aware of the intentions being shown there by Jason Kutsia. Kutsia late on the brakes into Crocodiles. Also, once again, door firmly shut by the man out front. There's no room for error here. There's only 2 more laps to go. So any mistake right now could be a really, really crucial one. Wide there from Ngwenya. Nice run here from these cars though. Really, really awesome to see the little battles that have sort of got into their pockets and they've had some fun amongst themselves. It's normally what the case is with these drivers. They're not necessarily looking for an opportunity to be the fastest drivers in the world, although the youngsters out front would say that. And they're of course looking for opportunities to become potential future drivers for the Gazoo Racing squad, which Kutsia certainly shows some prowess in getting past on Ken Swartz. So that has changed things up at the front end. Kanya, unfortunately, with no answer there, try to go with, and does go with, actually. Great job there from Kanya. Didn't think he'd seen that opportunity, but he definitely pounced on it when he saw it open up and got ahead of Ken Swartz. So Swartz has gone from first to third in the space of 2 corners. These 3 cars are falling back into the clutches, though, rapidly of the hard-charging Yaris Cup leader in Nabil Abdul. Fastest car on track at the moment, 2:07.8. which is allowing him to close things down here on the cars that are literally lapping. What are we doing? 209s. So it's almost 2.5 seconds quicker than those 3 cars in front, but they are fighting hard, which is slowing them down and allowing Nabil Abdul from Supersport to close the gap down. The World of Champions man had a fantastic outing at the first round in Cape Town, and he's now looking to do the same thing here at Kyalami. Killarney to Kyalami is normally a big difference in terms of setup and having your race ability tested. And if you're not a racer at heart, or you haven't been one as a professional racer, it's a difficult transition to make, but Nabil is making it look relatively easy. New leader, Kanya, out of nowhere, just capitalized on a mistake there being made by Jason Coetzee. Ken Swartz gets a bit sideways as he gets through on Jason Coetzee. Coetzee comes for a late apex, clips the curb on the exit, gets the back end stepped out. Nicely done. Good catch there from him, but what's going to allow, it's going to allow Nabil Abdul to possibly come through on both of them. Yes, Nabil Abdul up into second place overall as he comes across the line and into the second place overall, looking for an overall victory from the second pack start. Nabil on the brakes, but Kanya sees him coming. He gives him some room, but he runs wide, and by running wide, that's allowed Kent Swartz to come back at him. He's not going to give this up though. Nabil has got a little bit extra squirt, dives on the inside. Here comes Kent Swartz back to the lead of the 86 Brigade. Does he get through? He's sideways. Oh, Nabil Abdul gets onto the grass, pushing so hard to get through on the junior drivers. He's made a small mistake, and I think he might hang on to it only just. Which he does, but unfortunately there, that could have been very, very nasty, and it could have cost him dearly. So Swartz hits the front again. It's now Kanya up in a second, Jason down to third. Ken Swartz capitalizing on the Foster car coming through and using it to his advantage to get from third place back to first. And they're on to their final half a lap of Kyalami. So Nabil Abdul has done the unthinkable. He's come from a long way back from the front end of that second pack of cars and got through, similar to what we saw Devon Scott do in the second race in Cape Town. The Toyota Driving Academy driver coming through in the Corolla GR. But this is certainly, from a man who's had very little race experience, an awesome drive from Nabil Abdul to come from that second pack, get to the front end and find a way through on some very hard fighting and hard charges at the front end of the 86 League. So as they come through to complete the second last corner in Cheetah, it's going to be Nabil Abdul for the win in the Yaris Cup. He's going to hang on from Supersport's point of view to beat out Kyle Koch and Putti Mpanyana, of course, from Times Live. The 86s are not done yet. They are coming out of that final turn, and it's going to be a run to the line there. Are we going to see a change up? No, we're not. Just stays out front as Ken Swartz, so manages to hang on to the capitalization of his pole position into a win. And he finishes up ahead there of a phenomenal effort being put in by both Jason Coetzee and Kanya Ngwenya. Nabil Abdul finishes ahead of Kyle Koch and Putti Mpanyana, with Lawrence Mini and Charles Bosch making the top 5 there. Mario De Souza, of course, comfortably winning out the Dealer Cup and beating both Paul De Vos, Theo Brits, and of course behind them was Marius Klaassen and Rian de Roo to wrap up our first heat and to finish the first half of the day of our race action here of the double header of Regional and National Extreme Festival. Nabil Abdul, Ken Swartz and Kanya Ngwenya, of course, taking the victory there. Great effort there from Mario De Souza to win out over Kyle Koch and Brandon van der Walt. And awesome job there once again from the rest of the pack of these drivers who have come through and shown an awesome effort from the Gazoo Racing stable. GR Cup, driven by Netstar. Toyota Gazoo Racing in the house have now wrapped up the first half of our day, and in a few moments' time we'll be heading into the second races of each of the classes we've seen so far.
start live.
All right, let's do it all again, shall we? That's not a bad idea. Let's kick things off with classes D and E in the BMW Performance Racing Series. And yes, everybody around the track that can hear the PA, unfortunately, we are not linked in directly. They have linked into a live stream feed to take the PA feed, and that of course is causing a massive delay on the commentary. So if you are listening around the track, you're probably going to hear this about 5 or 10 minutes later than what you should have heard it, because we don't have a direct link to the PA system around the circuit, so apologies on that one. We have no control on that. We didn't even know they were going to link us to the PA. So yeah, we're going to sound a bit delayed if you are listening on the PA, but at least you'll get some kind of indication as to what's happening around the track, even if there is a delay. Otherwise, our best bet is that for you to get your own live stream and put it onto your smart device and catch us on Extreme Festival, on YouTube, on yours truly's page, The Voice of Choice, Volkswagen Motorsport, Dunlop Motorsport. There's a whole bunch of platforms that are putting out the live feed. So if you want to watch that live feed, you can watch it. But as I said, the public address system will be delayed because they are picking up on one of those feeds. That is the lunchtime break done and dusted. We're heading into M Performance Racing Series classes D, E and F. MSA4 Demonstration will be after that. Astron Energy Polo Cup Race 2, Dunlop V8 Supercars, Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop, SA Touring Cars and Super Cup, Kazoo Racing, Pharaoh Energia, 111 GD Sports and Saloons, ATE, Volkswagen Challenge, and the BMW M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C, and the second race of Formula V, as we kick things off with Bernard de Gabea on pole position and leading down towards turn 1 for the M Performance Racing Series race 2 of classes D, E and F. And expect to see a bit of a fight, as we always do in this class. Oh, that's not a good start. Upon it coming loose this early on in the race is not a good idea, Richard Gernholz. So that's definitely not what you want, buddy. Make sure that you've got that bonnet secured before you make your way out into the track. And already action. Oh man, we got action again coming into turn number 2, and 2 cars coming together there, unfortunately, and that's not what you want to be seeing. So these cars haven't been on track since about 8 o'clock this morning. They were the first race of the day, and heading towards Clubhouse Corner now. It could be a change up in the lead. Yes, indeed. We've got Bernard de Gabea trying to sneak back up the inside and find a way through to take and resume the lead of this race after we've seen a bit of fracas a bit further back there. Mostert in the pack as well, looking very good as they come through for the first part. It's Cavalieri that he's fighting with, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, that's Michael Krobler, I beg your pardon. So Krobler and Bernard de Gabea fighting hard. Where is Cavalieri? Is he one of the cars that possibly went off? We'll keep an eye on that as they head to the top of the hill. Harvey Olivier. Let's have a look at going into turn 2. How it got out of shape. It is... Oof, that's not nice. The 182 car is Paolo Cavalieri. He hits the wall, and he came together there with Trevor Long. Trevor Long is the second car that was involved. Oh, thanks, Paulie. So Trevor Long and Cavalieri are the 2 cars that were involved there. That's why we're missing Cavalieri from that front pack. I was looking to see whether it was him, and I kind of got caught out by the fact that he was not there, and it was actually Michael Krobler. Krobler car also seems to have a bit of a problem. It seems to be slowing up there a little bit. Cavalieri's out the car, so is Trevor Long, and possible safety car coming. Possible safety car. You can see the man from I2, and of course Pablo Clark Racing just having a chat there to Trevor Long, realizing it's very much a race incident there if we look at the way things went with that replay. Car into pit lane as well, or just to the entrance of pit lane, probably just waiting for everybody to come through, locking up the brakes there. No, it's not. Hans Bazet's got some big problems. That engine seems to have a bit of an issue. It's smoking badly there in the track taxi as we go back under race conditions. Doesn't look like they're going to call the safety car. There's the safety car parked on the sideline. So I don't think we're going to get a safety car scenario here. They may have got those cars out of harm's way, or they're going to keep us under yellow waved yellows into barbecue to tell the drivers that there are 2 cars on the outside. So this will be the first time that some of those cars get to see the 2 stricken cars. And now we've got a white flag out there for a slow car. Is that the 117? I think it might be of Gernholz. Yeah, Gernholz's car with the loose bonnet. I don't know why he didn't come into pit lane. just to get that bonnet sorted out and then go back out again. Their pit lane is at the top end of the circuit there, so he could have just popped in quickly, told someone to bolt that thing down or strap it down with some duct tape or something and get back out on track. Possibly he did go into pit lane, so I'm just getting corrected there. I'm not quite sure if he did or didn't, but he was very slow coming out of pit lane as opposed to sort of resuming the track at a relatively as close to race speed as possible once you've exited the pit lane area and you're no longer under the scrutiny of the pit lane speed limit. But maybe he's just being cautious there not to get in the way of the guys who were racing. Not a bad idea if that's what he did do. We go a bit further back to Karabo Malamela fighting hard again and resuming a little battle that we saw all race long in the first heat. He's taking it up once again, and that mantle falls into his hands as he's joined there by the number 7 car of Eddie Rodriguez. Rodriguez fighting for Class E honours, remember. So it's a Class E battle there. BMG, the Bearing Man Group, and Liqui Moly car taking on Rodriguez. And further back, Tian van Rooyen hasn't quite got there yet, but he did get there right in the end. Neil Reynolds is just up the road from them. So it's another 6-way, 7-way fight yet again, as we saw in the first heat, and it's almost the same members of the party who have joined that battle. Smoking gun from Heinz Bezay coming out of the final corner there in the track taxi. Seems to be just smoking at certain areas of the track, so maybe they've just done some overfilling of some nature. Comes side-by-side action. Oh, this normally ends up in tears in that kind of position. We just saw that earlier on. Unfortunately, I think there was a little bit of room given there, and maybe some room to play from the front end of that little battle, because that one is just trying to pick up where those guys are sitting. That's possibly, is that the mid-pack? Mid-pack of Class D there with Herbst sitting 4, 5 and 6th place there with Olerato, Sekudu and Toby Olifia just up the road from them. Krobler still in second behind Digavea. If Banner Digavea gets a win at Kyalami, man alive, are we ever going to hear the end of it when he comes to join us back here in commentary, Paul? I don't think so. Pest control car is going to get pesty though. He's going to put a bit of a maneuver on there to try and ensure that he can make our lives a bit easier in the commentary booth. Come on now. Don't be scared, Michael Krobler. My money's on you, bud. Come on now. You can just imagine the comments that are going to be made by Bernard de Gavea if he's able to stay ahead at the whole time. Rodriguez, unfortunately, losing out there to Malamela, but comes back in him as they go down the hill towards the mine shaft and into the sweep, closing down on Mostert. Great little fights here. Great little battles. Raging properly here all the way through. Reynolds at the moment, just a little bit of a margin ahead. Malamela gets on the brakes late, turns in and keeps Rodriguez out. Tian van Rooyen is closing. That 125i is coming along. He's slowly but surely closing down there in that, the TI I should say, not the I. It's the slightly smaller version. There's another move on the inside from Eddie Rodriguez, looking for a way through. Malamela sees him coming. Just holds his race line, gets good drive out of the final turn, and that might just be enough to fend off the intentions being shown there. Tian van Rooyen's been closed down though, that's for sure. A little bit of a closer manoeuvring coming in there from Claudio Jardim. Jardim having a bit of a fight of his own. Then Haps going at it here with Gous. Oh, that's not good. That's a massive fire. That's is that the 112 car? Yes, it is. Wowee. That's Johan Miller with a massive problem on the side of Crowthorne. The engine's gone and it's burst into flames. So Miller with some massive problems there out of Crowthorne corner. Parked on the outside of the track. Craig Herbst in the BMW. That's the Victron Energy machine. He's carrying on his way, but you can see driver's still not out the car. Maybe he's gone for the fire extinguisher inside the car to try and extinguish the flames from the inside. The marshals are there, and they now need to get that those flames out of that car as quickly as possible. There we go, fire extinguisher into play, and that car, of course, is basically now just engulfed in a fire extinguisher smoke and mirrors as the flames go out, hopefully. The driver was out the car, actually. I didn't see him on the sideline there, but he's come back to sort of see if they were able to get those flames out. It looks like they've got them extinguished, or is it still burning here on the left-hand side? They're going to make sure that the flames are out, but yeah, not the way that that machine wanted to end up the race day, particularly after a good first outing. Let's get back to the race action though, and in the mid-pack there's still some battles to be sorted out. They're not done yet, because remember, we've got 3 classes out there. There is a situation where, of course, you can have a scenario of, is it a safety car? It is. I was going to say, the safety car board was against the fence, so that's why I was just double checking myself whether they'd actually deployed the safety car or not, but they would have had to, because this car is now stricken on the outside of Crowthorne, which is a dangerous place, and there it is. Safety car picks up on Banner de Gavea. Well, Paulie, one thing I can say is if they finish under safety car, at least we can say Bernard de Gavea had the advantage of the safety car, and he won't be too mouthy about the victory. But needless to say, the chairman of the board there has had a fantastic run so far to keep out Michael Grobler and Davy Olivier. But if the safety car comes in now, if they can get their car out of the way early, he might have his hands full of both Grobler, Olivier, and even Sekudu. Well, Arata Sekudu is right there as well. Once again, showing our Kyalami marshals and some of the development marshals that have joined the team today to be part of this big double-header race day. We need lots of marshals out on track when we've got lots of cars to play with. And that safety car board now out deployed due to the fact that we had a car on fire on the exit of turn 1. Johan Miller fortunately ending up as the fireball there in the Heijo Transport and Amtech Lubricants BMW. So as they stream through here, you can just see how much closer it's got. Tian van Rooyen waving to some of his fans on the sideline there, maybe. I think he might be just waving to the crowds. There are a lot of people out here today at Kyalami. It is fantastic to see. It's been a long time since we've seen a full house at Kyalami, and they certainly have come in their hordes today to enjoy all the race action for the bumper edition of Extreme Festival. Regional and national categories combined here today. The only one that's missing, of course, are our ZX10R Masters Cup, and the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup will be in action at the next round of the Extreme Festival Nationals in in Port Elizabeth, I beg your pardon, in Koberga, for the 3rd round of the Nationals. It will be their 2nd round of their championship. So looking forward to that. They will come back to Kyalami, of course, as they're part of the Festival of Motoring's entertainment. And they've also got a separate standalone event that they will be doing as well as part of their championship too. So that's the reason why that they didn't come to this one. And also, of course, it gives us an opportunity to get some more car casters in here and make it a full day's racing only with the 4-wheelers. It doesn't happen often anymore, but it's quite nice for a change for that aspect. But if you're a biking fan like I am myself, it's always lovely to have a bike class involved on a big day like this. Well, this is the reason why we're under safety car. You can see a massive ball of flame coming out of that Amtech BMW of Johan Miller's. He got out the car pretty rapidly. We went away from that, of course, when he climbed out the car. But the fireball was on the exit of turn 1 at Crowthorne and is now being moved into a safe position after the fire was tended with pretty rapidly by our Kyalami marshals. Lights stay ablaze on that safety car, and they've got 2 to go, so could end up being a 1-lap sprint race here. That's just to the left-hand side of where we are from that camera position. If he pans right, we'll get to see him. Yes, and wave to the crowd there, ma'am. We can see you. Oh no, she's waving to a friend in the bucky. Is that in the monster bucky? It is. It's in the monster bucky there. There you go. There we are. That's us there on the right-hand side. The 2 wheels and Planet Margate production unit. Dave and Paul inside, of course, the trailer. and yours truly sitting inside that little Peugeot from Two Wheels TV, giving us a chance to give you all the action that takes place out on circuit here at our bumper weekends racing of national and regional extreme festivals combined. I think we're going to be finishing this one up under safety car, which is not ideal, and it's quite nice that I've eventually got someone else to come and join me here in the studio to have a chat. He's going to be talking in a few moments' time about single-seater racing, which of course is his passion. But I think we've had a couple of times where you've jumped into a saloon car of some nature, and I believe your Chevron actually has a BMW engine, so not a bad time to jump in here, Mr. Alan Meyer.
Of course, Greg, how's it once again? And of course, you know me, timing is always important in my life as well, obviously. And yes, the Chevron, when they built those cars in the 60s, they raced them, used Ford and BMW engines, and the most popular engine, the cheapest, was the BMW.
Okay.
It was the Ford, FGP or BDG or something like that. Obviously, it was a lot more expensive. So
BDG
even today still.
Mm-hmm.
Even today still, the BM engine is the most popular and cheapest one. And we got I think they call it an M10 with side drafts, and John 10 has now fitted electronic ignition. It was running. Yeah, we had it running again for the first time last week, and
it's good to see.
We had a good dice. Thank you.
So look, the one cool thing about you jumping in here, and the reason I got you on the mic early before we start talking about the single seaters, is safety car scenarios like this, of course, are not what you want as a racing driver. It kind of spoils the spectacle, but these race laps do count behind the safety car. And as a driver and a racer, you're kind of saying, can we just get the safety car off the track? The scenario here could possibly be that the safety car pulls off for the last lap of anger, and this concertina effect just gives everybody another shot at possibly spoiling the day for the chairman of the board, who's at the front there, Bernard de Gavea, and him having the laudits afterwards of taking a victory.
You're always behind the safety car. Well, in my case, at one race meeting, I raced the Chevron, and then straight away the Formula VW in the Libra. And I climbed in that single seater like it was a killer.
Well, there's the incident area that's been cleared. Sorry to jump in there on you.
No problem. And then, fortunately, Rick, fortunately, I got in this thing and I was moog, and this thing wanted to kill me. And then, lucky there was a safety car. So at that time, I recovered. But 100%, And then also, what happens here how Alan Meyer feels is the people leave too much bigger gaps, and you're 100%. Behind the oak, you can't pass him. And you're just thinking, you go a little bit faster. Go closer.
You've got to sort of drive at 80% of your pace, or at least 60 or 70%, depending on what the pace car sets. And the pace car is now setting it. So now De Gavea takes over that option of the pace car to run the final part. But there you can see the gaps are open. Could close that gap. He could definitely close that gap up and start where he needs to be, right on the bumper of the car in front of him.
This is going to be action attraction all the way to the end now. This is exciting stuff.
Exactly. So Krobler, Olivier, Sekudu and Haps have all got a chance now of spoiling the day there for the chairman. But he will dictate the pace 100%. Until the line.
Look how he's holding them up there. He's not
going to let them do, because they can't pass him until they cross the line. 100%. Now it's every man for himself, and a couple of ladies in there too.
Put in the hook, Putty. Let's go.
There we go. So heading down towards Crowthorne Corner again now in the BMW M Performance Racing Series. It is Bernard de Gavea trying to hang on for one more lap. Davy Olivier got a much better start. Craig Herbst got a fantastic start. He goes around the outside looking for a way through there on Sekudu. Olorata Sekudu just hanging on for dear life, but no, loses out, and Ghost gets through as well. So it looks like Ghost looks like he might have just squeezed out. Oh, what a move there from Herbst as well. So some chopping and changing in this mid-pack, as you can see. And it didn't quite work out for Oloroto, but it has certainly worked out nicely there for Bernard de Gavea, who held them up nicely and then just dictated the pace. They could not pass him until they crossed the line, and by that stage he'd had, as Al said, foot in the hook. And he's doing exactly that now as they get towards Clubhouse Corner.
He looks pretty comfortable where he is now. You see no pressure. This is the car behind him. Absolutely in control of this race.
Yeah, he is. He's looked like that basically from the start.
Race, 100%.
From the pole position, he was, of course, it's the inverted grid that they do. They gave him the pole position. So maybe there was a bit of race tactics in his first race to get that pole and ensure that he could be there. But Krobler, the pest control man, getting a bit pesty there. and becoming the pest at the final part of this race as he looks to try and get past, but no answer.
He was late on the brakes there and nearly climbed into the boot of the
he could have gone
car,
hooked up underneath the wing, eh?
Yeah, let's see. He's got 2 more good chances, yeah?
2 more to go.
To the bowl and then
this one's not going to work. He's not close enough yet, but maybe into the last corner if he gets these 2 right. I don't think he's going to do it though. I think he's going to have to settle for second place here, and unfortunately you don't have to sit in the studio with him, but the next time Bernard de Gavert sits in the position you're in right now and takes that microphone, we are not going to hear the end of this. A win at Kyalami for Bernard de Gavert, the chairman of our M Performance Racing Series. That's exactly what he wanted to do to finish up today's racing. Congratulations, winning out over Michael Krobler, and a brilliant effort there from the rest of the pack of Class D, with Habs and Olorata Sekudu in 3rd and 4th respectively. Further back, Vessel Mostert has hung on, and he comes across the line for first place ahead of Eddie Rodriguez and Karabo Malamela. And then in the Class F, it's Gerald Anthony who wins out over Kyron Badaya and Zahir Sidat in Class F. So wrapping things up here from a BMW M Performance Racing Series, a 1-lap sprint in the end after that ball of flames that was left on the sideline at Crowthorne. And that is classes D, E and F done for the day. We've still got classes A, B and C a little bit later on. And in a few moments time, Helen's going to join me for a bit of commentary to take us through the second demonstration for MSA4.
And I see Karabo, I heard his name mentioned now. Yeah, he's also in a BM, and you have to move it back to the pits if he's going to go out in his MSA4 car as well now. I was actually looking for him now in the pits. I actually forgot he's
in the BM.
Well.
He had to go and race that first.
Yeah,
did you bring your race suit? They might have chucked you in there, eh? Might have given you a chance.
Well, I've got a helmet. I'm sure I can get a race suit as well. I actually go to Sotkop now on practice days. I take my race kit with, just in case.
You never know.
Uncle
You never
Peter
know.
might be kind to me.
You know, it's sometimes I joke about it, but there was a few times in my commentary career and when I was still racing cars as well that I had my kits in my car just in case of emergency. You never know. Somebody would not arrive on the day and they need a driver, and he would just get an opportunity. 2 drivers on the sideline there, Trevor Long and Paolo Cavalieri. Unfortunately, as you can see on the left-hand side, had a bit of a coming together there, but both walking back to their cars, and hopefully they'll be able to get their cars started up again and then just hop across the road to back into the pit lane. But until we've got track clearance and cars back on circuit, which will be the MSA4 single-seaters, we'll leave you with the sights and sounds here of Kyalami.
Smoke. Smoke.
There you have what we got coming up next, the MSA4 Demonstration, which Alan May and myself will talk you through in a couple of minutes' time. But we've still got Astron Energy Polo Cup Race 2 to come. Dunlop V8 Supercars, Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. The Touring Cars and Super Cup class, Gazoo Racing SA Cup Race 2. Pharaoh Energia, GT Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch. The DOE Formula V's partnered by CIM Lubrifuels. M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C. And to wrap things up at the end of the day, if we stay on time, which we basically are right now, it'll be ATE Volkswagen Challenge. So that's how the rest of the day looks here at the Extreme Festival, presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa, and our bumper edition of it, incorporating both our national and regional classes together.
Here we are with Shriyan Naidu in his brand new MSA4 car. Shriyan, new car, new formula, new challenge. Tell us your thoughts and feelings after the first demonstration earlier this morning.
Well, the car is feeling absolutely great, so just getting a feel for the car. Obviously we haven't had too much time in the car because the team has done a really good job getting the cars here to Kyalami. So just trying to feel it out, see what we can improve on in terms of setups, and yeah, very excited for the year ahead.
Shriyan, can you tell us how you think the racing is going to look different this year with this new formula compared to 2024?
Well, I definitely think it's going to bring everyone close. We're all starting at the same point, same chassis, and basically starting from point zero. So I expect close racing. Well, I don't know who's going to take each race. I mean, pretty sure it's going to be very unpredictable depending on the track. And I'm just hoping for a very good race this year.
Thank you. Good luck and enjoy.
So I just saw that interview there with Shrin and Timber chatting to him in pit lane. I saw during the week as well on your WhatsApp group. He's actually just been given I think it's his Bachelor of Science in Actuarial Science. So he's kind of figured out where he wants to go in life, and that's a pun intended. Now can he figure out this new car that you guys have got?
Hopefully he can, and hopefully he'll be in the car more often now. Last year, obviously, finished the schooling and the studying and that. And my big joke always with these kids is, you're worrying about school, man. Stay at home, your dad will look after you. But no, Shrin really went ahead, and congratulations, Shrin.
Yeah, for sure. From all of us, yeah, that's not an easy task to get. An actuarial scientist is a hefty degree to have behind your name. So, congratulations. But you know what they always say here, Al? It's racing is important, but education is important too.
Yeah.
Was it the other way around?
100%. Yeah. But yes, here we are back on track again, Greg, and thank you very much for the opportunity to come and sit here with you to talk about these cars. And I am still in awe of the fact that these cars are on the circuit, whether they're racing or they're doing demo runs, so we can sort out the small little issues to get them all equal. Actually, absolutely fantastic. Already yesterday I saw times of 1 minute 53. And this is the first time that they turned wheels at Kyalami, and I assume, I am damn sure, going forward with the development of the engine and getting used to the tyres and the setup of these cars, the lap times will come as well. The cars are obviously weighing a little bit heavier than the previous cars, the Duratec, the 1600s. But obviously the body's bigger, wider. You've got the halo on the car and the extra protection for the driver in the car, so they are also a little bit heavier. But in saying that, I am sure they will get these cars up to speed as they develop. And the people must still remember, it's the second time these cars have been on a circuit.
Yeah.
Previously Swartkop, and it was raining in the morning.
They also need to remember that we're in April and they started the build of these cars in January.
100%.
So less than 3 months, it's basically 3 months that all 14 cars were produced from ground level up.
Yeah, 100%. And I wonder, in a car like this, if you get the new car smell. I've always just been in rebuilt cars, but I wonder when you come in this car, you get a new car smell as well.
There's three things that you always want to sort of bottle in life. It's the new car smell, it's two-stroke, and it's jet fuel.
Two-stroke, that's true. That's true hard, yeah. But anyways, yeah, it looks like they're pedaling a little bit faster. Obviously on the TV doesn't look good, but they are going and enjoying themselves. And the big excitement, I sort of get excited when I'm going to climb in a car and standing in the pits now, just before I came up to see you, that when they started to run the cars to warm them up, and I'm very excited. I'm excited about the season going ahead when these cars really get up to speed, and with all these new youngsters in the cars out of the karting. And we know in karting it's wheel-to-wheel stuff, so you can imagine what's going to happen.
Wheel to wheel is what we want. We don't want locking wheels though, because in single seaters that normally ends up in tears.
Yeah, definitely. We saw earlier on there's a lock up on the left front there. Obviously maybe a little bit of a weight issue, that the two front wheels not carrying the same weight. But in saying that, they're not hanging around.
No, they're not.
It's not hanging around.
So Schrin has been involved in the championship for a while. So is Carabo.
Yes.
But you've got and Renzo Ribeiro.
Yes.
Liam Poloni came in at the last part of last year to join the 1600s. But you've got the likes of Adrian now. You've got Keon Spies, who've come from karting. You spoke about Hannah, and of course some of the lady drivers that have been piloting. Tell us a little bit about the progress that's been happening with the new drivers that are involved.
Well, I think I said earlier in the program, obviously they've taken to these new cars like ducks to water. And I'm sure they feel at home the fact that it's paddle shift and things like that on the gearly, because in the karting that's what they're used to.
Yeah.
And these kids, Anastasia, I think had a big karting incident and she suffering a bit with concussion. Otherwise she would have been in the car. That was the car Rick Morris was going to drive.
Yes.
He was on his way here with a ticket already, and so he was going to drive her car. But I'm sure we're going to see action with Hannah, Anastasia, as well as Simpiwe is getting up to speed with her car as well. And the other karting kids, I'm sure in front there, the KCs, and with Michael Besaidnout this weekend also being on pace with Casey, they're going to have to watch their mirrors. These other youngsters are going to...
Yeah, they're not going to have their own way, and I think it's similar to what happened with Formula 1600. For a long time there were a couple of dominant drivers, but as soon as you sort of saw the likes of the Jagger Robertsons come into the play, and then Jason Kutsia jumped into one, and you mentioned Michael Besaidnout, very, very rapid response to get to the front end of the field. Karabo, Siyabonga Monkankwana as well, long-standing teammate of yours, and under the tutelage, of the guys like Race Driver SA and all the guys that are behind the scenes that put not only the work into the cars but work into the drivers to get them to be able to gel with the cars, certainly comes to the forefront when the race action starts to happen.
100%, and you can do as much as you can with obviously prepping and talking to them and that, but you know what they say, when the flag drops, the bee stops, and off they go, and then no matter how much tutelage you've given these kids, how many laptops and how much downloads you've done to the look at these two. Come on,
these two are having a fight, even though it's not even a race.
Come on. And my favorite color, orange. I mean,
Yeah,
that
and
Adrian
is
Dell-
that your number, by the way? Is that a 15 on the side of the car there?
Well, my number used to be 15. Yeah. And when the people asked me why 15, I said, well, that was our PF payday, the 15th.
There we go.
But there, I mean, yeah,
Exactly.
look at these two having a go at each other, and this is what's waiting for us with these new cars. Absolutely fantastic. The cars-
When you see that, and it's positive to see that, because a lot of times when you've got single seaters, particularly that are so evenly matched, it makes it exceptionally difficult to pass. But Adrian put a pass on there with relative ease.
I obviously, with the help of I think it's
Kyalami
in the
Yeah.
in the other car, and sort of this is only a demo. Pauline was telling us it's only a demo run, but yeah, they're showing what is possible with these cars. And you can imagine if when the times are very close, you're going to have a group of 6-7 of these cars, maybe the whole 14 in a bunch like that, having a go for first place, and definitely wheels are going to get left behind.
You say 14. I know 14 were built, okay, but I think since they rolled out at Swartkop's last Wednesday in the rain, I believe the phones were ringing off the hook, because there's a couple of other young karters that have seen this going, hey Dad, Easter's actually coming. Easter's next weekend. What's the chances of a little early Easter egg?
And I think there's 18 at the end
Is
of
that
the
Keon? I think Keon's got a problem on the side there, yeah.
And the technology that's in these cars, unbelievable. I mean, the previous cars you could just ride and go on, and by the time you've seen there's no oil pressure, you know you're getting a big bill on Monday. But the technology in these cars is what, going forward, whether these kids progress to other series and that's what they're going to encounter. And obviously it's like a little computer, this car now, driving around, and which is great stuff. It's great stuff. And I mean, all these kids, I mean, if you look in Formula 1, 16-year-olds in a Formula 1 car, but they're all into these computer games and sims and things like that. And this is what these youngsters like about these cars.
And the feedback, I suppose, is going to be a lot better from them to give to their race technicians and stuff, when they can say, listen, here we need to turn in here, we need to maybe change the wheel set up slightly here, lift or raise the suspension, whatever the development allows to happen, to get the perfect car. I think the winning thing with that technology you're speaking about is the fact that they can then give valid feedback to their technical advisors.
For sure, and as well, obviously, when there someone went a bit wide, they're picking up some of that. It was Renzo.
I think it was Renzo, yeah.
Renzo, and obviously they'll download information from the car as well, which could help the driver as well. So going forward, as I said, for the sake of boarding, I think this is absolutely fantastic for the youngsters coming in, and this is, in my opinion, this is where the kids should be coming to drive these cars and learning these cars. How's that for a selling?
There we go. The big selling point there. The PR Meister here alongside me.
Look there, using all the circuit and more.
If you are looking to go into single-seater racing, of course, there is such a great opportunity for any young driver in this country, because if you think about, we're into, 60th anniversary of Formula V.
Yes.
We've got 75 years of Formula M, and of course the start of MSA4 this year. So there are stepping stones for these youngsters to climb out of karting. They don't necessarily have to come straight here to a national championship category. They could sort of climb into a V and get used to a single-seater, and then maybe sort of step up into something a little bit quicker, and then of course into the national championship class, which will open the doors for them. We spoke about it in the first demonstration, saying that this is potentially the closest to F4, F3 that we've got in the country, and the step from here to F4 is a lot smaller to make than what it was kind of from the 1600 into a Formula 4 or Formula 3 car.
And that was the theory, and that was the thinking behind developing something that is a little more technologically advanced compared to the Duratex.
Yeah.
And we had many years of good racing with the Duratex, but going forward, looking at the youngsters' future going forward, because most of these kids want to go overseas and race overseas.
Exactly.
And there's the flag, unfortunately, so that's the end of the test session for that. And I'm sure going forward, PE will see a completely different car out there. I'm sure there'll be a lot of testing and getting these cars prepped so that they can all be equal, and we can have good racing and give these youngsters a chance to show us what they're capable of. Absolutely fantastic. Ian, WCT, everybody in Veschem involved in this lot, getting this lot to go. Kudos to you all, and well done. Congratulations.
Oh, kudos there. And I can say that 100% ditto from my side. And Al, thanks so much for joining us. I'm going to let you go and enjoy the rest of the day's racing down with your team. And, of course, we're going to get Kieran's car back into pit lane as quickly as we can before we roll out the second race of Astron Energy Polo Cup.
Greg, thank you for everything and wishing you a good day further. Bye-bye.
We're here with Judd Berthold, P9 in race 1, however fastest lap of the race. Judd, what can we expect in race 2?
A lot of pressure starting at the front, but hopefully I can hold it together and just run with the pack, keep the lead.
What do you think is going to be a key to staying in front in the second race?
I think holding off the guys behind and just keeping my pace up the whole time. That's all I really can do.
Good luck, Judd Berthold. Sharon, fantastic race 1, top 6. How are you feeling going into race 2?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident. Messed up qualifying yesterday, so today in race 1 managed to show some pace. So I'm third on the grid for race 2. So let's get that win.
Awesome, good luck, Sharon.
Could be a little bit more difficult for a double victory here for Tyler Robertson, who became the second lady ever to win a Polo Cup race in South African Polo Cup history. Over the last 29 years, Tasman Pepper, her coach, is the only other lady who's ever taken a victory in Polo Cup. But unfortunately for the winner of race 1, Tyler Robinson, she starts down in 7th place for race number 2, so has a little bit more of a tougher ask this time out, and she'll be looking to try and get through as rapidly as possible, I'm sure. Her and her fellow lady, Lonica Martins, make their way onto the circuit at the same time, both out of Team Red Racing. The Masters class, stolen in the end by Mr. Wayne Masters, managing to get through on John Kruger, who actually lost out to Derek Smallberger and to Mike Barbaglia in the closing stages, as we go back on board here with Mo Karodia for Fast 5 Motorsport and Lee Thompson Racing. Mo is going to be starting from the front row alongside Judd Berthold, according to what I've got in front of me here. But that could possibly be have changed up, because if I look at the way things are going, it's Judd and Shryn Rajpaul that are on the front row. Lessing and Ethan Kutsia. Then it's Dr. Hannes Schippers and Mo Karodia. Rory Atkinson will be up there as well. Charles Smallberger just behind him with Nirav Singh. So maybe I'm seeing what I've got in front of me. It might not be the exact grid as to how they've lined up. They may have shuffled that grid because of I know there were a couple of protests and some incidents that had to be sorted out after race 1. So that's possibly the reason why there may be a change up in the standings here for how the grid looks as opposed to what it does on the screen in front of me. Needless to say, no matter where these guys and girls start, Polo Cup hardly ever fails to deliver great action. And with almost ideal conditions to go racing in now, the temperatures got up just over the 25 degrees Celsius mark in ambient temperature. Track temperatures are a little bit higher, which means the Dunlops are going to work a lot better than they did in the cooler conditions earlier on. So we'll wait and see if that's going to be a change in the factor there from a racing action point of view. Carl Fisser starting a long way back. He won't be happy about that. He'll have to keep a serious eye on his fellow fast drivers and see if he can get up with them as quickly as he can. So they come to take over positions now on the grid. Didn't really get a chance to mention the tail end of the Masters last race, but remember we do have Roberto Franco out there as well. He's decided to step out of the Super Cup Masters and come and join Polo Cup Masters along with Elio Mussolini at the back of the pack. We are understarters all at the front. We're just waiting for the back to sort themselves out on their grid positions, and then we should go to green. Green flag at the back will start the starting procedures from that start box just on the right of the grid. Right, they have sorted out that grid into the positions that I've got in front of me. So Berthold and Karodia on the front row, ahead of Shryn Rajpaul and Ethan Kutsia, Anthony Lessing and Hannes Schippers, Tyler Robinson alongside Roshan Goodman, her high finishing qualifying partner out of the Team Red Racing stable. Charles Smallberg and Rory Atkinson alongside each other for the 5th row. And Carl Fisser incredibly all the way down on the 6th row in 11th place. So lots of work to do. Karodia on the front row, and we're on board with him as we head into the start procedures in a few moments' time. Do we have a green flag at the back yet? We're just waiting for that green flag to go up. And then hopefully we can get racing. Certainly looks like they are in starters' orders now. It's waiting for those lights to go out, just waiting for the marshal also to exit the front of the grid there with the red flag. So there must be some kind of issue down the grid that we can't see right now. Otherwise that marshal would have already been out of harm's way and behind the pit wall. Looks like somebody might have an issue in the pack. There we go. It's all sorted. And we hand over to our starter now, who takes us through the fastest 2 minutes you've ever lived in your life. Because 2 goes to 1, 1 goes to 30, 30 goes to 5, and then we go to lights on. And we go racing. Dunlop tyres are itching to go. Pharaoh brakes, looking forward to braking down into turn 1 and hopefully gaining a few positions under that braking control. But off the line they go, and it is a good start from the front end as Mo Karodia outguns Shin Rajpaul ever so slightly as they head down towards turn 1. It is Karodia who crossed the line first. Rajpaul looks like he's going to have to try and hang on there, because already coming through the pack is Judd Berthold. Berthold losing out there to Karodia, and Rajpaul tucks in behind him. Kutsia comes around the outside for 4th. Then it's Hannes Schippers tucked in the middle there for 5th and 6th place battle. He goes side by side with Charles Smallberger. Smallberger has to tuck in behind though and follow through. A little clip of the curb there from the inside. I think that came from Ethan Kutsia's car. And then it's the Industry Petroleum car tucked in behind Nirov. Oh, fists has come together with Berthold. 2 teammates, not in the same colours as you can see, but they are out of the same racing stable. The 2 Team Red Racing teammates clipping each other coming on the exit of the Yuxkay and Barbecue Complex. Going to get just ahead of the Masters class, who have started a little further back than the Cup category. Maybe looking to try and stay out of that battle. They were in quite a hectic battle amongst some of the back-end markers at the end of the race number 1. So possibly held them back a little bit more so that they don't get involved in the Cup class and they can have their own little fight. Around the outside comes Tyler Robinson trying to find a way through here on Anthony Lessing as she heads to the top of the hill. She'll have the inside line and she'll move herself up into 5th place. Or is that 6th place, I beg your pardon, as they get to the top of the hill. Yeah, into 6th place there for Tyler. And right on her tail comes Lessing. We're watching Berthold, who's come from the front of the field down into 5th place. He's tucked in behind Hannes Schippers as they head down the hill and onto the mine shaft for the first time. Out front, it's Smallberger by the looks of things, Masters 2nd and Kruger 3rd. A little bit of smoke coming from somebody in front of them. I'm not quite sure who that might have been. That at the back of the pack is that's Visser and of course Berthold, who came together. Might be a little bit of tyre rub there on one of the cars because of the touch of those 2 teammates. It is tyre rub from Berthold's car. As they go down the mine shaft, you can see just picking up on a little bit of body rub on that tyre and starting to smoke that tyre as he puts the loud pedal on. So Smallberger in the OMP and Sabertech car leads out over the Performance Masters car of Wayne. And then behind that, John Kruger in the Habit and Team Red Racing car for 3rd. They've pulled a big gap in the Masters class there over 4 and 5, which will probably be Mike Babaglia and Gavin Ross. Tyler is trying to bridge the gap there to the first pack of cars as she leaves the second pack behind her, led out by Charles Smallberger. Smallberger has got his own little fight on his hands, and it's led out by Atkinson. Nirav Singh is alongside him, and Singh has got Goodman on his inside, trying to use the curbs to find a way through there on the Kyalami exhaust car. Can't quite get there just yet though. Good move there from Nirav, hanging on to the outside. He had to hang on for dear life. A little bit of change of surface flag being shown going into Sunset. Change of surface into Sunset is always a big factor and a big worrying factor, but it doesn't look like there's anything too badly to worry about. It might just be a little bit of gravel that's been pulled onto the circuit there. Somebody who's run wide. But Karodia is not worried. He's getting his head down and starting to disappear ahead of Rajpaul and his teammate Kutsia. No way through yet for Atkinson. The first of the OMP Sabertech cars keeps him at bay. Production X car there coming through as well, looking good, is Divyan Naidu. Slowly but surely starting to make his way into a nice little dice, which will be with Goodman and Singh. I think they're in for a bit of a fight because Lonica Martins is about to join them. She'll definitely be looking to turn her luck around. Didn't quite work out in the first heat. After about 2 laps, she had to pull into pit lane with some kind of a gremlin in the car. They seem to have got that sorted out. Also down at Team Red, and she's now into the fight with her teammate Nirov, and a car on the inside of the circuit there. Not quite sure who that was, but there's definitely a car parked on the inside of Crocodiles, and that could be a serious contender out of the front end of the race. Who's parked there? Is it one of the cars that maybe was involved in that little tap earlier on? Speaking of taps, here comes another one. Tap, tap, tap coming through. Let's see if we can pick it up this time on the swing past. I think that might be Bjorn Berthold's car. I think it might be Berthold's car that's parked on the inside of Crocodiles. Not really a safe position, but they seem to be not worried about it, and they've got yellow flags waving, so they won't be only overtaking into Crocodiles for now, until they withdraw those flags. Is it Berthold's car? No, it's not. It's Emsley's. It's Milan Emsley. It's his teammate. Milan Emsley, the 5th car from Team Red Racing. Unfortunately parked on the inside of that circuit, and out of race number 2. A little wide there from Rory Atkinson. Wide from Nirov as well. A couple of guys pushing their cars way beyond the limits. This is the paybar car of Mike Barbaglia. And he's had a problem somewhere on track as well, because he's about to be caught now by the leading pack. So Barbaglia must have had some kind of a problem on the circuit, because he's now being caught by Mocha Rodia, Shren Rajpal, Ethan Kutsia, Skippers. And on Skippers' tail you could hardly see it, but he is right in there, is Judd Berthold. Watching for the progress of Tyler as well. She's coming along with Judd Berthold and trying to use him just to reel in that pack, but she seems to have lost the ground there to Judd as he closes in on the dentist. We've got the doctor in MotoGP, we've got the dog doctor in ZX10s, and we've got the dentist in Polo Cup as they go fighting for honours into the S's there. Derek Smallberger trying to keep Wayne Masters out this time. Smallberger still hasn't had a chance to take a number 1 in the Masters class yet. Could this be his day? Wayne Masters also having to worry about what's in his rearview mirrors there. That Habit Team Red Universal Motorsport car of John Kruger's on his tail. That's Berthold coming back into the fray, trying to close the gap down and get amongst the Masters and maybe get past him. See how high he can finish up, but unfortunately with so many cars in the Cup class this weekend, if you're out the points, it's going to be very difficult to get back into them. Nice move there from Masters, trying to do the cutback. Didn't quite work out, because I think Smallberger saw him coming and came right across and shut the door there on him. Made no opportunity for Wayne to have a go. He has another look going to the final corner. He's put a nose in there, which Smallberger's seen and given him some room to play. They both run wide, and so does Kruger. Kruger runs wide, and I think out of sympathy there for them. He didn't want wanted to be exactly like everybody else. So I've lost my cans, but hopefully I'm still getting commentary going out. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. And there we go, got back again. Not sure what went down there, but just lost my cans for 2 minutes. Karodia continues to lead out though. No worries at all there for Mo Karodia, and in fact he's the fastest car on track, getting down into the 206, 267s. 206s from Ethan Kutsia, 206s from Charles Smallberger and from Shren Rajpal, and Rory Atkinson and both Tyler Robinson onto personal bests on that last lap. So Atkinson has closed the gap onto Tyler, and Tyler's realised that she needs to get a move on, because both Smallberger and Atkinson are closing down on her. Maybe she's waiting for them, try and help her bridge the gap. It always works better when you've got 2 or 3 cars to play with to try and bridge a gap, as opposed to trying to do it on your own. Smallberger certainly looks like he's up for the challenge. He got down to a 206.8 on his last pass, so definitely one to watch out for. They are picking him up as 3rd on track at the moment though, but I think that's on fastest laps. If you look at the current standings, Charles Smallberger at this point in time is 7th on the road. So 3rd fastest car is Charles Smallberger, and that's why he's been able to close down on the back end of Tyler. Mo Karodia continues to lead out. Same thing here for Derek Smallberger, keeping that Performance Masters car behind him of Wayne Masters. Shin Rajpal under a bit of attack now. This is Works Motorsport versus Lee Thompson Racing. The dub core machine feeling the pressure from Ethan Coetzee. Now remember, Ethan Coetzee took the last victory in Cape Town, so he'll certainly know what to do to be at the front end of a Polo Cup race, and has been there on a few occasions in the past. Today though, he'd love to make it a 1-2 for his team, but he's got to try and find a way through there on Shin before anything else goes wrong, and hopefully before the checkered flag comes out at the halfway stage of 8 laps. Skeppers maintains his position over Berthold. Tyler Robinson closing the gap down, bringing Smallberger and Atkinson along for the ride. And then come on to that back straight away of the Masters class. John Kruger looking to go on the inside of Sunset. Oh, he had a look. Didn't quite go this time though. He might be setting them up maybe for a bit later to have a go at Wayne, or just selling him a dummy. That's a good possibility as well. Just showing a wheel, and Wayne goes defensive, says, okay, that's what you're going to do if I show you your wheel. Alright, I need to find another way of getting past you, Wayne. Nice thing about having the Masters in this class, particularly the guys that are involved in the Masters class, these guys have been at it in single seaters and they've been at it in saloon cars. They've done pretty much everything they can do in their racing careers, so a lot of experience here. And the experience side of things comes to play in terms of the strategies and tactics. So even as a youngster, and a mistake that was made there by Bjorn Berthold, if he stays behind those 3 drivers, there's a huge amount of knowledge he can gain, and a lot of learning to be done as to where to brake, how to brake, and where to try and avoid being overtaken if possible. Speaking of being overtaken, looks like we got a change up there. Yes, Ethan Coetzee has got through on Rajpal as they cross the line. Shin had a little bit of a slower drive out of the final corner and allowed Ethan Coetzee to just power around the outside of him, maybe with a push to pass. Remember, these cars do run a push to pass mechanism, which give them about 20 kilowatts more power to use, and I think that's exactly what happened there. Coetzee still had one in the bag. He went for it and used it to perfection to get into second place. Third place battle now starting to heat up big time. You're going to have, well, there's 4 cars in it at the moment, but if Tyler's able to still continue the pace that she's doing, it might be a 6-way battle for what would be 4th place. Mo Karodia is doing an incredible job out there. Absolutely nothing in it between him and the rest of the pack, because he's opened up a very comfortable, almost 3-second gap over the fight that is for second place. And that fight, as I said, is going to be shortly between 7 cars, not just the 4 involved at the moment. Oh, Tyler running wide and clipping a curb there ever so slightly. Could have been dangerous, could have been a bit of a situation to cause a puncture. Ooh, late braking as well from Judd. He got that out of shape slightly. That might just give a little bit of blood in the water there to Tyler to try and work even harder to catch Judd Berthold up the road. They come down towards Crocodiles. Coetzee holds the inside line. Rushbull goes for the late apex. Clips the curb and runs wide. Nice lines from all 3 drivers, but great line coming out of Judd Berthold to try and get that line back again and get that ground he lost made up. Tyler off the circuit, putting wheels on the dirt. That's how hard that young lady's pushing to try and get back up into at least the top 6 overall. Second place is where the battle is. Coetzee, Rajpal, and here comes Charles Smallberg in the background as well, looking to try and squeeze up into 7th. He went on the inside line and he might have just got through there in the background. No, he hasn't. He's coming back though for barbecue. There you go. But Tyler keeps him honest, holds the inside line up into, just misses out. Great drive there from Smallberger to find a way through on the lady, and listen, that's not a bad plan there. If Tyler sits on his tail now, maybe Charles can get there a lot quicker than what Tyler was able to do. I'm going to have to do it in the next 2 laps though, because otherwise they're not going to have a chance. Smallberger hangs on. Masters still in second. This is for the Masters side of it. still in the 3 spot. Oh, there's a move. Wayne Masters diving on the inside of Smallberger. A little bit of room, maybe a little touch between the two of them. They go side by side towards Sunset. Here we go. Is that the inside line for the Sabertech car? Is he going to be able to squeeze out Masters coming into Sunset and Clubhouse? On the exit of Sunset, he's side by side. Masters still with the advantage of the inside line, so yeah, he gets that move and gets through. Is that once again perfect timing from Wayne Masters? A lap and a half to go, he hits the front after an epic battle there with Smallberger and Kruger. Let's wait and see now if he can hang on to the lead, or is Derek going to come back at him? That's Karodia's lead over second place, Ethan Garcia, his teammate. Lee Thompson Racing looking for a 1-2 here in the Astron Energy Polo Cup. Smallberger is definitely getting away from Tyler. So he had the advantage. Maybe if Tyler led him through, that gap might have come down a lot quicker. Karodia down into Crowthorne Corner. Lead car with not a car in sight, with the final lap to be completed here. You're still under pressure though. Rashpool's not going to give this one up without a fight. And even if it's on the last lap, if there's an opportunity, he'll pounce. This is what it looks like going through Sunset Corner. Not quite at Sunset yet, because it's still a long way to go in the day. But there'll definitely be a couple of cars later on that are going to experience what Sunset Corner is all about. That sun literally in your eyes coming through that corner, making it very difficult to spot the apexes and the exit points of the turn. So you're trying to hang on, as you can see. Wants to definitely get a 1-2 here for Lee Thompson Racing. It's been a good drive here from Hunter Skippers as well, and from his teammate Shin Rajpal. So you're going to have Lee Thompson Racing 1 and 2. You're going to have Works Motorsport 3 and 4. And then Judd Bertelt for Volkswagen Motorsport down in 5th place. It looks like how it's going to be finishing up here as Mo goes through into Cheetah for the last time. Little squirt up towards Ingwe, and through Ingwe he goes to wrap up a phenomenal flag to flag as well. So being on pole position at Kyalami is actually an advantage if you're in a Polo Cup car, because it means you can take the victory from flag to flag, as we saw Tyler do in the first one. Mo's done in the second one, and they come through there to wrap up the top 6, being Makarodia over Ethan Garcia, Shin Rajpal, Hannes Skippers. A good effort there from Charles Smallberger and Judd Bertelt. Bertelt finishing just ahead of Charles Smallberger as we watch the Masters now coming to the line. Will John Kruger have a go? Yeah, maybe just squeeze up in a second. Is he close enough to put a late outbraking? No, he's not. So they come out of the final turn. Smallberger runs wide. Oh, I don't know. Here we go. Is there a push to pass? Come on, John. Say you got to push to pass left. No, he didn't have one. Brilliant stuff as they come across the line and wrap up the second heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup. So win goes to Karodia, Kutsia and Rajpal, your top 3. And an effort there as well being put in. Late race for John Kruger, just missing out on second place in the Masters. But Masters going to Wayne Masters, and finishing up ahead there of Derek Smallberger. Race 2, an inverted grid time, which is possibly going to see Wayne Spicer on pole and Steve Herbst alongside him, which will be an interesting little turnaround there for Spicy because he has never been on pole position for a V8 supercar race. I think he's been close to the front on bikes, but also I don't think he even made it to the front on a motorcycle. Needless to say, this will be a turnaround for him, and hopefully he can hang on to it. V8 Supercars and Dunlop, of course, now their main sponsor, coming into the main straight to start the second heat. And as they head off down towards turn number 1, this is now run on time as opposed to on laps, so it's about a 20-minute race, and that's 20 minutes from when they roll out of the pit lane. Spicer being eaten up there a little bit by Aki Kampan on the inside, Sam Dahl on the outside, and what a start coming from Thomas Reeb, making his way up into potentially second place as they go through. Yes, he does. He slots into second place as they go through, and a spinner, it's Terry Wolford. Wolford loops out 360 degrees. Hard braking from Alan Ryan in the 7-7 car, just avoiding the spinning man. So 7 and 77 at the back of the pack. Not quite sure what's going on there with Warren Lombard. He's trying to find a way through there on, I think, on Aki Kampan. But no, not on Aki. It will be a little bit further up. It'll be on Alan Ryan. He is trying to find a way through. Terry's got going again, but a long way back there for Wolford. Definitely didn't work out for him. In Morganhood, just up the road there and trying to close down on Alki as they come into the S's for the first time. So a little bit of a change up on the start of how things were in V8s as they rolled round for their 6-lap race here. Inside line there from Ben Morganhood. Getting on the inside of the Mustang of Aki Kampan and getting through the second Mustang. It's like a Mustang battle there. The three of them all looking for honours to be the head stallion. Right now that's in the hands of not those two, because that's a Chevy Lumina and a Ford Falcon out front. So the Mustang battle is headed up by Ben Morganhood. Now into second place goes Warren Lombard ahead of Aki Kampan, and up into 5th place overall. But it's Reeb who's got the advantage in the Chevy to get ahead of the 2 Falcons behind him. And the one is in the hands of Sam Dahl. The other one, of course, is in the hands of Richard Fuller as they cross the line to complete the lap and start their attack into the next 5 laps of race action. Fuller gets through on Dahl, finding her way through there at the bottom end of the straight just before they turn in. And the pot-around car now up into second place. Looks like there's a problem on Dahl's car. Yeah, he pulls to the sideline. Morganhood's gone through and Warren Lombard's followed him through. And Sam Dahl pulls to the side of the circuit and off the track and out of harm's way, hopefully. And I don't think we're going to need a yellow flag there. Maybe just a yellow flag for 1 lap just to tell the drivers that the car is parked on the sideline, just in case they didn't see and they were in front when that incident took place. Fuller now trying to close down on the back end of Reeb. It's a good run here from Richard Fuller, much better running in the second heat from him. Morganhood is under attack from Warren Lombard as they go into the S's. Lombard putting the pressure onto the King of Ranfontein, or as they like to know it, Ran Francisco Fontaine. He makes his way up to the top of the hill. Look at this. Oh, that's a good move. Warren Lombard got the inside line, but Morganhood saw him coming. Moved over and shut the door. How many times has Morganhood done that at Kyalami in his racing career? How many famous names has Ben Morganhood raced against in his career as well, particularly here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit? As they fly down in towards Crocodiles, Lombard going to try and close that gap down again. He's not close enough this time as Morganhood just opens up. Runs a bit wide, which allows Lombard to close that gap down without too much of an effort, actually. That mistake from Ben was a costly one. Might even cost him more here into the final turn. No, Lombard's probably going to set things up for Crowthorne. Heading to Crowthorne, he'll try and get in the slipstream and then pull out and use the additional power that Ben's car is going to give him, and he gets sucked into the back end of that Mustang ahead of him. But he wasn't close enough to use it to his advantage. So it stays Thomas Reeb. And second place is Richard Fuller. Lombard out of shape there a little bit. Getting a bit sideways. I like that. I like it when we get Lombard out of shape. It's not a bad way to do things there, was he? Get the back end stepped out, power down, and just climb on the loud pedal and drive it out. catching the car first is important, which he just was able to do. So V8 Supercars, the Dunlop V8 Supercars now in full flight for their second heat. And they've got to the halfway stage of their race. Herbst at the back fighting, and he's just behind Alan Ryan. The battle of the sevens there, 77 and 7, fighting for honours. And also for GT2 honours, of course, in that one too, between Alan Ryan and Steve Herbst for second and third place. Wayne Spicer just behind them, the pole man. And has Ryan got a problem? Alan Ryan looks like he might have a problem as well. He slowed up out of Sunset Corner, allowed Steve Herbst through relatively untroubled. Looks like he might have got it sorted out again, and he's now going to try and come back at Steve Herbst. Or are they just putting on a show here? Could possibly be that. Steve Herbst has changed the colour of that car. Magnificent flip paintwork job that he had by PPG has now gone to sort of a royal metallic blue. And Ryan in the third spot in GD2s. How far back is Spicer? Maybe Spicer can get a podium. Be nice to see Wayne Spicer on the podium again. He did a good job at the first round where he got into the podium as well for GD2s. Overall, taking trophies home. Thomas Reeb is just disappearing at the front here. There's not any answer from any car on track to the pace that Reeb's got. Maybe Ben Morgenroot's got something special for him in the next 3 laps. But he's got to get past Richard Fuller first, and then still bridge that gap to the back end of Thomas Reeb's car. Ben Morgenroot Ford Mustang, staying ahead of that Pep Boys Automotive and Gavin Wilkins Racing Mustang of Warren Lombard. Now we wait and see. Is there an answer here? Can somebody do anything about Thomas Reeb? Fuller is holding up Morgenroot, and he has every right to. This is the fight for honours, of course, in GT1. Ben Morgenroot, he's a GTX competitor, so he's not really involved in the battle for honours here, whereas Warren Lombard is. So Lombard's got to get away through on Fuller and then still try and find a way to catch Reeb, and he's hoping Ben Morgenroot's going to help him out here. If Morgenroot can just find a way through to open up the door, Lombard will go with him. That's the problem. These cars are pretty evenly matched in terms of their setup, in terms of how they run on the track, and of course the driver tactics. Experience comes into play though, and that's what Morgenroot is using here more than anything else. The almost 55 years of racing saloon cars, modifieds, V8s, historic cars, classic cars, you name it, Ben Morgenroot's raced them. He's now having to try and put all that experience into practice here and stay in third place overall. The win for Class X is his, of course, is the only Class X competitor, but he's enjoying the battle with Fuller and with Lombard, particularly with Fuller, because Fuller's actually giving him a bit of a task to catch her. And the green lady out front there is definitely looking for a chance to be not just a pot around kind of car, but a car that is in contention. There's the Poison Ivy or She-Hulk on the front of that car. Looks pretty tasty on the livery that Richard Fuller's put onto the car. And she's not going to try and hang on to the second spot and finish up behind the Lumina of Cafe 9 Automotives and Mobile One's top runner, Thomas Reeb. Reeb maintains first, and it's got about a 3 or 4 second gap now. It was about 6 seconds a little while ago, but it's definitely come down a bit. Reeb just maybe easing off slightly, trying to preserve tyres, because tyre preservation is important. I don't want to be too much of an issue, I'm sure, there, but with only 6 laps to play, they can probably push the tyres a little bit more than what they would if they were at other circuits where the tyre wear comes into play a bit more. Kyalami is relatively forgiving on tyres as opposed to other tracks that we do go to, which can be a bit more harmful to the rubber that we play on. And remember, with the GT1s, they're allowed to use new tyres, where GT2s all run on older rubber. They're not allowed to use brand new rubber. They're only allowed to use used rubber. Let's just put that in the right terminology there. just to cut the cost there of the GT2 cars. Here comes Morgan Root round the outside of Fuller. He got great drive out of the final turn and set it up onto the last lap to go to second. Fuller comes back at him, trying to use the wide outside line there coming into Crowthorne corner. There's so much room out there, even when you've got big V8s to play in. And Fuller's not giving up. He's giving Ben Morgan Root a run. Wow, we'd like to see that. Richard Fuller with no respect whatsoever to the elderly statesman. Not a lot of guys can give Ben Morgan Root a run for his money, but Richard Fuller was prepared to give it a go. And now has to go defensive, because with that giving it a go, it's given an opportunity. Here we go to Warren Lombard, who just sneaks the nose in and tucks in. Oh, gets a little love tap. There you go. Have a little bit of poison ivy up your exhaust pipe there, was I? And that Warren would have loved that, but he knows that he was a bit cheeky in his manoeuvre to get through. Now he's got to try and find a way to get past on Morgan Root, and he's only got half a lap to do it. That's why he had to go. I mentioned it earlier on. If the door opened up to get through on Fuller, Warren was going to go with Ben, and that's exactly what he did. He was just waiting for Ben to open the door and let him through. But as soon as Ben got a little bit of manoeuvre on, he was able to get that 2 or 3 car lengths, and that's going to help him here into the closing stages. We've got 2 corners to go. Thomas Reeb is not going to be bettered. Reeb is going to hang on for this one and take the victory. Cafe 9 Automotive, Gavin Wilkins Racing, and Mobile 1 about to take a victory in the Chevy Lumina. And there it is, checkered flag out, and race 2 in the bag for Reeb. Morgan Root, Lombard and Fuller are your top 4 in GT1. A great effort there from them. And of course Morgan Root finishes up in first place in Class X as well. So he'll take the X honours. There's 1, 2 and 3 in GD1 will be Reeb, Lombard and Fuller. Didn't see if Terry Wolford stayed on track or not. And if I look at the way... No, he didn't. He came in after 4 laps. So he was done and dusted after 4 laps. We saw Sam Dahl had problems early on. We'll have to get that car back into pit lane as well. So we'll have a small break before the next class is on track. And of course in GD2s it was Alki Kampan who won out over Steve Hapst. And Wayne Spicer coming through there at the back of the pack to wrap up the day's racing for Dunlop V8 Supercars. It's Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop time. We go from the V8 Supercars into Extreme Supercars. That's how we go. That's how we roll here at Kyalami. All on Dunlop tyres, pun intended. And we're on board with Action Jackson, Marius Jackson in the MJR Racing Audi R8 GT4. Going through the S's on the tailpiece of a GT3 spec Audi of Paul Hill. A Primogen car of his could be under a bit of threat there, I think, as we see the cars just circling around to get into start formation. It looks like Ryan Nyka, who will be starting from pole position for race 2. Alongside him will be Jonathan DeToy, and Brad Liebenberg will start from 3rd place on the grid for the second heat. And then it'll be Budnick alongside Mr. Damien Hammond. 2 Audis coming to take up their positions just behind those cars, which will also include the McLaren, hopefully, of Gianni Giannicaro. And just looking to see who else has joined that front pack. I'm just not recognizing this car on the right-hand side. No, that was Ricky Giannicaro, beg your pardon, in the second of the AMGs. Didn't recognize it from the rear end of the car. So as they come around now, okay, that's stand to be corrected then. Apparently Marius Jackson's is a GT3 spec car. They must have upgraded that car, because I know that when Quanda was in it, it was a GT4 spec car. But if it's a GT3 spec car, I do apologize. It's a GT3 spec car, according to our producer. So they now come under starters orders as the safety car peels into pit lane. And it'll now be up to Ryan Nyka to dictate the pace, as opposed to Brad Liebenberg earlier on, who managed to go from flag to flag. Now, if Brad can get a good start, he might just be able to outgun the Audi, or take the Audi, I should say, and outgun the Lamborghini and the Mercedes-Benz as the lights go out. Let's see what happens as they head towards Crowthorne. Here they go. And it is Nyka who hangs on. So it's a good start there from Ryan Nyka to keep out Brad Liebenberg, who's gone on the inside of Jonathan DeToy to try and find a way through. Good start there from the Primogen Audi of Paul Hill. He slots in just behind and tucks through into the back end. We've got to change up. Has Brad got to the front? No, he hasn't. He's got to second because Jonathan DeToy leads out. Nyka lost out going out of Crowthorne, so he must have run wide out of Crowthorne and opened up the door to allow Jonathan DeToy and Brad Liebenberg to sneak through. We're on board here with Marius Jackson as we go into sunset. And Jackson currently sits in about 7th place on the road, as we see Jonathan DeToy leading. Turn me on. Sparko Audi in 2nd place of Brad Liebenberg. He heads up to the top of the hill, and it's the Budnick V12 Viper that's behind him. Then Damien Hammond in the Gallardo Trofeo, heading up there, leading his class at this stage in Class A. In fact, he's second. He'd be second because Budnick's ahead of him. So Budnick leads Class A at this point as they come out of the top of the hill in Leeuwkop, heading down the hill and in towards the Mineshaft sweep. Foss corner. Certainly exceptionally quick in these cars because of the electronics and downforce that allow them to go there basically through that corner almost flat. I don't think everybody will going through there flat out. A couple of guys will have a bit of a comfort lift or maybe even just a tap on the brakes before they go in there. But certainly I'd say those first 3 cars would be attempting to go through the Mineshaft sweep with everything she's got. Back on board here as we go with Jackson. And Marius Jackson trying to close down on the Primogen Audi of Paul Hill. Sweeping through down towards turn 1 Crowthorne. Our leaders are already there. You can see Jonathan DeToy keeping Brad out. And Budnick putting slightly away now from Damien Hammond. So using maybe a little bit of better displacement on that car in terms of the V12 power, as opposed to the V8 that's behind him in the Lamborghini. And they head down towards turn number 4 and the famous sunset corner here at Kyalami. Hasn't quite come into effect yet as sunset would later on in the afternoon, but I think there are a couple of classes that are eager to find out why it's known as sunset, and hopefully, I don't think we're going to have any onboard cameras in those classes, but we'll definitely get to see why it's known as sunset, because when you come through that right-hander then you literally come out the exit of it, the sun is directly in your eyes, and the sun is starting to go a little bit lower, as you can see, even up here towards Leeuwkop. Jonathan du Toit, fastest lap of the race so far, so maintaining the pace ahead of Brad Liebenberg. Liebenberg not too far off his pace, both of them in the 104s. In fact, all three of the top 3 cars are in the 104s. So maintaining equidistant for now, but very evenly matched in terms of lap times. That makes it even more difficult to try and pass the driver ahead of you. On a similar vein, this same thing happening here with Paul Hill and with Marius Jackson, both of them in the 154s. So same lap times means that you've only got a couple of hundreds to play with behind you. Also then have to keep an eye out on the resurgent Itre Kujini and G&H Transport Mercedes-Benz AMG of Ricky Giannaccaro. This is a lovely way of seeing these cars. You get that low angled shot of the cars coming out of Yuxke and up towards onto that back straightaway, and then just seeing them put the power down really is great to see. Brad Liebenberg that time though was quickest, so Brad's up the wick ever so slightly, looking for a chance now to get through. Will he find it? Runs wide, or puts wheels on the dirt as well. That's how hard he's trying. Brad Liebenberg putting some wheels on the dirt there on the Audi. Now, if that was a normal R8, an all-wheel drive one, it would be fine, but it's a rear-wheel drive one in GT3 spec. Definitely don't want to be putting wheels wrong here on too many occasions. We did mention it earlier on in the day, but I think it might have dried up a bit more than it was yesterday during the practice and qualifying sessions. But with the rain we've had up here in Johannesburg, a lot of the off-track areas were still quite sodden this morning with rain. And of course, wet grass is not the ideal place to put a race car. So you can see when the cars have gone off, there no longer seems to be the mud or slush that they're running into, but more dusty conditions. So it certainly has dried out on the outskirts of the circuit. Back on board again here with Jackson. Is there anything he can do about that Primogen Audi up the front end of him? He got a lot closer to it at the closing point of race number 1. And remember, with this one, it is a lapped race as opposed to a timed race. So there are 8 laps of racing coming away here for this class. And watch this, just out of sight now, watch. Just gone. Love it. Great shot as they just dip out of that horizon and into the right-hand sweep at sunset. Du Toit hanging on though. He's not making it easy there for Brad Liebenberg. And Liebenberg will be realizing that he might be running out of laps here. Coming up to almost the halfway stage of the race. Damien Hammond maintaining the gap over 3 cars behind him, the 2 Audis and the Mercedes-Benz from G&H Transport and Itre Kujini. Ricky Giannaccaro at the wheel of that car. Jackson trying to close the gap down, but hasn't been able to do that just yet. Ricky's still getting used to that Mercedes-Benz, having been in Lamborghinis most of his career. He started, of course, in BMWs and was actually part of the BMW M Performance Racing Series, so one of the founding members of that class. Then moved on to Ferraris, from Ferraris to Lamborghinis, and from Lamborghinis he tried his luck in the McLaren, but looks like he might have found a car that he's slowly but surely starting to gel with. Not quite 100% a working partnership there between him and his car just yet, but certainly massive improvements between Ricky Giannaccaro and that AMG. Now they head down towards Crowthorne again. Primogen Audi of Paul Hill. Has an idea of that low sun. See just the reflection on the windscreen as they come through Barbecue and Yuxke. Might get a little indication of it here. Let's have a look and see if we stay with it into sunset. It is still quite a low sun. It's not quite at sunset though, but that low sun still comes into the windscreen on the exit point of the corner, and that's where it catches you out. That's hence the reason being known as Sunset Corner. Uli Sana in the Z4. Looking probably for a victory in Class C in the category today. He'll be ahead of Jimbo Janakara in his Porsche. Stefan Schneider's unfortunately had problems in his car earlier on in a BMW race, so wasn't able to get into the Extreme Supercars. So it's just Jimbo and Uli that are fighting at the back, both out of the G&H Transport Racing stable. Chatting to Jimbo, he's had a couple of really spectacular race cars in his career that he's been able to pilot, but he certainly seems to love this Porsche a lot as well. Right, now we're seeing a little bit of maneuvering from Brad Liebenberg. Starting to come into the wing mirrors a little bit. Not quite showing the wheel yet, but definitely looking a little bit more racy and keen to get past on Jonathan du Toit to make it a double victory. If something goes wrong, Naka's going to pick up the pieces. Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini is not looking too concerned about the pressure being applied by his rival in the Audi behind him. If anybody knows how to soak up pressure, Jonathan du Toit is certainly one of the finest at that art, and can take a lot of pressure being forced upon him in a racing scenario, having been around in numerous formats of racing in his racing career. Some a lot closer than others where it's been championships down to the wire, and sometimes even in endurance races and TTs in the Passion for Speed Festival. Closing stages of those races are vital that you do not make mistakes, and du Toit seems to be looking to do just that. He's not looking to make a mistake here and give Brad the chance to get ahead. But he's got to do this for another 2 laps still. This is Jackson. Is he flat? He certainly is. That was pretty much as flat as you could go through there. And then wide into Crocodiles. Cutting back a little bit wider than what he'd like to be, but there was a bit of pressure from Janakara that maybe caught him out there. He had to go flat there. We didn't have a rear-facing camera, so we could see that Janakara has closed down pretty rapidly, and it's going to have a look into the final corner. There we go. Opens up the door. There must be a little bit of an issue here on our camera car. Yeah, Jackson just opening up the door there. Janakara went, and there was no defensive driving coming from Action Jackson. I think he realizes that he's now going to have to try and survive and get as many points as he can in Class A with a little bit of an ailing car here in the second heat. And if you look at his lap times, Ricky Janakara 2.5 seconds quicker than the Audi behind him. So there was definitely a problem on the Audi from Marius Jackson's point of view. Even though when we watched him going through the mine shaft, it looked like he was buried, but that's probably why, because he was buried in a car that's not quite as fast as what it should be. That's how you go flat through the mine shaft, even with a car on your outside. Brad Liebenberg risking all to stay with the back end of that Lamborghini ahead of him. Hurricane GT3 under pressure there from that RA GT3. This is now back on board with Jackson, following Janakara around. Not really going to have an answer to Ricky Janakara's pace, because he seems to just have lost a little bit of the power out of this little Audi. And then MJR machine just going to circulate now to get the points. Shaft we go. Ricky Janakara about to start his final lap. Ryan Naka, the second of the AMG, still in third place on the road, behind the battle for the lead. And the battle for the lead, is it heating up? I think it might be. It looked like Brad was a lot closer. No, maybe not as much as what I thought. He is closer, but not as much as I thought he was. Out of Clubhouse, he bridges the gap a little bit more into the S's. Is there a chance here, maybe up into Leoco Prison to dive on the inside and find a way past? Or was the toy going to keep him covered? He covers that inside line and doesn't line through. Now we saw the last time Brad had to avoid a Porsche on the outside. This time there's no one there. He'll have his foot buried as they go through there and try and carry the corner speed, but Jonathan du Toit is doing exactly the same thing. Literally, you could take the two chassis here and swap the bodies out because they're all built in the same factory when it comes to Lamborghini and Audi. And this Lambo looks like it's got what it takes. So defensive for the last corner, expected there from Jonathan du Toit, but Brad realized that and went for the cutback. They're going to drag to the line, and du Toit is just going to take it. How's that? Du Toit coming across the line, 1/10 between those two cars as they cross the line. Brad Liebenberg in second place, and Ryan Naka takes third with the fastest lap of the race on the last lap there for Ryan Naka. Jackson out of Leerkop. We'll head down the hill. Here comes Damien Hammond. He'll be finishing up in second place as Budnick will take the win just ahead of him there in that V12 Viper. And Hammond comes through with the V8 Lamborghini Gallardo, I beg your pardon. Trofeo to finish up in second place. Paul Hill will get third spot, and it's going to be Ricky Giannaccaro who will keep Marius Jackson out for Class A. Class B will go to Sam Hammond, I beg your pardon. So a nice effort there from those guys to wrap up a good day's racing there for the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop.
Ek wag vir die O-karre, oom, die orgasm karre. Big O.
Keegan Campos, P5 race 1 in that battle with Van der Vet. How are you feeling getting ready for race 2?
Yeah, obviously optimistic starting on the front row. I'm P2 to Sia. We had a little bit of a gearbox issue in race 1. It sort of went away after the first 2 laps. Hence I was able to close the gap back up. The team are promising it won't happen again for race 2. So if I'm on the front row, theoretically I should be able to keep it there. But yeah, let's see what happens.
Thank you, Keegan. Keegan Campos, ready for race 2. Number 16, Michael van Rooyen, ready for race 2. Michael, can you go for that top step?
Hi, sorry, I can't hear.
Ready for race 2, Mike?
Yes, we're looking forward to it. A bit more work to do than race 1, but I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you, Mark van Rooyen. Mark van Rooyen on the 16, ready to go for race 2. Julian van der Vat, great battle with Keegan in race number 1. How are you feeling going into race number 2?
We're feeling a little bit apprehensive. The VWs this weekend are struggling quite a lot with top speed. Managed to put it on the front in qualifying, but just got massacred down the straight at the start for race 1. So, yeah, our hands are a little bit tied this weekend, but we're just going to push as hard as we can, maximise points, and see what we can do.
Awesome. Julian, can you tell us what do you think is going to be the key for success in race number 2?
I think the key for success in race number 2, being the reverse grid, is just keeping it clean. A lot of us are going to be coming from the back, trying to get through the field, being the faster car starting at the back. So just keeping it clean, keeping nose clean, finishing the race. But you also got to push, you got to get through the slower traffic. So it's going to be a balancing act. But yeah, let's have first.
Thank you very much, Julian, and good luck. Jonathan, fantastic win in race number 1. Do you feel like you can do it again in race number 2?
Anything's possible, my man, but most importantly, I believe it.
Awesome. Thank you, Jonathan. Jonathan Rokoti, number 1, confident going into race 2.
just catching up there with Theo van Mark and giving us a little bit of an insight that there is good news from MD Best's point of view. He's just left the circuit. He's okay, but unfortunately the car is a write-off, so he won't be out later on in Heat 2. And also, just to give you a heads up, that they have completely canned race number 1. They will not score points other than the pole position that Lionel Janssen got in that race. So it brings him 1 point closer to MD, but unfortunately it's kind of like a consolation, because, you know, if you were going to give points for prizes there, I think more points should have been given to MD for his spectacular, what we could a half swallow with a twist heading into turn 3. Anyway, let's get back into the race action that's about to unfold here for race 2 and the inverted grid for our South African touring cars. It's Siyabonga Monkhonkwane who finds himself on the front row and in pole position alongside a man who's been at the front row on numerous times, and that is Keegan Campos. So Campos and Siyabonga Monkhonkwane are the 2 new contenders in this category, but of course they've also not been new to being in pole positions in their racing careers. Monkhonkwane having been on pole in Formula 1600s, and Keegan Campos of course being on pole in numerous formats of motorsport in his racing career. So those 2 will not be not a fay on what to do from the front row. Further back, Mokgotsi would like to make it a double on the day. Charles Visser would love to make it 2 seconds out of 2 if he can, but he'd love to outgun his teammate. But keep an eye out on that Angry Racing Super Cup of Tate Bishop, because I think there's going to be possibilities of some changes there as they come to roll to the line. Now, remember there's a bit of a gap in the roll because it's touring cars that will start first, and then they'll wait slightly to hold up the Super Cup category, which will be Jonathan Mogotsi's role. Nice to see 8 cars on the grid. A couple more cars coming to join this party. A lot of effort being put in the background, of course, by teams to get those cars ready for today, which is a valiant effort. Great to see Natyam Samanga back in a car as well, as I mentioned earlier on, as part of Gazoo Racing stable. And let's see what Siyabonga Monkhonkwane can do now, because it's up to him to dictate the pace to the flag dropping, lights going out, whatever they tend to use for this rolling start. And Campos will definitely be fired up. Gifted an opportunity to be at the front of a race, he's going to try and make the best of it. You heard that. He had a little bit of gearbox issues, but hopefully those are sorted out now, and let's see if those gearbox issues are as they head towards turn 1 Crowthorne corner. It's a right hand flick going down through the kink, and then they head towards Crowthorne as the Super Cup class comes out of the final corner. And it's going to be Campos who's going to look for the whole shot, or is he? No, around the outside. What a move. Is that Van der Walt or Robertson? One of the 2 GTIs coming through. That's to slot in, just looking at the number. It's Jagger. Jagger up into 2nd place. Van der Walt into about 5th place as they come through up onto the back straight for the first time. But Jagger Robertson getting a phenomenal start there in the first of the GTI 8s. Then in that mid-pack, Fast Developments and Styling Auto Zimbabwe's Dylan Praji in the mix already, yet again. But Campos is through. Campos has got to the front end, and now with Keegan Campos at the front of a race, we've seen this on numerous occasions, how difficult it is to catch and pass him. He can control things from the front. He loves to be there. He loves to rather be in this position as to fighting ways through. And Michael van Rooyen is fighting his way through now to try and find a way to drive literally through the back end of that GTI ahead of him. Fist has got the drop on Mokgotsi off the line. Tate Bishop's got Nicky Vastanis. And then it looks like, is that Cara Hill up into 5th place? It looks like it is. Great start there from the young lady. She's moved her way up nicely and tucks in just behind Vastanis as they head to the top of the hill. Cara's got Dylan Praji, then it's Zafiris. And then by the looks of Jason Loosemore tucked in behind them. Jagger Robertson has now been, no, he hasn't been outgunned. I was going to say, he looked like he might have been outgunned there by Michael van Rooyen, but the Rustenburg Rocket is just hanging onto the back end there from Jagger Robertson's point of view, and a dive on the inside from his teammate. Oh, there's a tag! Saud Variawa has hit Michael van Rooyen. He's hit his teammate in the final corner, and van Rooyen's on the sideline. Saud Variawa diving on the inside of that last corner, and here come the cup class towards that last corner. There's a bit of debris on the track. Hopefully they've got a bit of change of surface to warn them about that debris. Here comes Fisser. Fisser's going to go on the inside. He misses the bumper. A whole bunch of cars just miss it. No. There you go. Somebody had to hit it, and it was Nick over Zafiris. Zafiris hit the little bit of rubble that was on the middle of the circuit, and I don't think it's done any damage to his car, but he hit it pretty hard. And it's Schofield there in the Fly Sapphire car, who's now ahead of Siyabonga Monkogwana, who unfortunately could not capitalize on that pole position. Maybe didn't have the straight line speed there, but let's have a look at this replay. Up the inside goes Saud, and there's the tag. Tagging the back left of Michael Van Rooyen's car. It's actually the side wheel arch that's come off Van Rooyen's car. Sends him onto the Kyalami livery on the exit of that turn, and to the back of the pack, and probably right to the back of the Super Cup class as well, because they were coming pretty rapidly behind that. If he got going in time, he might not have lost too much ground, but I don't know if he was able to get going in time. Mokhotsi looking to come back at Fisser here, but he's got Tate Bishop right on his tail. The two Cape Town boys are sandwiching Jonathan Mokhotsi at the moment. And we look a little bit further back there to see Cara Hill and Nico Vastanis fighting for honours, and I think Hill might have just got ahead there of Nico. It says Nicholas, but of course it's actually Nicky Vastanis that he likes to be known as, and he's come back and got back ahead now of the Calix car. Dylan Praji hangs on. He's ahead of Jason Usmore, as I said, and then it's Nico Zafiris who's dropped back behind them. Zafiris is looking behind him into the rearview mirror. He sees Muhammad Wali and by the looks of things Davy van der Merwe in the Starlet. The Toyota Starlet from GR Gazoo Racing is the only Starlet involved there. Someone off track, is that Van Rooyen? It was Michael Van Rooyen on his own this time. There must be a bit of an issue on that car. There is his rear it's actually the side piece of the rear end of the car there that covers the wheel arch of that car that came off in the tag between himself and his teammate Saud Variawa. So Jagger Robertson has closed up dramatically on the back end of Keegan Campos. There comes Mokhotsi just showing himself in the rearview mirrors to Charles Fisser. Watch for the change in angle he tries to get on the exit of Crowthorne. Try and find a way through there. Both going to push to pass, including Cara and Tate Bishop. You see when the push to pass mechanisms go on these cars because the hazard lights come on. And another one being employed, and all three of them using them onto the back straight, trying to just maintain that gap that they've got over Nicky Vastanis, Cara Hill, and Nico Zafiris and Jason Usmore. Back of the pack, haven't really mentioned him at all today. Only saw him once in race number 1, but of course the only master in this class for this weekend is Andre Besaidnote, the Team Perfect Circle car. Here it is. And seeing Team Perfect Circle and Battle Wines go through there with Playboy deodorants as part of his sponsorship in that car, using it to get some valuable seat time to get him ready for the hill climb, as I mentioned in race 1. But great to have him back in the series. We'd like to see a couple more masters in the series, but most of them have decided to change allegiance and have gone across to the Masters class in the Polo Cup category. So it's a lone crusade there for Andre Besaidnote today. Across the line go the touring cars. No changes in those top 5. It looks like it's going to be Keegan Campos, exactly what we expected him to do if he was on the front row, to dominate. And if there's no gearbox issues on that car like there was in the first heat, he could potentially hang on here for the win, keep Jagger Robertson out for second place. Saud Variawa might be having a chat with the COC for that maneuver, and he'll definitely be talking to his teammate if Michael Van Rooyen wants to talk to him, because there may be a little bit of animosity between the two of them there. It was a late move, but I don't think it was too much of an unfair move. Unfortunately, just Michael turned in, and I don't think he saw Saud. You might not see him in the low light now conditions going down into turn 14, Ingwe corner. Let's see what happens here. We're going to see Julian van der Walt maybe get ahead of Saud Variawa. Team Simanga's behind them. This is the battle between Hill and Praji. And then behind that, look at this. This is fantastic stuff. Nico Zafiris, a new man to the series, all over the back of last year's Polo Cup champion. Everybody going to push to pass on that straight away, except for Andre. Andre decided to keep a couple of those maybe till the end of the race to get through on some of the youngsters ahead of him. Davy van der Merwe is driving the wheels off the City Starlet to keep out Muhammad Wali. Wali, first time out for him as well, don't forget. And then it's Roberto Franco. Fenta behind them. It's Davide Franco, I beg your pardon, not Roberto. Davide, of course, is piloting the GSN and Team Red car towards the top of the hill into Leeuwkop. Bringing the third and final pack up into the last part of the ascent to the top of Kyalami's highest point. Muhammad Wali looking for a chance now. Maybe he's got a bit of slipstream here to get through on Davi, but Davi maybe with a lot more experience in saloon cars than the young Carter's got, but never take nothing away. Muhammad Wali has represented South Africa at world finals in karting on numerous occasions and certainly knows how to drive a race car, but he just got caught out there by a rookie error, going a little bit too hot into the corner, opening up the door, and that allowed Davide Franco through. So he loses out on an attempt to get past the one car, and he loses out to that car and another one due to the fact that he wasn't quite aware of where Davide Franco was coming from. Martin Simanga all on his own. He's currently sitting at the moment in the 3 spot. Not the 3 spot, the 5 spot, I beg your pardon, because the top 2 are up the road. This is 3, 4 and 5 on track that we're watching. There are the leaders. Keegan Campos in the front row. Started there, stayed there. It doesn't look like he's going to move any further back unless Jagger Robertson's got some late race pace that they've set up on that car. Because the car that I'm talking about is the Golf GTI 8. And he runs in WCT colours, but of course it's because he won the single-seater championship last year, so part of that deal is a chance to test and drive for Schofield's team. Oh, Praji's had a problem. Praji's been off track coming out of the Yuxka and barbecue area, so unfortunately there Dylan Praji drops right to the back of the pack there in the Super Cup class. That's not what he wanted. Man who was one of the top runners in the Bulawayo 3-hour in December. He certainly was a seasoned campaigner when it came to this class last year, and we were hoping to see big things from the Zimbabwean. He'll be, of course, travelling back and forth from national duties in Zimbabwe to national duties in South Africa as well for his team. He's got a Super Cup Polar up in Zimbabwe as well, which he pilots in their national championship saloon car class, and in the 3-hour in Bulawayo that happens in December every year. Tate Bishop applying a bit more pressure onto his fellow Cape Townian, and the reason why is that Jonathan Mkhotsi has found a way past and is disappearing away from them. There must have been some kind of issue there for Charles Visser, which we didn't see. Mkhotsi is through, and it's now Cape Town 2 and 3 side by side. Tate Bishop with the advantage. That Lee Thompson Racing prepped Angry Racing machine goes into second, and the Astron Energy and Scholl Electrical Works car drops down into third. Schalfus is still part of the Volkswagen Motorsport Racing team, just running slightly different livery on the front end of the car, but needless to say, he goes to a push to pass, trying to close in and return the favour and get ahead. Hill, arguably in one of the best positions she's ever been in a Super Cup class. A 4th place for Cara Hill will definitely cement a good overall finish, but a very nice run here from the young lady. Nika Zavera's got to speak massive amounts about this young kid. First time in the car and already into the top 5 and 6 hunt from race 1, and was hounding a couple of very seasoned campaigners early in race 1. Not quite there in race 2. A little bit of a lock-up from one of the cars, maybe there from Visser, trying to close back down and find a way through there on his fellow Cape Townian Tate Bishop. How smooth do you want it? I can tell you Keegan Campos is arguably one of the smoothest drivers when he's in this kind of position. He will look to make no mistakes. He will not run wider than he needs to. He will make sure the gear changes are smooth, knowing that there was some kind of an issue on that car with the gearbox in race 1. Hopefully it's not going to hinder him here in race 2. And that doesn't seem to be. The Dunlops are working to perfection at the moment. Those Wix filters, I'm sure, are also just loving life as Campos nurses this car around. to stay ahead of Jagger Robertson and Saud Variawa. Touring cars with a lap and a half to go. Machotsi with 2 to go, pretty much, as he goes into turn 1. He's got Bishop and Fisser still behind him. Tate Bishop has moved up ever so slightly, and a bit more of an advantage there for him. Franco and Wally still going at it, just behind Darby van der Merwe. And right there with them is Dean Fenter. So Fenter also goes push to pass. All 4 cars using their push to pass mechanism along that short straightaway towards Sunset. A bit of cloud cover that's come over here. I don't think we're going to actually get to see how Sunset got its name. As that cloud cover disappears. Here they come into the last lap. Touring cars on their way down towards Crowthorne, and it's Keegan Campos looking for a magnificent debut. Didn't quite work out in race number 1. He had to battle a bit of a gearbox issue, but he did finish this time out with the inverted grid working in his favour. Looks like it might be second race in first place for the man who was not going to be part and parcel of this championship from what we got told at the beginning of the season, but has now sort of jumped into that BMW and within 2 races put it into race winning form. It has had race winning form, of course, with the previous pilot Robert Volk having multiple championship wins in that class. Looks like there might be a little bit of loose body work on that car as well, just on the left hand side or right hand side of the shot. No, there is definitely, that fender's a little bit loose there. Shouldn't affect his ability to drive the car though, and certainly hasn't hindered him at this stage. So with half a lap to go, it is Keegan Campos for Campos Transport out front and looking for a victory here in his second time in a touring car. Jagger Robertson was looking for his first victory for 2025 in the touring car. He nearly got one in Cape Town. Just missed out on one in Cape Town, but let's see whether or not he can get one here. No, he's not going to have enough time. Campos has got this. Campos heads into the final turn, and SA Touring Cars Race 2 will be taken by the Campos Racing Transport team as they come across the line with Keegan taking the victory. And the king of Race 2, it's Jagger Robertson ahead of Saud Variawa as 2 and 3 cross the line. Julian van der Walt will come through for the 4 spot. We'll watch this little battle unfold as it's not quite done yet here between Praji and is that Nicky Vistanis? It is. I think those 2 came together earlier on, which is why they dropped so far back. Hill still in 4th place. Her best finish, if I remember correctly, so far in her Super Cup career. But it's the champion, the number 1 plate, with a double win on the day. That is not what anybody else wanted in this class, but exactly what Jonathan Machotsi wanted. 2 wins out of 2 starts will maintain him at the top end of the championship in his attempt to make it back-to-back victories in the Super Cup class. He wins out ahead of Tate Bishop and Charles Fisser, the 2 Cape Townians across the line, and a nice effort there from them. It's going to be Hill for 4th, Nico Zafiris for 5th. Oh, a little late bit of action there. Mohammed Wali get onto the back and tapping Darby van der Merwe, which is going to allow Franco through as well. Yes, Mohammed Wali coming together there with Darby van der Merwe in the Toyota Starlet, which opened up the door, and Davide Franco said, thank you very much, I'll have some of that as well. So whatever Mohammed Wali was serving, I'll have some too. And Franco comes in just behind him to beat Darby van der Merwe and put him down into 16th place. Here we go. Little arch rivalry between these 2 that have already had some action. Praji runs wide. He's trying to find a way past, but Nicky Vistanis is going to hang in there and beat him to the line. Well, there'll be a little bit of chats, I think, with the COCs, with a few incidents that are out on track there in the final heat of South African touring cars and Super Cup combined. But needless to say, great action once again there from our touring cars and from the Super Cup class. Top 3, amazing effort once again from Keegan Campos. His first outing in the South African touring cars, winning out over Jagger Robertson and Saud Variawa. And it's Machotsi, Tate Bishop and Fisser, your top 3 in the Super Cup class.
Jason Kutsia, less than half a second off the win and the fastest lap. What do you need to do to come out P1 in race 2?
Yeah, look, I'm hoping for a cleaner race. Yeah, the last race got a bit hectic, but let's see what we can do. Gonna try my best out to secure a win, so let's try.
Thank you, Jason. Good luck in race 2.
Final bit of action from our national categories now in the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Comes from Gazoo Racing's GR Cup, driven by Netstar. And as you just heard there from Jason Kutsia, he seems quite fired up for another epic battle there with Kanya Ngwenya and Kent Swartz. So we're looking forward to that. I wonder if Brandon van der Walt wants to join them, or maybe we can get Justin and Jordan to join them as well. Take nothing away from Vatsiwa. Vatsiwa would like to be there too, but I think still looking to get a little bit more experience in these 86s. Keep an eye out on the possibility of another Nabil Abdul show. He was incredibly quick in race number 1 and came from the second pack of cars in the second start for this category to make his way through the entire pack of youngsters in the 86 Brigade, and ended up as the overall winner in the Supersport Yaris, beating Kyle Koch and Putti to the line. Let's see whether or not that's going to be the same now here in race number 2. They will hold back slightly, remember, and allow the 86s to go first, and then it'll be the Media and Yaris Cup tucked in behind them, all fighting That Yaris Cup, of course, is made up of all of the media side of things. The Toyota Corollas have got all of our dealers in them. And Mario De Souza will definitely be looking for another win in the media class. In the dealer class, I beg your pardon. But they're so evenly matched there. I'm just really impressed with how Nabil Abdul got to find that extra pace in the Yaris, due to the fact that there's about 12% more power available to Mario alongside him on that front row. So our official safety car comes from Swartkops this time, in the form of that Toyota Corolla GR that brings the Corollas, 86s and Yaris's around. And starting with the 86s, lights go out and we go racing, and Jason Kutsia gets the drop there on Kanya. And here come the Yaris's and Corollas lining up and getting ready to get those lights out and go racing, and they go racing now as well. Nabil Abdul trying to keep out De Souza. De Souza gets a good start. He goes alongside into turn 1 and looks to try and sneak up the inside, similar to what we saw there from Kanye. Kanye trying to find a way through, but Ken Swartz has matched him at this point in time. Watch out for Jordan Woodley. Woodley trying to sneak up into that 4 spot. Putty runs wide in the Times Live car, under a bit of pressure there from the yellow liveried machine, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, that possibly is going to be is that Theo Brits or Marius Klaassen, one of the two of them, giving him some pressure as they get into it. Lawrence Mini with the Auto Trader car just trying to find a way up towards Sunset and maybe find a line through Sunset that'll move him up a position or two. Kanya coming together there with Jason Kutsia on the exit, and had to catch the car. Fortunately did. That could have ended up in a big one. As he exited Clubhouse Corner, the back end stepped out, he caught it and managed to stay on track. And I think using Jason Kutsia's car as a bit of a brake bump there to slow him down. But he is fired up here for race 2. Here's Kanya Ngwenya. Comes into Leopold right on the bumper, and Ken Swartz follows him through. Looks like it might be Mudley who's moved up into the 4 spot, but not matching the pace of these first 3 cars just yet, as they're into this first lap of action. Looking for chances here. Look at how they fan out. Nicely done. Vati at the back, just losing ground there ever so slightly. Still learning the ropes, and it's a learning curve right through the year, because every single time we go somewhere, unless you're a driver like Ken Swartz and Jason Kutsia, who've been to a couple of circuits, Mario De Souza, Theo Brits, those kind of drivers that have been to the other tracks, you will be learning every time you get to a new track if you're a new driver involved in either the media or dealer cup. At Yaris Cup, all the pilots come from one form of media or another, whether it be journals or magazines or newspapers or online. They're all involved in some form of media coverage, which is what's giving Toyota Gazoo Racing a massive return on investment in terms of a media footprint that they're lying, and it's certainly working well in terms of that. The dealers, of course, are getting the benefit of that too, having their dealer principals or even some dealer representatives thrown into the cars from NMI, from the Motors Group, from, of course, Roller Toyota, and of course wherever we go around the country, there's a couple of dealers that get given one of the cars to pilot as part of the program that they've got running with the Gazoo Racing Squad, that allows them to promote the GR brand, of course, which is the racing brand of Toyota. In the old days it was known as TRD, of course, Toyota Racing Developments, but it's changed to GR with the success of that GR Racing brand all around the world. And of course you now can buy, of course, Hiluxes and Corollas and 86s and Yaris's that all have a GR conversion to them, which allows you, of course, to promote the brand as a dealer that's driven one of the cars in race scenarios like these. And with that, it gives you a chance to really give a first-hand of experience as to what the GR conversion can do to your stock standard road car. Just think about the power differential that comes from the Yaris to the Corolla. 12 12%, 21 kilowatts is a lot of power to play with, and of course all-wheel drive in the Corollas, and having the option, of course, of that as well in the Yaris's. Fantastic, the brand that they're doing. Auto Trader, they've had a successful run at this as well. I actually saw Chad Lockoff here today, the previous pilot there from Auto Trader. He, of course, had a very successful run, just missing out on the overall championship in the media side. But needless to say, good to see him still supporting the brand and coming to Kyalami to show support for his fellow Auto Trader driver there, Lawrence Mini. Outside line once again from Kanya. Can't quite make that stick though, because Jason Kutsia just knows exactly where to place that 86 of his. Ken Swartz will be looking to pounce later on. He'll watch these two fight it out. You can see he's not running as wide, he's not pushing the car as hard, because he's pretty comfortable with the pace that they're setting. Onto the brakes come two of our Yaris's in the media challenge, but further back in that one it could have possibly been Bunzaya and Kevin Crowley involved in that little fight. In amongst themselves there they're fighting, remember. The 92 car there is slowly but surely closing in, and Brendan van der Walt not quite there yet, but if they keep fighting the way they are, they might slow it down enough for him to catch onto the back. Could turn it into a four-way fight for the 86 Brigade. These youngsters coming out of karting, looking to get into motorsport. Toyota giving them an opportunity to develop their skills, hone their racing skills, but also not only that, teaching them vital aspects to their racing careers. They go through a whole media training program. They learn all about the importance of nutrition and, of course, cardiovascular training and strength training. If you want to become a top-class racing driver, all of that has to be taken into account. So it's part of the process they go through. It certainly pays off for a lot of these guys, because you sort of interview them at the beginning of the year and they're not quite sure what to say. By the time they get to the end of the year, you can't get the microphone away from them. They learn those media skills relatively quickly, and they put them into good practice on their own social media platforms as well. But the three cars out front are doing enough to stay ahead of Brandon van der Walt. Further back, still some little bit of mix up there between the Corollas and the Yaris's. Not really too much of a change in the settings there, but Mario De Souza still maintains the lead as he gets in amongst the Toyota 86s now. De Souza's now joined the party. He actually leads the pack of Corollas ahead of Nabil Abdul this time. So this could potentially be the first overall win we're going to get out of Mario De Souza from the Motors Toyota group. That'll be awesome to see that, if he can get that right. He has tried on a few occasions, but every single time he sort of gets near the front, he's outgunned by one of the driver academy pilots. And the training academy that Guzoo Racing run at Supercars Raceway, usually in the hands of Paul de Vos, or it is this time in Paul de Vos, but usually also in the hands of Devon Scott. Those two drivers, of course, getting an opportunity to show these youngsters and some of the dealer guys how well these cars can work. They bring along their clientele and get a chance to see exactly what these cars' capabilities are. And a lot of times it's basically money for jam in terms of selling the deal once you've been on a driver academy training course and see the potential. The deals come through to the dealers, and that's the winning process that they've got here. You know, what wins on Saturday sells on Monday, or what you drive on Wednesday at an academy day, you'll potentially be looking to buy by the time you look at your next car, if you're up for one. Kutsia runs wide. That might be... there's a little bit of rubble on there. Somebody's dropped something in terms of bodywork. I'm not quite sure if that's from one of these cars. Oh, there you go. Kanya with a magnificent move into Cheetah. How was that? Little cheeky move there from Kanya, and he hangs onto it. Here comes Ken Swartz, and he has a look around the outside. So Kanya has hit the front for the first time and will lead across the line for the first time today. Ken Swartz goes to second. And looks like Jason Kutsia might have a bit of problems on that car as he's slowing up, because Ken Swartz went past him on the main straightaway there, looking pretty tasty and a lot more confident in his ability than Jason was able to do. But here he comes back again. Never ever count out Jason Kutsia, especially when he applies pressure to make mistakes like that from drivers he's fighting with. Oh, Swartz loops it out. Well held, Mario De Souza missing just the spinning car in front of him. He went left. Brandon van der Walt went right and missed the spinning 360-degree catch there from Ken Swartz. Great recovery from Ken Swartz. Basically slammed it into second gear, and as it came straight, booted it out and used the rear-wheel drive and 180 kilowatts to pull him straight. Fortunately, just out of harm's way of all the cars that were right up close and personal with him. At the same point in time, we saw a change in the lead as Jason Kutsia hit the front. I was about to say Jason Kutsia going to overtake when Ken Swartz spun out. So Brandon van der Walt is now in third place, tucked in amongst the battle for the win in the media and dealer team challenge. The dealer man is in third overall in the Motors Toyota, and he's coming up to give the 286s a run. So Mario De Souza not only could take the win in the media class, he may even take an overall victory in the Motors Toyota. Let's have a look at that in the replay. There you go. You can just see, I don't know if he was helped out there by Mario. I think that was all Ken Swartz on his own. But you never know. There might have been a little tap. You couldn't really see it from that angle, but that's what it looked like. And that's what caused a bit of chaos. And it's also caused a bit of a fracas at the front end, because now there is an 86 leading. There is a media car in second in a Corolla. There is a dealer car, beg your pardon, in the Corolla in second. There is an 86 and then the first of the media cars. So 86 Corolla, 86 Yaris, 86 are the first 5 cars. Mario De Souza has done an amazing job, and he's brought Nabil along for the ride. So Nabil Abdul has just sat pretty there, waiting for Mario to open up all the doors and give him an opportunity to sneak through. Everybody else coming through the final turn now, and trying to get to the end of this one, which has only got 3 more laps of race action to come your way. Charles Bosch at the back there for the Citizen. And the final car coming through right at the back of the pack there, I think comes in the form of, is that the 83 car? I'm not quite sure who was at the back of that pack there. Oh, 23 car, it's Bunzaya. It's Bunzaya at the back of the pack. So Johan Bunzaya there hanging on to the back end of the field. Right, so have we got a new leader? Yes, we do. De Souza's at the front, and he now leads overall ahead of Jason Kutsia. He will use what is 41 kilowatt more power than the little boxer engine that you'll find in the 86 here to get away. And look at the gap he's already pulled. Is there going to be a chance here possibly to see Abdul get through to second? Here comes Ken Swartz trying to make his way back. That's on the back end, I think, of Van der Walt. Oh no, it might have been actually on Jordan Woodley. No, Justin Rogers, beg your pardon, sorry. Justin Rogers, he's gone through there. I forgot about Justin. Justin Rogers just getting outgunned there by Ken Swartz. Swartz now going to try and use the Corolla ahead of him to bridge the gap and hopefully get that Corolla to help him go a little bit higher up to close things down on the cars up ahead of him. Not always easy to do that. Kyle Koch at this point in time, he is sitting second in the Yaris Cup behind Nabil Abdul, who's of course a long way up the road from him. So the man from Car Magazine also still having a good run, as I mentioned earlier, taking over that role from Alex Shahini. Is there a change up, and are we going to see Kanya get back at Nabil? Yes, he does. He gets on the inside, squeezes Nabil out, and now goes back on the attack onto Jason Kutsia. Nabil Abdul probably in a great spot to learn some race tactics here. These two youngsters are not going to hold back anything to win the 86 league. So Nabil will have to just be very wary. Don't want to get involved there too much, because it might end up with one of them taking you out. There's a little bit extra power that comes from the Yaris. Remember, it's only 20 kilowatts, but that 20 kilowatts in a straight line will definitely get you the advantage in terms of top end. And he's moved to second place ahead of Jason Kutsia as well. So Nabil now moves into second place overall on the track, lead of the media challenge in the Yaris Cup. And Jason Kutsia goes to third overall, but continues to lead out the 86s. Quite interesting to see, and I'm not going to say it, but Devon Scott, if you're listening, if you've got yellow livery or green livery, you seem to have an advantage. It must be the Hulk green colours that are out there. I don't know, that's just me. Anyways, it is the Motors Toyota of Mario De Souza. Can you imagine the report that's going to come from Mario De Souza on Monday when he has to do the report on radio and tell what happened here at Kyalami. And he's got a victory in the bag at this famous Grand Prix circuit. To get a win at Kyalami is every racing driver's dream. So the opportunity that, of course, this incredible event of the bumper edition of Extreme Festival gives you is exactly that. Everybody will be fighting tooth and nail to try and win that trophy and go home with a number one trophy from a Kyalami race event. And it's quite a special one to have. Up to the top of the hill go the leading bunch. Well, actually, that's the second bunch, because that's where we're seeing Ken Swartz make his return and try and get to the leading bunch. I don't know if there's going to be enough time for him to do that. He may have to just settle for finishing up amongst that pack. Rogers with him as they get on the brakes. They're closing down there on Carl Koch from Car Magazine. Doing the same thing to try and find a way through there on the second of the Corollas, which is that Theo, or is it Paul? I think it's Paul de Vos that he's closing in on there. Theo Brits and Mario Kluti will be just behind them, so they got a lap to go. And look at the gap. Mario de Souza is in his element right now. There's going to be a little phone call, I'm sure, directly after this, straight to Devon Scott to say to him, yeah, you should have been here. Today was my day. Cape Town was all for you. Kyalami is all for me. And the Motors Toyota Group are going to be stoked with this victory. If I'm not mistaken, I think they've got one just down the road from here, actually. There's definitely one in Parktown, I remember that. But Roller Toyota, also pretty spectacular finish there for their driver. Nice run there from Marius Claessens. And the Times Live machine there of Putti, currently sitting in third place in the Yaris Cup and Media Challenge. So onto the short straight towards the S's. It's half a lap as they come out of the S's for Mario de Souza to try and hang on for the victory. And it certainly looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. At this point in time, every driver's been in this situation. You start to hear things. You start to double check everything that you're doing in terms of where you brake, how hard you brake. Do you go a little bit extra, or do you just keep the same rhythm? The idea is to try and keep the same rhythm, of course. But that adrenaline starts to pump. And I'm sure that Mario is enjoying every aspect of this. He's watching the rearview mirror because it's a hard charger that took the win in the first race, who's there for second. So second overall, or second in this race, could possibly give him the first place overall for the day there for Nabil Abdul from Supersport. And the man from the World of Champions is certainly loving life in his little Yaris. So we got a Corolla to win overall, we got a Yaris in second, and we got an 86 in third. Is that what Toyota planned for today? I think it might have been. Well, it certainly panned out that way anyway, whether they planned it or not. Here it is. D'Souza for the win. Nabil Abdul for the win. And Jason Kutsia for the win in each of their respective classes. Nice recovery from some of the guys that had some issues in the race. But don't worry about a thing. There'll be more of them coming your way as we head down to Kwabaga on the 12th of May. We'll be down there, of course, for the third round of the national side of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. And they'll be joining the rest of our national classes that you've seen in action today. Touring cars, Astron Energy, Polo Cup, the Gazoo Racing Cup, as we've said. And we'll also be joining us there with the brand new MSA4 class, hopefully with all the niggles out of the way. And a nice start to their championship at the home of Volkswagen Motorsport. Sunbed ZX and our Masters Cup will be there as well, as we see the unofficial results up on the left-hand side there. D'Souza from Abdul and Kutsia, that's 1, 1 and 1 in each of their respective classes. Kanya and Brandon are second and third in the 86s. De Vos finishes up in second place ahead of Brits in the Dealer Championship. And then in the Yaris Cup, of course, it is Nabil Abdul who wins out, and he beats all the way down in 12th place Putin Panyana, and by the looks of things, Carl Koch in 7th. He gets second, and Putti gets third in 12th place overall. That's your Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup, driven by Netstar. We're heading into our final races now from the regional side of this championship here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. So there you have it. It's Gazoo Racing that'll be up next. We're about 40 minutes off that program itself. Sorry, I beg your pardon. It's Pharaoh Energia that's up next. Gazoo Racing is just finished, of course. So we're about 15 minutes off the scheduled time. Pharaoh Energia GT1, 111 GD Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch. Then DOE's first race, because the first race unfortunately was cancelled, will be their only race that they're going to score points in today. In Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C. And to wrap things up, the ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Now I have to ask myself a question. I wonder if the Pharaoh Energia team in Namibia are still sticking around for race 2. And if they are, welcome back, guys. Hope you've enjoyed all the race action so far today. I know there was a big effort being put in at the team in Namibia to watch all the action, particularly from all the classes, but more importantly, of course, for the one that they actually sponsor, the 111 GD Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch combined. So if you guys are still there, Luigi and Rocco and your team, here we go. It's race 2. 4 more to go today. All of them are regional categories, so they are, of course, timed laps as opposed to lapped laps, meaning that they run on a time limit as opposed to a lap limit, and that gives you about 6 laps of race action for each of the categories left here today, including the DOE Formula V's, ATE Volkswagen Challenge and BMW M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C. But first up, we've got to wrap things up here in the Pharaoh Energia 111 GD Sports and Saloons. The Pretoria Noord Toyota moves off the circuit. It hands the pole position duties once again to George Economides, who will have Mark du Toit alongside him this time. Philip Meyer tucked in behind that will be the lead cars and the 3 lone GT cars. But we've got a battle of note with Wayne Robb and Pete Potgieter on the front row of Class A. And then behind that, we'll keep an eye out on Miguel Diaz and Wayne Labotsky for Class B. Keeping an eye as well on how well Mel Spur can come through in the Class C battle. She's had a phenomenal outing so far this weekend and was in a big fight with Tyron Pillay, Chris Smith and Louis Scholz in the first one. Let's see whether or not Miguel Diaz can do anything about her pace and maybe spoil the day there for that front end. Lindsay Kleur definitely looking to turn his luck around after he turned himself around in the S's in race number 1. So keep an eye out that orange Golf in the mid-pack there, just ahead of Diaz. And then around the outside comes Louis Scholz in the Car Care Clinic Honda. LaRue's on his tail, then Smith coming behind that. So a good start there from them. They've pulled a slight margin. There comes one of the Class D competitors, if I'm not mistaken, there in Mike O'Sullivan, as he comes through rapidly in the Honda. Potgieter looks like he might have taken the lead of Class A. He's ahead of his stablemate Wouter Roos, the number 1 champion from last year, as he comes out of Clubhouse Corner. Lucas Besaidnout just in that mid-pack and looking pretty good in the Pretoria Noord Toyota Lexus. There it is, heading just ahead of the Shield Golf 1, and that's piloted by Wayne Labotsky. Diaz on his tail, Louis Scholz trying to find a way through there on Diaz, bringing LaRue along for the ride. There's Wouter diving through on Pete Potgieter. Behind them Priestley. This time Lindsay Kleur survives, going into the S's on the first lap and not spinning out. Didn't look like there was a lot of damage on that car, and Kleur actually came back quite nicely in race number 1. So if he stays where he is right now, Lindsay's probably got a better option of finishing a little higher up, and he's already putting the pressure there onto Priestley as he dives on the inside, trying to find a way through there. Priestley saw him coming though, just eased over. The Porsche has dropped back dramatically there actually. Not quite sure what's gone wrong there with Philip Meyer's car, but he's tucked in behind as that Fisser, I think, ahead of him. And Wayne Robb leading things out in Class A. So Class A is Wayne Robb. And it looks like moving up into second place, yes, Jonathan Fisser 100%. And then Wouter Roos. So Jonathan Fisser actually spent last weekend driving in the Silver Cup class, if I'm not mistaken. Getting a little bit extra seat time to get that car sorted out and prepped and ready to go for today. It looks like it's paid off quite nicely. He hangs on to second place. Wouter now moves up into third. Well, it's not third, it's just ahead of the Porsche, because that Porsche, of course, is in the GT class, so he doesn't really have to fight with the Porsche, but he's dropped the Porsche back a position and now looks to go hunting for something with a Polo nature and a little Ford Fiesta or Ford Focus flavour to it. A little higher up the road there in Wayne Robb's car. It's Wealth Avenue and Martini Racing out front ahead of the Trans-Africa Racing Z4 of Mark du Toit. Further back there, Keithan having a fantastic day there. Keithan Mikey's in the TRC Renault and Sendero Cup car of his. Doesn't put a wheel wrong in that today, that's for sure. He's had a fantastic run. See in that mid-pack now, picking up on Malspur in the second of the Origin Oil cars. Tucked in behind Christopher Tate. Tate, of course, is having an absolute blast out here Managed to see him and his dad in between one of the heats there. He came across to say how's it, and was telling me just how well that first race went. So looking pretty good there for Tate for the second one as well. Saki coming along for the right, starting to close that gap down ever so slightly onto the back end of Malspur. If I look at the livery that's on Saki's car, it's certainly not an Afrikaans surname, it's certainly not an Italian surname, but I think that possibly might be Luigi Pharaoh's old car that he's bought and taken over because of the Italian flag on the roof. It's a dead giveaway. Malspur goes on the attack, trying to find a way through there on Tate. Couldn't make it stick. Tate shut the door, didn't give her any space to play. But it's a nice little fight there with Tyrant Pillay involved as well. Scholz is a long way up the road in terms of the Class C lead. So he'll be looking to try and hang on for the win, and the double win it'll be for Class B there for Louis Scholz. GTs at this stage in the hands of George Economides. Second place that's second place at the moment for Class A. Battle on there between Pete Portita, Lindsay Kleur, and joining the party. In fact, being outgunned by the two Golfs now is Craig Priestley. Priestley's dropped back slightly. So Vota has to try and catch first, and Rob. Big one, it's not for second place, it's for fifth place. So 4, 5 and 6 there fighting hard as Vota closes the gap down now on Jonathan Visser. Visser just up the road. Remember, they've only got 6 laps, so they can't afford to make any mistakes. They can't wait for later in the race. They've got to go when they've got to go. Otherwise, they may run out of time. Towards Leokup, waiting for them to crest the hill. Here they come. Wayne Robb just hanging on there, further back. This is the battle starting to rage here as well for Super Hatch honours between Keithan Mikes and Ishmael Beloy. Back to the battle for the lead. Economides hangs on for now. Mark du Toit looking left and right, trying to find a way past on that Golf 1, but it's a very difficult car to pass. The Z4 you think would have the advantage, but of course remember that is a turbocharged Golf in front that George Economides runs, so he's got a little bit extra ponies under the hood, and I think in a straight line that's probably what's keeping him out front. And there are a lot of straight lines here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit that are allowing him to have that advantage. Diaz under pressure from Scholz. Louis Scholz trying to find a way through, also defending on LaRue. LaRue coming into the mix as Diaz and Scholz go at it. The road, watching for the Shield Golf there, Wayne Labotsky. These three at each other's throats, basically, looking for options and opportunities. Keegan Nathan is under a bit of threat there by the looks of things, a bit further back as well as they come through to complete another lap. Great little fights all the way through here, as you can see. Going down to Keegan Nathan's one. Keegan Nathan, of course, is fighting for honours in Class C with Chris Tate and Sebastian Bulliard. So that's the fight we saw there. Bulliard, of course, on his tail looking for a way past. Tate's a long way up the road from those two cars. Able to get in with some of the Class B competitors and get away from his rivals. There he is. He's not that far up the road, actually. In that shot, he doesn't look a lot closer than what I thought he was. Scott's trying to close down there on Diaz. Diaz the same thing on Labotsky. Remember, Labotsky, slightly different class to the cars he's fighting with there as well. I don't think they're picking up Labotsky's transponder, because it's saying he's a lap down, but he's actually leading that pack. So there might be some kind of issue there with his transponder. I was just watching because it's saying Labotsky is down in about 7th place in this class, but he's definitely leading out Miguel Diaz. So maybe a little bit of timing transponder issue there on that car. It's not picking him up. They'll have to put that in manually afterwards. Change the results ever so slightly. Top two comfortable at the moment. Don't think there's any pressure or any more pressure that Mark can put George Economy under. He has a bit of pressure from Vota for second as he moves up into second place relatively easily there on Jonathan Visser. I don't know if Visser's going to try and come back at him. He is. Visser's going to try and keep him honest. He carried good corner speed out of Crowthorne, which allowed him to stay just ahead. And the fight's on there, yeah, that's for sure. That's not done yet between those two. Vota will be loving that, and so will Johnny. Jonathan Visser in a bit of a fight there with the reigning champion, giving Wayne Robb a chance to get away, which is of course not what they wanted, that's for sure. Looks like as well we've had to go to part 2 on our live stream feed. Is that right, Buddy? I didn't hear you say it in my ear, so I couldn't really give it an input, but the feed was definitely lost on Facebook. I don't know if that's the case. No worries. So we are going to go to part 2 on Facebook. If you were watching on Facebook, we'll bring you in as soon as that part 2 comes back again. And of course, YouTube's still in full flight. They don't have a restriction on how long we can run the live stream feed for. Facebook only allows you to run for 8 hours. So we'll have to do a part 2 of this, and of course it'll be just the closing stages of this second and final heat of Pharaoh Energia GT 111 Sports and Saloons. Mel has got ahead of Tate. Now let's see what she can do about trying to keep the rest of these guys at bay, because she's not really fighting with Christopher Tate, although he was in the way of her progress to get to the front end of her class. Fighting with Pillay as well, and now found a way through on Tyron Pillay, closing things down on the back end of the T-Paz car. And I think is, if I'm not mistaken, Chris Smith. Oh, he's in the Porsche, copy that. So let's just see how they come across the line now and sort it out. Leboczki leads Class B. Diaz is second. Scholz is third. Maritz Leroux is fourth. It would be Tyron Pillay, Niall Spur, and they're crossing the line there as they go through. Miguel Diaz with a big move here. Going to try and come back at Louis Scholz. Scholz shuts the door. Doesn't give him much room to play there, and Diaz loses out to Louis Scholz. Scholz now moving his way up into second place behind the Shield Golf of Wayne Leboczki. Run here from Miguel Diaz. It's been quite a cool little battle there. Vasaki about to join it, and LaRue was in it for a while, but he dropped back slightly now onto the back end of this little fight. But Scholz, Diaz and Leboczki have had a real tough time of it out there, and giving each other a good run for their money. Vasaki would like to join it in the closing stages, I'm sure. A little bit closer to the back end now of the Honda that drops to the back of the pack behind Diaz again. Leboczki hangs on, possibly for the win here in Class B by the looks of it. Disco car piloted by Vasaki today. LaRue in the mix there too, as the rest of the field come through with the checkered flag. Okay, there we go. Missed that one. George Economides, Mark Toy taking the win in the GT class. We wait to see who comes through there for Class A's win. Should be Wayne Robb. Wayne Robb coming through to take the win in Class A ahead of Jonathan Visser and Wouter Roos. And we're now seeing the rest of the pack coming through there. So yeah, we're just caught out there ever so slightly with Of course, remembering that it's on time and not on laps for the heats of our regional classes here today. So a little bit of chopping and changing there, but still 3 more heats of race action to come your way. Starting with DOE Formula V's Part 2. Oh, we are back on Facebook. Apologies for that. There it is. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Apologies on that, but just to remind you all, Facebook only allows us to go live for 8 hours, and we were all so entranced in what was happening in the Pharaoh, Energia, GT and 111 Sports and Saloons that we forgot to do the changeover. So apologies on that. But we are back, and we are live here at Kyalami for the bumper edition of Extreme Festival with regional and national categories combined. We've got 3 more regionals to come your way. It's DOE Formula V, it's the BMW M Performance Racing Series, classes A, B and C, and to wrap things up, the ATE Volkswagen Challenge. I don't know if there are at Kyalami right now. The first race unfortunately had to be red flagged after a big incident that saw MD Bester go flying over the top of Dane Stewart and ended up in the kitty litter, breaking the roll cage, and actually he actually shattered the chassis of his car. Fortunately, the safety cell in these cars are built real well, so he walked away from it, but still a bit sore. Broken car nonetheless, and unfortunately not able to get it fixed in time. So that race was null and void, according to Theo from Mark, which came and had a chat with me there, the 4th car on the shot right now, telling me that they were going to just cancel race 1 completely. No points scored, other than the pole position award that Lendl Janssen took for the qualifying. So he moves 1 point closer to MD Bester in the championship, although MD Bester is not involved in this race. So there is an advantage to be gained here with the lack of MD Bester on the grid. The second of the blue Mangaza Racing Raymers out there. So that's how close it was. Amazing to see a car up in the air, probably about 6 or 8 feet, flying through and over a couple of competitors. He must have had a bit of Maverick and Gooseman type of look and feel, as he was inverted over the top end of Stewart, ending up in the kiddie litter. And as I said, the roll cage did its job. He's definitely going to need a new helmet. His roll cage and chassis, unfortunately, were damaged quite significantly, and we wish him a speedy recovery, and hopefully he'll be back up and running by the time we go to the next round of the regionals at the Swartkops 200. We are waiting for a green flag at the back. There you can see the gap in the grid. That would have been filled by the second of the blue Mangaza Racing cars there. We saw a spectacular start from Kat van der Berg in the first race, so he'll be looking to try and do the same again if he can. And we stand by now for our second start of the day for our Formula V's. But this one, of course, is going to be the one that counts, because the first one was null and void. We're into the start procedures. Boards are going up. It's basically 2 to 1 to 30, 30 to the 5-second board. And now we go to lights on. And let's go racing. Much better start from the front row there, as you can see from Lendl Janssen. He'll try and hang on to the lead as they head towards Crowthorne. We had 7 cars abreast headed down towards turn 1 in the first race. That's what ended up in tears, so they might just ease up a little bit. It's 3 or 4, maybe we could have gone 5 there. Could have squeezed up on the inside there, Sean van der Linde, but the Benoni truck man decided, no, let's hang in and let's just get through turn 1 unscathed, and let's get this race going before we start to get in the antics of how to get to the front end. The antics of how to get to the front end are being shown pretty much there right from the word go from Peter Hills. Peter Hills started to make his way through rapidly. He comes alongside Vaughan and squeaks through to third place, tucking in behind Carl Watt, who's right on the tailpiece of the leader, Lendl Janssen, as they disappear out of sight and drop out of the haze into Sunset Corner. Lendl Janssen, Carl Watt, top 2. Hills is up into third place ahead of Vaughan Hills. And then behind that, Gat van der Berg and Theo Vermaak. So I think it might be Marcel Bluchnout who's tucked in behind that one. And then as they come through into the S's, a good start coming from Johan Goos as well. James Carter not too far behind that. Watch out for the blue car there, you can see it coming through just ahead of the charge from the back of the pack, because Brandon Hills had an absolute nightmare in qualifying and ended up a long way back in the pack in the number 33 car from Mangaza Racing, but fortunately he seems to have made up a couple of positions on this first lap. Let's see how high he can get and try and finish up as high as possible amongst his usual rivals that are a bit further up the road. 27 car there is Goos. See, also running a very similar halo type of device around the cockpit of the car to give it a little bit of extra protection. It's not a bad option to be looking at. And, I know that Formula V's have been around for a long time, but that is certainly a completely different chassis to the rest of the cars that the normal competitors run at the front end here. Needless to say, Lendl Janssen sets the first lap alight with a magnificent fastest lap of the race so far. Into the 203s, not quite into full race pace yet, but from a standing start, that's not a bad effort. Here comes the 33 car of Brandon Hills, trying to find a way through there on 88, and getting through that machine as they come through there. And they're making it 86, I beg your pardon. It's Miele Stewart that he went past. So going past there on the number 86 car, Miele Stewart, and making his way slowly but surely further up the road. Matched front pack there, but they're starting to spread out ever so slightly. Vaughan Hills now pulling away from Peter. Peter's got Theo Vermaak on his tail. And Hills starting to close onto the back end there of that 113 machine of Jaco Smit. Smit being closed down by, and in fact he overtaken by him going through there as well. Is that the 18 car back up there again? I think they might have done some repairs to that car, but yes, it is. Dane Stewart is back on track, so they've got his car repaired, which is good to see. So at least he's not going to lose out on too much as he goes on the inside of Goos. And coming to join the party there, looks like he's opening up some doors for a couple of other cars to get past. So race action continues. A little bit of possible damage on that car. I don't think it was touched in the incident when we saw MD Bester go flying through the air, but he ended up in the kiddie litter and he just couldn't get out. So that was the frustration that Stewart was feeling after that incident took place. going to be 7 to go. Make that 6 as they cross the line. Lennell Janssen, not quickest. Carl Watt goes quicker this time. So Watt's starting to match the pace of Lennell Janssen. Wants to try and stay there with him. Maybe give him a run to the line. Here comes Theo Vermaak on Peter Hills. Late braking from Vermaak, gets through into 3rd place. Good run there from them. They really are having a good battle there for 3rd, 4th and 5th place. Pat van der Berg has joined the party, so is Bluchnout and Van der Linden not too far behind. 4-way could become a 5-way battle as they go into sunset. Hill seems to be dropping back slightly, and as he does that, he falls into the clutches of Marcel Bluchnout and Brandon Hills. So Brandon has made up a lot of ground. Vaughan is losing ground there. 2 yellow Mongols racing cars. Kind of seeing the change up in the luck between those cars as well. Behind that, close, and then it's the 113 machine. Jaco Smit. Smit trying to fend off Dane Stewart. Stewart doing the same thing there to Millet Stewart. And then James Carter just tucked in behind them. Brandon Hills has got his sights firmly set here on Marcel Bluchnout. Maybe get a run here into Crocodiles. If not, just try and keep the momentum through Cheetah and have a go into the final corner. That's kind of what his 2 options are. We watched Dane Stewart dive on the inside of Jaco this time. Forces him slightly wide. Jaco comes back though, because there is enough room to play. And he maintains, but Dane has to go defensive. Dane Stewart has to go defensive because Millet Stewart was looking for a way through. Carter not too far behind now. Look at how he's caught onto the back end of the single pack. James Carter could be in the running here as well. Great little battle. And as you can see now, it's Brandon Hill starting to get away from Marcel Bluchnout as soon as he got to the front of that incident between the 2 of them. Well, not an incident, but the outbraking maneuver that he had to pull. And either outbrake or overtake, and that's one of the 2 that paid off for him. Whichever one, it seemed to work. Short boys onto the back straight away. And slightly away there, as you can see. Magnificent little battle nonetheless, as they continue on their way to wrapping up these 8 laps. So the fight is not done yet though, that's for sure. Look at this. Smith back ahead. Now looking to come back ahead of him is Stewart. 2 Stewarts in fact, fanning out left and right. Deal with one, can you imagine having to deal with 2? Not an easy concept, that's for sure. Still no luck for our leading bunch. Carl Watt has been fastest for about 4 laps in a row, but just can't find a way through there on the reigning champion. And with Lennell Janssen realizing that there's only 1 set of points available today, he does not want to jeopardize his opportunities of getting maximum points here today. He's already got the 1 pole. The 1-4 pole, I should say, but he'd like the race victory as well. And he goes quickest. So he's answered the call there and seen that 4 laps of fast driving from Carl Watt has brought him closer. Oh, James Carter, a little out of shape. And looks like he's looped it out. Is that down at Kyalami corner? I think it might be. Yeah, it's here at Ingwe. No, it's not. It's in the bowl. It's in the bowl that he looped it out. Just looking at the livery on the side, it looked like it might be Ingwe corner, the last one, because of the Kyalami branding. Sean van der Linde staying on the tailpieces there of Vaughan Hills. Carl Watt doing the same thing to the leader. And this four-way fight for third. For Mark, Peter Hills, Van der Berg and Lugnoot. We're only halfway, so there's still a chance for Brandon Hills and Jaco Schmidt to join the party as well. Let's see whether he gets there. Whoa, Theo van Mark, where are you going, bud? Let's turn left at the exit of Leeuwkop, not turn right. Turn right, you head to the old motocross track. You don't want to be going there. A motocrosser that's just showing you the way around, though. With Peter Hills just squeezing through. Mark loses out after a small mistake running wide and putting the back wheel on the dirt on the exit of Leeuwkop. It's very close. I love it. This is the type of action that we always get from Formula V. Fail to deliver very rarely in terms of close race action, and it's all the way through the field as well. It's not just that leading pack. It normally is about 6 or 7 cars though, the leading pack, so it's disappointing that they weren't able to stay with the top 2. But in saying that, Vaughan Hills is about to join the party, and he's got enough time to do that because there's still about 2 3/4 laps to go. If he continues with the pace there, and a little bit of puff of smoke out of, is that Bluchnoot's car showing a bit of smoke? Or no, Goos, it was Goos's car, pardon. It was Goos's car showing a little bit of smoke there, so that might just give more incentive, and maybe a little bit of that whiff of the white smoke is going to fire Vaughan Hills up here into the closing stages. I don't know if Sean van der Linde's got enough time to close that gap down there. That might be too big. Unless something happens with these cars that slows them down dramatically. And as they go to the top of the hill again, they fan out once again. It's Theo trying to come back at Van der Berg. He gets through on Van der Berg, but he can't quite get there on... Well, he's not quite through yet. He's side by side with him. Down the hill, he'll be on the outside, but they'll all have to tuck in as they go through the right-hand sweep on this. Oh, that's some big parts of your anatomy to go around the outside of a car on the sweep at the bottom of the mine shaft. But having done that, he's opened up the door for Goos. Goos going to dive and try and squeeze through. No, didn't get there either. For Mark placed his car perfectly. But what it has done, exactly what I thought it might do, is it slowed it up and allowed Vaughan Hills to join the party. So you've got Hills at the front in Peter and Vaughan at the back of the Hills battle for what is 3rd and 4th place on track. Still 2 laps to go, which means that Carl Watt still got a chance, and any one of these 5 have got a chance to finish up on the podium. The interesting factor will be where the overtaking chances are taken now. And are they going to show their cards on this lap, or are they going to keep it for the last lap? Sometimes it's not the best idea to do the last lap because you run out of laps then if you get it all wrong. If you get it right, it works out, of course, perfectly. Now we wait to see. Van der Berg has fought with Peter Hills on numerous occasions. Theo van Mark has joined that party to enjoy it as well. Gosie's in there, and so is Vaughan Hills. Here they come. Back up towards Leeuwkop for the second last time. Watch them fan out here. There's a move on the inside from the back, but he's not close enough. Hills was later on the brakes and kept him honest. 5-car fight is Hills on the inside. Vaughan Hills looking to try and go through on Goos. He didn't quite get the drive though, had to just tuck in behind. Better option, just to get a bit of slipstream as they go through the sweep. Now try and pull up on that slipstream. Here comes Theo van Mark using it. but he's not late enough on the brakes. And wow, how close was that? Johan Goos nearly up the gearbox of the back end of Theo Vermaak's car. That could have been oh, that's a pity. There's a spin there for Dane. Stewart spins out. That's the second one he's had in the day. The first one was not his fault, but he was hoping for a clean race here in the second one. It didn't quite work out because he's now had to drop to the back of the pack that he was fighting in. One to go. Here they go. The last 5 or so Ks of race action for DOE Formula V, partnered by CIM Lubrifuel. Here they come. Late braking from Theo. Around the outside from Kat van der Berg. Not one of them could outgun Peter Hills, though, into turn 1. Hills hangs on. Theo Vermaak now closing on, looking for a way to get through on Kat van der Berg. Kosi looking to dive through there as well if he can. He'll definitely be itching to have a go. And Vaughan Hills just waiting to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong. It's a great little battle. It's raged for about 6 laps here. It really has been good. It's evenly matched cars, great tactics amongst the drivers, and now into the low light conditions as well. Not going to make any difference to these drivers. They're not worried about the light right now. However, the next 2 classes might have a bit of visibility issues because that sun tends to drop out of the sky pretty rapidly at this time of the day. Fastest man is Lionel Janssen. He should be heading towards the checkered flag, I'm sure. And we're watching for him to take the victory ahead of Carl Watt. But Carl Watt in second place has lost quite a bit of ground there. It's about 3 seconds up the road that Lionel Janssen's got on him. There he is, just ahead of him, heading into the right-hand flick at Cheetah. Back marker is in the way, but he's not going to come into play at all. And here they come to the line for the first win of the day. And it's the first official win because the first race was cancelled due to that incident with MD Bester. But well done to Lionel Janssen for picking up maximum points. And that might just put him back into the lead of the championship ahead of MD Bester, with MD not partaking in the second heat. Great finish though, look at that. Oh, very close. Peter Hills just hanging on to beat out Kat van der Berg. Kosi behind that, and Vaughan Hills side by side with him. But Lionel Janssen pretty stoked about that. You can see Carl Watt, first one to congratulate him via the cockpits there, giving high fives and some hand claps. Hills, van der Berg, Goos, Vaughan Hills and Vermaak dropped to the back of the pack there in the closing stages, and then Sean van der Linde behind them. Brandon Hills is in 9th place from the back of the field. Not a bad recovery from him. And Marcel Bluchnoot will make up the top 10 in the CIM Lubrifuel car. So wrapping up our single-seater action for the day. It was literally our only single-seater action for the day because we did have MSA4 out on track for a demonstration. They've still got a couple of niggles to work out on those cars, but don't forget, Port Elizabeth, Kwaberge on the 10th of May. We will be coming back at you with action from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa, and round 3, I beg your pardon, of the national championship categories will be making their way down to the Friendly City. Yeah, just getting a message in there from George Smallberger from Shield Racing saying that there's still quite a dramatic delay on the PA system. As we said earlier on, it has nothing to do with our live stream feed, unfortunately. They've taken that feed, but with the internet delay, it'll be pretty delayed in terms of what you're seeing on track and what I might be talking about at that time. So yeah, George Smallberger coming in from wherever you are around the track. You could potentially be at prize giving, and I'll still be commentating about racing that's happening on the circuit, even though it's done and dusted. But as I said, we have no control over that whatsoever. It's the feed that they've taken from whichever link we've put out, and the delay is internet related. It's got nothing to do with our production. The production has been absolutely spotless, and I've got to say, the effort that's been put in from the presenting side of things has also been pretty tasty there from Temba Kamala joining me as our pit lane presenter, and Ivan the Terrible at the top as well, doing a super job with some of the interviews that we were able to get in between the races. Just changing things up here. As I said, just improvements all the time is the way we do things here with Two Wheels and Planet Margate, bringing you the live stream production of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport all around the country. Our next stop, of course, is in PE. I said it's on the 10th of May, and we'll be making our way down to the Friendly City for race action from the National Championship side of things, and then back up to Swartkops to do some regionals for their third round of their Championship 2. But before we do that, we've got to wrap up today. So there's 2 more races to go, and one is on track at the moment with the M Performance Racing Series, classes A, B, and C. Looks like Lopsha and Sav Goteri are going to be on the front row for the start. You can see also the big change here in terms of the circuit is now light is a big factor. You've got areas of the circuit that are in shade. You've got areas in the circuit that are in complete sunlight. So that sometimes can be an issue, particularly if you have visibility issues. As they start the race, they head down towards turn 1. Lopsha leads them out down towards turn 1. The rest of the pack caught napping ever so slightly there, a little bit further back than what they should have been. But Sav Goteri has got the whole shot by the looks of it, and he's kept Nike out. So Sav just going late on the brakes and down into turn 1 to take the lead. Good start there as well, coming from the number 1 car, but further back than what he'd normally start. But he's not letting them get away. He was not caught napping. Renier Smith definitely on a flyer to stay with Class A and catch the rest of his Class B competitors out there. The German is in there as well. We'll keep an eye on his progress, and we'll also look out for Anton Pammersheim, who had a fantastic first race earlier on in the day. So it's Sav Goteri versus Ryan Naka. Is that Fabio Fedetto that's got Leon Lopsha on his tail, and then Bob Neal just behind that, fighting with the number 1 car of Renier Smith. Then the German comes through there. Watch out for Hein van der Merwe coming through as well, looking to potentially get to the front end of Class C as quickly as he can. And the rest of the Class C competitors are now making their way down into Clubhouse Corner, including the curve end car there of Nicky Dix. So Smith in amongst the Class A competitors there. It's a good start there from Renier. I think some of the cars were caught napping and weren't close enough on the rolling start. They thought maybe there was another lap to go, but remember, with a bumper day like this, we literally go straight into racing from whichever side of the pit lane you come from. So I think a couple of Class B competitors will be kicking themselves and not closing that gap up. You heard it earlier on. Alan Mayer was saying, you know, under safety car conditions, you want to try and close the gap up to right under the bumper of the car in front of you. And sometimes when there's a car in front that's going slowly, you lose that opportunity. And that's exactly what's happened here with a couple of those Class B competitors, Pammersheim being one and the German being the other. They come down to complete lap 1. Remember, these are time-based races as opposed to lap-based races. So it's about 6 laps of race action that you'll get out of this. And Nike late on the brakes into Crowthorne as the Sav Speed BMW loses out there. Ryan Nike moves up 1 place and squeezes through there in that Fast Developments BMW. Look at that. What a shot. Sure, what a great bit of directing there, Dave Peterson. What a shot of that car. And oh no, The Gas Monkey diesel car looks like it might be in a bit of trouble again for the second time today. Sorry, Grease Monkey. Sorry, my bad. Grease Monkey there. It's the monkey car anyway, but it's been a monkey on his back today in the diesel machine there. Looks like it might be a bit of flames under the hood there as well there, unfortunately. But yeah, that's the end of that day for that car. I was about to say, just following up on that magnificent shot of the downshift out of the Sav Speed car and that massive flame straight out the bonnet. I'm not quite sure how Sav sees through that when he brakes and that flame flower throws a massive 6-foot flame out of the bonnet of the car on the downshift. Anyway, it's Sav Speed's design on that car that makes that car go fast, so you can't take anything away from it. Amtech car, that looks like Dewald Smith starting to make his way to the front end of Class C. Is he there just yet? No, not quite. He's got to try and find a way through. This is at turn 14 where the car has had a problem. It's the last corner of the circuit, and unfortunately it's not the way that Grease Monkey BMW is supposed to end up. And Gary Martins will be thinking to himself, hang on a second, it's not how my car performs. That Grease Monkey BMW has been bomb-proof so far in its career in the M Performance Racing Series. Looks like there's problems here as well for Bob Neal. Bob Neal pulling straight off the track just before the car went bang in a big way. That might have just saved some problems there for the marshals. The Dalmon Mining BMW having to pull into the entrance to the pit lane that he's actually not pitting in. Sav Gualtieri trying to make up the ground now, but no answer to that Fast Developments BMW right now of Ryan Naka. Renier Smith has made his way up into, I think that might be third overall, ahead of Fedetto. And on his tail, looks like a bit of a fight on here as well. Just going to go to the overalls. Fedetto and Anton Pommersheim. So Pommersheim and Fedetto fighting for the lead of Class B. But they're in the mix there. Class B's Anton Pommersheim and Renier Smith are in the mix there with Class A's Fabio Fedetto. So what Renier Smith has done is he's put a car between himself and Pommersheim for a bit of breathing room. It's giving him a chance to get away when Fedetto's not going to give it up without a fight and allow Pommersheim through just so that he can continue his fight with the Class B car ahead of him. No, it's every man for himself, and it's when the flag drops, that's when the race stops. The German is down in 19th. So I think what we're seeing there from Andreas Mayer's point of view is literally circulating to get the maximum points he can. Because remember, in this class, if there are short or smaller classes and less numbers in the class, you score half points. So with only 3 cars in Class B today, means I think Class B will only be scoring half points. And that is why he's out there. Even though he had an ailing car, he will be trying to just at least get the 3 points, or the couple of points that are available for third place, I should say. There's some smoke coming from the Grease Monkey BMW there in turn 14. You see it just in our camera shot as they come across the line and complete another lap. We've got 4 to go for the lead cars. And 4 for these cars. Oh, running wide slightly there. I think that might have been... I'm just trying to pick up who that might be. Maybe Nick Naidu that ran wide, or no, Craig Herbst, I think it might have been. Craig Herbst running wide there. No, it wasn't. It's the blue car that sort through me. Sorry, apologies. Craig Herbst, of course, is in the other class. So, was it Leonard Archer? It might have been Leonard Archer. It was Leonard Archer that ran wide there coming out of turn 14. Just maybe caught up with a bit of the fluid that was dropped before the Grease Monkey diesel BM gave up the ghost and burst into a little bit of flames. Not often you see a diesel car in flames, though, I'm going to tell you. But fortunately, right in front of the Marshall Point, and they got to it rapidly to restore what hopefully had done not too much damage to the engine. Fights are on here, that's for sure. And this is a bit further back in Class C. As you can see, the 18 car having some fun and games of its own. As Honda Naidu is trying to hang on to the lead there ahead of Nick Naidu. So the two Naidus having a bit of a tough tussle here, with Hein van der Merwe just behind them waiting to see what happens. He wants to try and close the gap down, but you can see it's not going to be an easy thing to do there. The SA Autotech car and the Warden's machine fighting hard. Is that a move on the inside? Yes, it is. Nick Naidu ahead now of Anant. Anant just moving out the way and giving him a little bit of room to play. What that's done is slowed them both down enough to possibly give Hein van der Merwe another shot at it here. Remember, van der Merwe took the first victory earlier on in the day. We've been waiting a while to get back on track, but now with cool conditions, it's a slightly different scenario that they're going to be playing with here. So as they cross the line, another lap completed, and Naidu and van der Merwe are your top three in Class C. This is Vedetto with Pomasham on his tail. Little granite car, trying to just get ahead of Fabio Vedetto. Not an easy thing to do. He's got good drive there, though. He might get him into sunset. Although, if you look outside right now, you'd say the sun has set. Never mind sun setting. It is behind the castle, so it's low light conditions all the way around the track. It's not dark yet, but it's getting darker and darker every single time we circulate around here, and we've still got one more class to come out. ATE Volkswagen Challenge is going to be in some pretty low light conditions. This is Renier Smith looking for the victory in Class B. Comfortably all on his own sim due to the fact that Pomasham has not been able to get through on Fabio Vedetto. It's down the mine shaft. And we're going into the closing stages. It's about a lap and a half to go for them. No, make that 2, sorry. Leaders have only just crossed the line, so it's 2 laps to go. It's 2.5 laps for the cars we just saw on the previous shot. Wide there from Ryan Naka, not quite as smooth as what we've seen from Ryan today in either the BMW or the Mercedes-Benz that he's been piloting. He piloted the Mercedes-Benz, of course, in the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop, and he's now in the magnificent Fast Developments BMW here in Class A of M Performance Racing Series. Leon Lopscher continues on his way, possibly for a 3rd place, and consistency with this man has been a crucial part of him winning championships in his career. There's a little bit of smoke out of Vedetto's car there, out of Ryan Naka's car, I beg your pardon. Ryan Naka seems to be just ailing a little bit here, and I'm a little bit concerned. Look, I think it might be a puncture. He's starting to slip and slide on the back end of that car. And if Sav Guterres sees that, you know how hard Sav is going to work to force a mistake out of that youngster in front of him. Sav, I think, can see there might be some kind of an issue. Look at the back left of that car there, Paulie. That's definitely a puncture. That's definitely a puncture on that car. He's going to try and drive it around on the puncture for the last lap and survive if he can. He's coming up on the German, who will see them coming, and of course probably will get some blue flags waved his way. You can see lights flashing there from Sav Guterres' point of view, and he's probably saying to Ryan, listen, you've got no way of trying to keep me out here. But Ryan is not going to give this up without a fight. He is going to go onto the final lap with a potential left back flat tyre and keep out the hard charge coming from Sav Guterres. Just looking at that back tyre, is it just, or maybe it's just, it might just be a broken shock, because the tyre seems to still be inflated, but the back left has definitely got a problem. And it's definitely affecting the car's ability, but Ryan Naka is driving through the problem. Yellow flag waving for a car stuck on the right-hand side there. Is that Hein van der Merwe by the looks of things? It might be. The black and yellow BM on the right-hand side is dropped out of the battle for what have been second in the Class C's. So Naka fighting a ailing car with some kind of an issue. I can't believe that Sav's not pushing harder, and I think he is. He's pushing as hard as he can, but this car is just so good ahead of him, even with the broken wheel or broken suspension part. It looks like a broken suspension part there on Naka's car, because the wheel has stayed inflated. It looked like a puncture initially, but now it seems to be some kind of suspension damage, or you can see the left back wheel is just slightly at an angle. It's not quite running the way it should. when it gets into full flight like that, it's not a problem. But when it goes through the trickier stuff, it's very difficult to handle. And it looks like he's going to try and get it to the line and survive. That'll be a valiant effort there. Ryan Naka definitely showing that when it comes to motorsports, South Africans are truly renowned for this type of driving. We've seen it on a number of occasions with the Van der Linde boys in German touring cars. We've seen it with Brad and having problems on that start line device that he's got, but he rides through it and he takes the win, just like Ryan Naka's done there. Riding through the problem, driving through a problem and getting to the line and still taking a victory. And despite having that little element at the end of the race, able to hang on for the win. The German's going to come through for third place in Class B. He just went out there to get those points in the bag. He didn't want to jeopardize his chances of scoring the points, even though the class was on lower numbers. We wait to see how we wrap things up in Class B. Oh, it's got close. Pommersheim has got through on Fedetto in the last lap, and he's now putting pressure onto the back end here of Renier Smith, who is, of course, the man who's led the race all race long. Can we see a change up here? Watch the cutback. Cutback coming from Pommersheim, and it looks like he might have got the drive. Pommersheim side by side as they come to the line. Does he get it? No! He just misses out. Wow. What an effort there from Anton Pommersheim. Having a last-minute ditch effort there, diving on the inside, changing the apex, going for the late apex and trying to get the drive down on the car. That's the car that was in front of him the whole race. If he'd got through earlier on, there maybe would be a chance there for Anton Pommersheim, but he lost out in the end to a magnificent drive there from Renier Smith for the victory. And then coming through there, Nick Naidu taking Class C, beating out Arnott, and it's Leonard Archer who will come through for third place in the Class C battle. So Renier Smith very lucky, 0.3 of a second there as they crossed the line between himself and Anton Pommersheim. Pommersheim needed to get that Eagle Granite car ahead of Fedetto earlier on, and it would have been a slightly different scenario. So it's Ryan Naka, Sav Gutteri and Leon Lopscher, your top three in Class A. Renier Smith wins out of Pommersheim and Andreas Meyer for top three in Class B. Naidu and Archer, your top three in Class C. Wrapping up the M Performance Racing Series 2 classes here today, and bringing us to the final race of the day in a few moments' time. It will be coming from ATE's Volkswagen Challenge. It's the last race of the day. Yes, it's final race of our bumper edition of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. And ATE Volkswagen Challenge have been itching to go for a long time now. They've been waiting in the sidelines for a while, and it's now time to go at it for the last race of the day here at Kyalami. Here is a prime example of how low the light is. That first car going through there, beg your pardon. Just showing you that even with the headlights on, you can see the headlights on the road. So that's how the lights have dropped here. Once that sun goes behind the Kyalami Castle, it gets pretty dark here pretty rapidly. But fortunately, we've got 20 minutes more of race action coming our way, which is about 6 laps in total. Walker the Stalker in the Cycles United and Melo Velo Garmin car will definitely be looking for a chance to go slightly higher up and maybe give Jaden Hussen in that Pharaoh Energia car a run for his money. Not quite sure if either of them have got the pace to beat Wayne Masters, Performance Masters Polo in this one, but you never know. I think stranger things have happened in motorsport in my career behind the microphone. We'll keep an eye out on Dean Ross and Alna Cruiser. Mike Barbaglia will be looking to change his luck around. He didn't quite have the same kind of pace as we saw in race 2, what we saw in race 1 in the Polos, but now in Volkswagen Challenge, maybe he's got something special for us as well. In Class B, Stuart Mack was untouched, and Francis Aldrich was in second place, a long way up the road from Nicole Lombard and Dioval Teron, but we'll keep an eye and see what happens with that little pack of cars as well. And then looking at the Class Cs, Adrian de Beer, Michael Zafirio were fighting so hard, they couldn't quite catch Bryce Pillay for the win. Pillay took that one, and Zafirio lost out right in the closing stages to the chance of coming back at his nemesis circuit. Remember, after that massive accident last year here at Kyalami, coming out of Cheetah Corner, a welcome return there to Michael Zafirio. And I know the marshals had already put out boards earlier on, but it was so nice to see the boards going up there saying, "Welcome back, Michael. Hope you're going to enjoy yourself," and he certainly did in race number 1. It's race 2. We're about to get at it. Remember, it is normally a staggered start, but they're all going for a single start now, with a gap in the proceedings between each of the classes. Stand by for the last race of the day here, ATE Volkswagen Challenge. We're standing by for those lights going into the start procedure. Have we got a green flag at the back? We're waiting for that. Somebody got an issue on the grid, maybe, because I see the flag marshal just standing by in case she needs to go back onto the grid. Lead cars have all got their headlights on, and they'll have those on just in case they catch the back end of some tail markers in this race. But with it only being a sort of a 6-lap race, I don't think that's going to happen. There we go. We're under starters orders now, eventually. 2 minutes. Goes to 1 minute in the space of about 3 seconds. Then another 5 seconds goes to 30 seconds. 30-second board comes up. It goes to 5-second board. The 5-second board gets retracted, and we are now ready to go. Lights on. Drop the hammer. Here we go. Good start once again there from Ian Walker from the second row, trying to squeeze between Goosen and Wayne Masters as they head towards 1. Good start as well from Pharaoh. He's gone side by side there. You can see with Bryce Pillay and right in the mix as well from the word go. Pillay and Adrian Nell in the background. But it is Masters who leads out into turn 1, Crowthorne. And it's Mike Barbaglia up the inside into second place. What a move there from Mike B. He's on it, yeah. Barbaglia up into second place, and tucked in behind him is Walker the Stalker. Under pressure already though from Goosen as they go up towards the end of Yuxco and Barbecue. Both of them running wide. Oh, it's Ross actually involved there. It wasn't Ian Walker, it was Dean Ross. Apologies there. Very similar colours on those cars. So Dean Ross just squeezing Ian Walker out and getting a little bit higher up than what he started in the first race. Stalker down to 5th place as they go into Sunset. What a start to this one. Bit of a frantic one, but everybody stayed on track, fortunately. Now as they come under braking for Clubhouse, that's Dean Ross in the Norbrake car. He has got Jaden Goosen right on his sights. Elna Cruz has got Ian Walker in her sights. Mac has got problems with Aldrich and Tehran right on his tail for Class B as they come through the S's for the first time. That's the 3 cars in Class B. Then it's Nicole Lombard fighting hard to keep out Chris Davison. Look at the Class C's lining up there in the background as well. It looks like it might be Adrian de Beer who hung on to the advantage of being on pole for the second heat. So Adrian de Beer hangs on. Yes, he does. Just at the moment keeping out Bryce Pillay and Michael Zafiro. Nice little maneuver through there as well from Dimitri Zafiro. He's joining his brother and going to be fighting in-house there with the 2 Insurus cars. Now they come down on the braking for the front end of the field for Class A. Late braking, couple of lockups into turn number 14, 13, 12. 12. Let me get that right. Turn 12 at Crocodiles. There is Bryce Pillay. In fact, Pillay leads out Class C. So he's hanging on for now. Amazing effort here from the front end from Mike Barbaglia. I can't tell you how fired up he is. He must be in his element right now as Mike Barbaglia in that front end battle. And staying just ahead of Jaden Goosen. So as they cross the line, that's how it all ends up. And Barbaglia drops back ever so slightly there as they do cross the line with both Dean Ross and Ian Walker getting through on him. But Mike Barbaglia in the fight for the front for at least about half a lap there. Did they pick up on his car correctly? Yeah, he has dropped back slightly. I'm not quite sure what's happened there. He's actually dropped right out of it. There must have been some kind of an issue there as he came across the line, because Elna Cruz has got past and so has Stuart Mack. So looks like we gave him the commentator's curse there. Sorry, Mikey. Mike Barbaglia was up in the front and now dropping dramatically through the field and out of this one. Maybe onto the sideline somewhere on the side of the circuit as well, because he's now dropped right out of it and Elna Cruz is even ahead of him. The rest of the pack come flying through. It's Masters pulling away in dramatic style as he did almost the same thing in the first race. Just watching at the back of the pack, we see Mike's car at all in this Class C and B mid-pack into the Class C front end. Front end is Bryce Pillay. Yeah, he leads out. And Pillay now, he's got De Beer on his tail. It's the De Beer boys going at it. Then the Zafiro boys, because it's Koenig between the 2 Zafiro boys as they go into the S's. But Bryce Pillay still hangs on to the lead of the race for now. It's a super start there from him. And once again, he wants to try and control it. Masters quickest out of all the cars on track, understandably at the front with clean air. But Bryce Pillay, Adrian de Beer, Michael Zafiro, Stuart Koenig. Looking at the way they're going there. De Beer, remember, is De Beer a Class B car? I think he is, eh? I just want to double check on that. No, he's not. So why is he not being picked up on the timing monitor here? I'm not quite sure why we're not picking up on him. No, there he is. He is a Class B car. So, yeah. It's Bryce Pillay from Adrian de Beer, and then it is Michael Zafiro. So I think Martin de Beer in the mix there might be there to try and help out Adrian. Maybe he's in there to try and assist the de Beer boys in their attempt to get to the front. Zafiro around the outside. Around the outside into the turn that almost cost him his life. That's how tragic that accident was last year. It was a massive, massive smash that saw the young man have to go for a lot of reconstruction and recovery, and of course has now gone right through that entire process and is fortunate to be back in a race car. Certainly was a fantastic story to follow on his recovery process, but almost even better to see him in a race car again. Pierre Teron has lost some ground there to Stuart Mack. Look at Mack pulling away here big time, and not really an answer from anybody out there in Class B to Mack's pace. Nicole Lombard in the PSA car, slowly but surely closing on the back end of Pierre Teron and bringing Chris Davison along for the ride in that Opel GSI Volkswagen Polo. Generator Services is the GSI I'm talking about, but yeah, he's he is a big fan of the Opel brand, which is why he's gone with that font on his car, very similar to the old Opel Kadett GSI Boss and Super Boss. This is the AutoZone, Nathan's Motorsport machine. Amazing effort here from him. Stuart Mack has had a really good run here at Kyalami and is looking to just wrap up a double victory. Aldrich will be looking for a double second place if he can get it right. That's kind of the plan. Teron, Lombard and Davidson ahead of Martin de Beer. Bryce Pillay still maintaining the lead of Class C with Michael Zafira behind him. Zafira's now got ahead of Adrian de Beer, so he's now looking to be so awesome to see Michael Zafira come and take a victory on his return to the circuit that really cost him his life. I'm looking forward to that if that's the case. Aldrich, though, has got some manoeuvres to make, and he doesn't seem to have an answer here to the pace that Stuart Mack's getting out of this car of his for the Class B possible double win. They come out of Ingwe. They're at the halfway stage, 3 done, 3 to go. This is De Beer pulling away now from Bryce Pillay. Zafira up in the second, confirmation of that. Ahead now of actually Adrian De Beer's dropped back, and he's dropped back behind Stuart Koenig. So Koenig has moved himself up nicely in the Northern Bolton Tools car. So he's actually made a maneuver to get through there. Looks like there might be a little bit of issue there on Adrian De Beer's car because he's been caught by Dimitri and by Mitch Kutsia. You can see him going defensive to try and keep out Mitch Kutsia's attack, but Dimitri Zafira is on the outside of this corner. Mitch coming through there trying to close the gap down, and it was actually on Stuart Koenig he was trying to go defensive on was De Beer, but he now goes defensive. Here comes Koenig. Koenig trying to put the wheel up the inside there of the second insurer's car of Dimitri Zafira. Whoa! Who was that on 2 wheels? Someone on 2 wheels completely through there, hitting the curb. Oh, stunt driving nature of note. I think that might have been one of the Skuman boys. I'm not quite sure which one. I think it was Nolan. But what a shot. Straight through our camera angle on 2 wheels. And very lucky that that car didn't dig into the kiddie litter and roll, because that would have been a huge one. But managed to bring it back down onto all 4 and back on track. Positive it was Nolan as opposed to Nathan, because he was a lot closer to Mitch Kutsia than Nathan was. But Nolan Skuman on 2 wheels flying through the air there onto what is going to be sort of the penultimate lap, and nearly causing some big chaos out of Barbecue and Yuxkai. That's incredible stuff. I don't know how he saved that. It would have been so cool if we panned across to the right-hand side, but what a magnificent piece of driving there to bring the car back down onto all 4. Maybe the kiddie litter did help him out to bring it down, but a big moment there for Skuman. So this is second place, Jaden Quirson. No answer there from him to Performance Masters and Wayne Masters' dominance of this Class A field. That's the gap, look at that. There is the gap between himself and second place. Have a look at this. Check. Look at that. That's unbelievable. That's like Knight Rider stuff right there. If he doesn't have a watch on and can call that car kit, then I don't know, but that was pretty spectacular stuff. But thanks for that, Paulie, for the replay of Skuman literally on 2 wheels for about 500 meters before the wheels came back down again. He was very lucky to save that. As I said, if he'd gone into the kitty litter at a slightly lesser angle, he probably would have rolled that car, and that would have been the end of the race, because that would have certainly brought out a red flag if he rolled it at that position. Very lucky to survive that one, Mr. Skuman. Well done, though, on some pretty impressive driving skills to bring that car back under control. The man out front, though, is certainly in a class of his own here. And as much as in earlier races this season, we saw young Jaden Goosen a bit closer to Wayne Masters, today he's just shown them the way to drive Kyalami. And a nice run here from Bryce Pillay in a similar vein for Class C. He's also been the dominant factor for Class C all day long. Michael Pharaoh has tried hard to come back and possibly spoil his day. We've got two-wheeled action there as well from Bryce Pillay as he pitches it into the S's. Design 364 car being hunted down by Michael Zafira on his return to racing after that big incident last year. But the Insurance car has also been pretty much on rails around here with Mikey at the wheel. He's had a great race with Stuart Koenig now up in the second place, and De Beer down in the fourth place. Behind him is Dimi Severo, Mikey's brother. Rich Kutsia now ahead of Nolan Skuman after that big moment. But yeah, that was a suitably impressive bit of driving there as he clipped the curb. You don't want to clip that curb too hard because it will send you into a two-wheel slide. And in saloon cars, you can't do two-wheel sliding. You've got to keep it on all four wheels. That's the plan. So as they head into the final part of this last race of the day, it is the Performance Masters Polo of Wayne Masters, looking for 4 wins out of 4 starts. And that's exactly what he's going to get, because he got 2 in ATE Volkswagen Challenge and he's got 2 in the Polo Cup as well. Incredible bit of day's racing there from Wayne Masters. I know his son Keegs was here and was supposed to come and have a chat to us during the day, but he probably didn't get here in time. But we also know that Keegan Masters is on his way to some international duties in the Porsche Cup again, and hoping to fly the flag high there for South Africa. But certainly flying the flag high for Performance Masters is the man who the company's named after, Wayne Masters. Big margin, absolutely impressive. Got up to 7 seconds ahead of Jaden Goosen for second. He's about 3 seconds up the road there from Ian Walker, the Stalker, in the Mellow Velo Cycles United and Garmin sponsored car. And he's also a couple of seconds up the road there from Dean Ross in the Norbrake car. He'll beat out ATE's Elna Cruiser. And Mike Babaglia, after a magnificent start, I'm going to have a chat to Mike B about that, eh? Bigged up him the whole way around the first lap of this last race. And with the flag coming out there for Wayne Masters, Mike Babaglia, you let me down so badly, brother. No, I'm only joking. A magnificent first lap there from Mike. But yeah, I think he was maybe outgunning himself there slightly in the company he had around him. But certainly learning a lot there in the paybar car. Nicole Lombard going to coming through to wrap up her day's racing. She's going to finish up in 3rd place in Class B. The B class about to come out of the final turn, and it's the AutoZone and Nathan's Motorsport machine of Stuart Mack that makes its way to the line to take the victory. And 2nd place there will go to Francis Aldrich again, so it's 2 for 2 there for the two of them. And Nicole Lombard with the 3rd spot in hand. And now we just wait for Class C to make their way down. Here they come. Bryce Pillay. Is there a change up there? Possibly. Koenig has got through. Yes, he has. Koenig has got through on Michael Zafiro. So it's going to be 2 3rd places on Michael Zafiro's return, as Koenig has just made his way through and moved up into 2nd place behind Bryce Pillay. It'll then be Adrian De Beer by the looks. No, it's not Adrian De Beer. It's going to be Jono Koenig and then Adrian De Beer. So that wraps up our top 5 in Class C. So to run through the results quickly of this final race, it is Wayne Masters, Jaden Goosen and Ian Walker, your top 3 in Class A. They beat out Dean Ross on the Cruiser. Class B went to Stuart Mack, beating Francis Aldrich, Nicole Lombard and Dierval Teron. Chris Davison, your top 5 there. And then Martin De Beer just outside that top 5. Bryce Pillay won out the battle for Class C, beating Jono Koenig, Michael Zafiro, Stuart Koenig and Adrian De Beer. And that, ladies and gents, wraps up an absolutely amazing day's racing here at Kyalami. And congratulations to all of the winners. A big thanks to Coca-Cola for being on board with us as our associate sponsor and new naming rights sponsor for the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. To the marshals and medics out on track, thank you for all of your support and the amazing job that you guys and girls always do. We can't do this without you. And of course to the Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit for opening up to a bumper weekend of motorsport, with the Extreme Festival coming here to the bumper weekend of both national and regional championship racing combined at the Grand Prix Circuit. We'll be back, as you can see there, on the 10th of May with National Extreme Festival racing coming from the friendly city of Quebec. And as we get to Aldo Scribanti for round 3 of the Nationals, we'll be looking forward to, of course, the debut of race action coming from MSA4. We saw them in demonstration mode today, but they will certainly be fired up and ready to go by the time we get to Quebec for the 3rd round of the Nationals. Also to our team out there from Two Wheels and Planet Margate, a massive thanks to our camera crew down in the pit lane as well. Temba Kamalo joining us as our pit lane presenter, and up at the top, Harvin the Terrible doing an amazing job there too to get the interviews that we needed in between the races and find out a couple of details that we don't usually get. And to Paul and Dave for another amazing bit of directing. Thank you so much for joining us from all around the world, and we certainly hope to see you on the 10th of May when we bring you that National Extreme Festival action from Aldo Scribanti. From our side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.
Might be there to try and help out Adria.